Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Inherited Black Ancient Power and Rebuilt the Dynasty. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Story. Chapter 1, Blood Calls to Blood. 10,000 plus words. Type of conflict, survival, discovery, escape. Opening. Harry, age 9, is locked in his cupboard after another incident at school. Something is different tonight. His skin feels electric, shadows seem to move wrong, and there's a voice at the edge of hearing. Key events: Vernon's punishment goes too far. Harry's accidental magic explodes outward, but instead of the usual chaos, the shadows respond. They shield him, cold and alive. Something ancient notices. Miles away, in a crumbling manor, wards that haven't activated in 50 years flare to life. Arcturus Black opens his eyes. Cassiopeia Black appears at Privet Drive. Not to take Harry, to verify him. She performs a blood test on the doorstep while the Dursleys cower. The results make her laugh for the first time in 30 years. Harry is given a choice: stay in this cupboard, or come claim what's his. He doesn't hesitate. Introduction to Black Manor, not the destroyed Grimmauld place, but the real seat of power, hidden for centuries. It responds to Harry like a dog greeting its master. First meeting with Arcturus, who is disappointed, dismissive, and grudgingly impressed within the same conversation. He tests Harry with questions, insults, and finally, a curse, which Harry's instinctive magic deflects. The chapter ends with Arcturus's declaration: "You'll either restore this house or destroy it. Either way, it'll be more interesting than waiting to die." Character development: Harry's quiet competence established. He doesn't panic, doesn't cry, observes and adapts. His emotional walls shown through what he doesn't say about the Dursleys. First glimpse of his dry humor as a defense mechanism. Subplot seeds: when Harry enters the manor, he hears something whisper his name. No one else hears it. An old portrait in the entrance hall tracks Harry with eyes that shouldn't move. Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. 10,000 plus words. Type of conflict, political intrigue, training, family dynamics. Opening, 1 week at Black Manor. Harry is learning that family doesn't mean what he thought. It means blood debts, political marriages, and obligations that span centuries. Key events: Cassiopeia begins Harry's training, not in spells, but in blood magic, the old ways that the Ministry outlawed. Harry's natural affinity is terrifying. What takes most Blacks years to master, he grasps in days. The political landscape is laid out. The Black seat in the Wisengamot has been held in trust by the Malfoys for a decade. Black vaults have been managed by the Lestranges. Black properties have been maintained by the Knots. In other words, stolen. Harry meets Narcissa for the first time when she arrives uninvited, ostensibly to pay respects. The conversation is a masterclass in double meanings. She's probing for weakness while offering alliance. Harry surprises her by understanding exactly what she's doing. Andromeda's subplot begins. Harry finds her burned face on the family tapestry and asks Arcturus about her. The old man's reaction, fury, then grief, then something like shame, reveals depths to Black family history. The chapter's climax: Lord Knot arrives with representatives of the coalition, demanding proof of Harry's claim before they'll recognize any transfer of assets. It's a trap. The proof they want would require Harry to submit to rituals they control. Harry's response establishes his character. He doesn't argue, doesn't threaten. He simply cuts his palm and lets his blood touch the Black family wards. The entire manor shakes. Ancient defenses activate. The portraits bow. When the light fades, even Arcturus is pale. The chapter ends with Knot's quiet, furious departure. And his whispered promise: "This isn't over, boy." Character development: Harry and Arcturus's relationship develops through brutal honesty, The old man respects him more for not flinching from hard truths. Cassiopeia's training reveals her dark pride in their heritage, and Harry's discomfort with some traditions. First hints of Harry's moral complexity. He'll use blood magic, but he has lined subplot seeds. During the ward activation, Harry sees something in the magic. A pattern that shouldn't be there, like a door that's been sealed. Not mentions. Others who will be interested in Harry's claim, with implications beyond politics. Chapter 3, Enemies and Almost Allies. 10,000 plus words. Type of conflict, rival confrontation / moral dilemma / strategic battle. Opening. Harry has been training for 6 weeks. Word of the Black Heir has spread. Everyone wants something from him, and his enemies are organizing. Key events. Draco Malfoy is brought to Black Manor by Narcissa. On paper, it's to introduce Harry to his peer. In reality, it's a chess move. The boys' first meeting is hostile. Draco's been raised to believe he's the Black Heir, and Harry is a half-blood pretender. Their conflict comes to a head in a duel that Cassiopeia encourages. Draco has training and arrogance, Harry has survival instincts and raw power. The fight isn't pretty or honorable. Harry wins by exploiting Draco's assumptions, ending it with Shadows pinning the other boy to a wall. The aftermath is more important. Instead of humiliating Draco, Harry offers his hand. Your family. Act like it. Draco refuses, for now. But something shifts. The Umbra Covenant makes their first move, an accident, at Gringotts during Harry's first official visit to the Black Vaults. The attack is sophisticated, designed to look like goblin treachery. Harry survives through a combination of the goblins' intervention, they're deeply offended by the setup, and his own growing shadow abilities. The moral dilemma. Evidence suggests a minor Black allied family helped orchestrate the attack under Covenant pressure. The traditional response would be to destroy them utterly. Harry chooses differently. He exposes the Covenant's manipulation publicly, making the family owe him rather than fear him. The chapter's climax involves Harry's first Wizengamot appearance, not as Lord, he's too young, but as heir. He's there to formally register his claim. The coalition tries to bury it in procedure. Harry outmaneuvers them by invoking an obscure ancient rite that forces an immediate magical verification. The verification ritual reveals something unexpected. Harry's claim isn't just valid, it's paramount. The magic recognizes him not just as Lord Black, but as the first potential High Lord in 3 centuries. Character development. Harry's approach to enemies established. He's not cruel, but he's not forgiving. He's strategic. His relationship with the goblins begins, mutual respect based on shared directness. First real vulnerability shown when he's nearly killed in the vault. He's powerful but not invincible. Subplot seeds. During the verification ritual, every member of the Umbra Covenant present reacts with visible fear. The magic speaks to Harry during the ritual, not words, but impressions. Something ancient recognizing something young. Chapter 4, The Price of Power. 10,000 plus words. Type of conflict, emotional stakes / family revelation / escalating threat. Opening. The Wizengamot recognition has made Harry valuable, and vulnerable. Everyone's making moves, and Harry has to decide who he really is. Key events. Andromeda Tonks reaches out secretly. She's heard about the new Lord Black and wants to meet her nephew. The meeting is tense, emotional, and raw. She's the first adult who treats Harry like a child rather than a political piece. Her story reveals the ugliest parts of Black history: arranged marriages, blood traitors, disappeared, children punished for accidental magic that embarrassed the family. Harry has to reconcile the power he's claiming with the atrocities committed in its name. Marius Black reveals himself. The presumed dead squib appears in Black Manor's shadows, literally. He's spent 80 years learning other magic, Muggle occultism that shouldn't work but does because of his black blood. He wants what Harry has. He'll take it if he has to. Their confrontation isn't physical, it's ideological. Marius argues that the Blacks destroyed themselves through arrogance and deserve to end. Harry argues that a name can be remade. Neither convinces the other, but they don't fight. Yet. Arcturus's condition worsens dramatically. He's been dying for years, but Harry's awakening has accelerated something. The old man reveals the truth: there's a price for the Black Power, a debt that hasn't been paid in 3 centuries. Every Lord Black since has been borrowed time. Harry's claim is calling that debt due. Harry must choose: abandon the claim and let House Black die quietly, or find a way to pay a debt to something that isn't human. He chooses to fight. The chapter ends with Cassiopeia beginning to teach Harry the most forbidden black magic, the rituals of the High Lords, designed to treat with powers beyond the mortal world. Character development: Harry's first real breakdown, private, alone, after learning what claiming his power might cost. His decision to continue anyway shows his core character: stubborn, brave, maybe reckless. Relationship with Andromeda develops, she becomes the conscience he didn't know he needed. Subplot seeds: Marius references, others like him, squibs and cast-outs from major families who found their own paths to power. Harry's dreams become more vivid, he's standing at the edge of a void. And something vast is looking back. Chapter 5, War on Two Fronts. 10,000 plus words. Type of conflict: large-scale threat / strategic warfare / alliance building. Opening: the coalition has united formally against Harry's claim. The Covenant is moving in shadows. And something is stirring in the void between worlds. Harry has 2 months until his formal investiture as Lord Black, if he survives. Key events: full political war erupts. The coalition attacks on every front: legal challenges, economic pressure on Black allies, social isolation campaigns. Harry learns to fight back in kind, leaking embarrassing secrets, calling in old debts, playing families against each other. The Covenant makes an assassination attempt, not on Harry, but on Arcturus. Killing the old lord before Harry comes of age would throw the succession into chaos. Harry's warning saves Arcturus, but barely. Unexpected alliance: Draco Malfoy provides information about coalition movements. His price: Harry's promise not to destroy House Malfoy when this is over. It's not friendship, but it's a start. The battle sequence: coalition forces attack Black Manor directly, attempting to seize it through property dispute enforcement. Harry leads the defense, not with traditional magic, but with the house itself. The wards become weapons. The shadows become soldiers. It's a massacre, and Harry feels every death. In the aftermath, Harry must deal with the political fallout. He's killed members of ancient families in defense of his home. Some call it justified. Others call it proof he's too dangerous to allow. The chapter's climax: Harry ventures into the manor's deepest vault, seeking weapons for the coming battle. He finds instead the seal, the barrier between the mortal world and the entity his ancestors bound themselves to. It's cracking. Character development: Harry's first kills, indirect, through the wards, but still his. His reaction is complicated, not guilt exactly, but weight. His tactical mind fully displayed: he doesn't win through power alone, but through using every advantage. Growing relationship with Draco shows both boys' potential for growth. Subplot seeds: the entity speaks clearly for the first time: the debt comes due, little lord. Several Covenant members commit suicide rather than face questioning after capture, they're more afraid of something than death. Chapter 6, the High Lord rises. 10,000 plus words. Type of conflict: divine/cosmic confrontation/character culmination/resolution. Opening: Harry's birthday. He's 10 years old, officially able to claim the Lord Black title under magical law. But 3 forces converge on this day: the Coalition's final gambit, the Covenant's desperate endgame, and an ancient god demanding what it's owed. Key events: the investiture ceremony begins at Black Manor with allies gathered. Harry must complete the ancient ritual that will make him Lord, and unknowingly, the ritual will also fully activate the High Lord Compact. The Coalition interrupts with their masterstroke: they've found proof that Doria Black was never formally acknowledged by Lord Arcturus as a true daughter, making her line, and Harry, illegitimate. It's technically true. And completely irrelevant, because Harry has prepared for this exact move. Harry's counter: he invokes the right of challenge, an ancient law that allows disputed claims to be settled by magical combat. Not between lords, between houses. Every magical oath, every ward, every artifact of House Black versus House Not. Not, arrogant as ever, accepts. The duel is brief. House Not has power, wealth, artifacts, centuries of accumulation. House Black has Harry, who has become something unprecedented, a wizard who's formed a working relationship with the shadows themselves. When Not's borrowed power breaks against Black wards, the ancient lord tries to yield. Harry accepts, but strips him of everything given to manage Black assets. Decades of theft, undone in minutes. The Covenant makes their move during the chaos, a full assault on the ceremony, trying to kill Harry before he completes the ritual. Cassiopeia dies defending him, taking 4 Covenant members with her. The entity pushes through the weakened seal, manifesting in Black manner. The void between stars isn't evil, exactly, it's other, operating on an alien morality. It made a pact 3 millennia ago. It's owed power, worship, sacrifice. Harry is the first lord capable of paying in 3 centuries. Harry's final confrontation isn't a battle, it's a negotiation. He can't destroy an entity that existed before the universe. But he can renegotiate the terms. What follows is part diplomacy, part bluff, part genuine connection as Harry offers something the entity hasn't had in millennia, a partner rather than a servant. The new pact is struck. House Black will serve as a bridge between mortal magic and primordial forces, not as slaves, but as ambassadors. The entity retreats, satisfied. The Covenant's power breaks with their patron's interest withdrawn. The manor settles. Denouement, Harry completes his investiture as Lord Black, with Arcturus watching in grudging pride before finally allowing himself to die. Andromeda is restored to the family. Narcissa's alliance is secured. Draco stands among the witnesses. Marius disappears, but sends a message, perhaps you'll prove me wrong. I'll be watching. Final scene, Harry, alone in the Lord's study, feeling the weight of everything he's claimed. A moment of quiet. Then a knock, one of his new vassals needs a decision. He takes a breath and answers. There's work to be done. Character development, full arc completion, from abused child to lord, from reactive survivor to proactive leader. Final understanding with Arcturus, genuine respect earned setup for future stories while providing satisfying conclusion. Resolution, political, coalition broken, Black power restored. Personal, Harry has family, purpose, and agency. Cosmic, ancient threat addressed, but not eliminated, reframed into something sustainable. Emotional, Harry allows himself to feel hope for the first time. Themes throughout found family versus blood. Family, the Blacks are Harry's blood, but family is something you build through action and choice. Power and responsibility, every bit of power Harry claims comes with costs and obligations. He has to decide what he's willing to pay. Legacy and reinvention, House Black has an ugly history. Harry can either reject it entirely or try to redeem it. He chooses the harder path. Competence and agency, Harry isn't special because of prophecy or luck, he's special because he refuses to be a victim and works relentlessly to be better. The nature of enemies, most antagonists believe they're right. Understanding them doesn't mean forgiving them, but it makes the conflict richer. Tone and style notes. Dialogue should crackle with subtext, especially in political scenes. Characters rarely say exactly what they mean. Action should be fast, visceral, and have consequences. No fight should leave Harry unchanged. Emotion should be earned. Harry's moments of vulnerability hit harder because they're rare. Pacing should vary, quiet character moments between intense sequences, building tension through restraint. Description should be purposeful. Every detail should characterize, foreshadow, or establish mood. Ayush, here's the complete outline. Character dynamics. The scale or nature of the antagonists. The cosmic/entity subplot. Balance any specific scenes or relationships. When you're satisfied with the direction, just say the word and I'll begin. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Blood calls to blood. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of dust and old shoes and something Harry had long ago stopped trying to name. He lay curled on his side, knees pulled to his chest, listening to the television drone in the next room. Uncle Vernon was watching the evening news. Aunt Petunia's footsteps clicked back and forth in the kitchen. Dudley was upstairs, the ceiling creaking with his movements. Normal sounds. Safe sounds, in their way. When the house was quiet and predictable, Harry knew where everyone was. Knew he wouldn't be surprised. His cheek throbbed where Vernon's hand had connected. The skin wasn't broken, Vernon was careful about that, about marks that might show, but Harry could feel the bruise blooming, hot and tight. He pressed his fingers against it, testing the pain. It helped him focus. The incident at school had been his fault. He knew that. He should have kept his head down when Malcolm and his friends cornered him behind the equipment shed. Should have let them take his lunch money without comment. Instead, something had slipped out, an observation about Malcolm's father and the woman who wasn't Malcolm's mother that Harry had seen them with at the shopping center last week. He hadn't meant to say it. The words had just appeared. Like they'd been waiting. Malcolm had swung at him. Harry had ducked. And then Malcolm had been on the ground, screaming, clutching his arm at an angle that arms weren't supposed to bend. Harry hadn't touched him. He knew he hadn't touched him. But no one believed that, least of all Uncle Vernon, who'd received the call from the headmistress with a face like a thundercloud. Freak, Vernon had called him. Unnatural little freak. The words didn't hurt anymore. They'd lost their sting years ago, worn smooth by repetition. What hurt was the fear in Vernon's eyes, the way his uncle looked at him sometimes, like Harry was something dangerous that had crawled into his house. Maybe he was. Harry shifted on his thin mattress, trying to find a position that didn't press the bruise. The cupboard was dark, the only light a thin line under the door from the hallway. He'd learned to see in the dark years ago. Learned to navigate by touch and memory, to find the corners of his small space without thinking. The dark didn't bother him. It never had. Tonight, though, something felt different. He couldn't explain it, couldn't point to any single thing that had changed. The shadows in the corners of his cupboard looked the same as always. The house sounds continued their normal rhythm. But there was a tension in the air, like the pressure before a storm, like something waiting to happen. Harry's skin prickled. Not from cold, it was June, and the cupboard was stuffy with summer heat, but from something else. Something that felt almost like static electricity, raising the fine hairs on his arms. He sat up slowly, ignoring the twinge in his cheek. The darkness seemed thicker than usual. Deeper. When he looked at the corners of the cupboard, he could have sworn they were moving. Just slightly. Just at the edges of his vision. You're imagining things, he told himself. You're tired and hurt and imagining things. But he wasn't. He knew he wasn't. Because when he held very still and let his breathing go quiet, he could hear something. Not the television. Not Petunia's footsteps or Dudley's movements. Something else, something underneath those sounds, like a whisper just below the threshold of hearing. It had no words, or if it did, they were in a language he didn't know, but it had a rhythm. A pulse. Almost like a heartbeat. Harry pressed his palm flat against the cupboard wall. The wood was warm under his hand. Warmer than it should have been. The whisper grew louder. Vernon Dursley was not a man given to imagination. He believed in things he could see and touch and count, his company car, his sales figures, his house in the most respectable part of Little Whinging. He did not believe in the unnatural, the unexplainable, or the freakish tendencies of his wife's orphan nephew. Except when he had to. The boy had broken that other child's arm without touching him. Vernon had seen the security footage the school insisted on showing him, grainy and poorly lit, but clear enough. The boys had been circling Harry, that much was obvious. One had lunged. And then, without any contact, he'd been on the ground screaming. Vernon's hands had shaken as he'd watched. He'd felt cold all over, the kind of cold that had nothing to do with temperature. He knew what it was. Petunia had told him, years ago, about her sister. About the things her sister could do. He'd married Petunia anyway because he loved her, because she was normal and good and nothing like that, and they'd agreed never to speak of it again. Then the boy had shown up on their doorstep. Vernon had wanted to refuse. Had wanted to close the door and pretend he'd never seen the basket, the letter, the sleeping child with that ugly scar on his forehead. But Petunia had read the letter, and her face had gone white, and she'd said they had no choice. They'll know, she'd said. They'll always know. So they'd taken the boy in. Kept him fed and clothed and alive, which was more than the ungrateful wretch deserved. Tried to stamp out the freakishness through discipline and structure and refusing to tolerate any of his special nonsense. It hadn't worked. Vernon took a long drink of his beer and tried to focus on the news. Some politician droning about economic policy. Safe. Boring. Normal. The lights flickered. He looked up, frowning. The bulb in the ceiling fixture buzzed, dimmed, then steadied. Probably the wiring, he'd been meaning to have it. Looked at. Old houses had old problems. The lights flickered again. This time, they didn't steady. They pulsed, brightening and dimming in a rhythm that made Vernon's stomach clench. Petunia, he called, keeping his voice level. Petunia, come here. She appeared in the doorway, dish towel in hand. What is it? I'm in the middle of, the television cut out. Not to static, not to black, but to nothing, the screen simply stopped showing anything at all, even though Vernon could hear it still humming with power. Petunia made a small sound in her throat. Vernon knew that sound. It was the sound she made when she was remembering things she'd spent decades trying to forget. Vernon, she whispered. Vernon, the lights, they went out. All of them, every light in the house, plunging the Desley home into darkness. And in that darkness, Vernon heard his nephew scream. Harry hadn't meant to scream. The sound tore out of him without permission, dragged from somewhere deep in his chest by the thing happening around him. The shadows were alive. There was no other way to describe it. The darkness in his cupboard had stopped being empty space and started being something that moved and breathed and reached toward him with tendrils of pure black. He could feel them brushing against his skin, cold and smooth, like silk made of midnight. Don't be afraid. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It wasn't in his ears, it was in his head, in his bones, in the marrow of him. It didn't speak in words exactly, but in impressions, feelings, meanings that translated themselves into language after the fact. We've been waiting. What? Harry's voice came out as a croak. He swallowed, tried again. What are you? Yours, the voice said. Always yours. Blood calls to blood. The cupboard door shook. On the other side, Harry could hear Vernon shouting, Petunia crying out, Dudley's thundering footsteps on the stairs. Normal sounds, but distant, like they were coming from very far away. The shadows wrapped around Harry's wrists. Not binding him, welcoming him. He could feel something in them, something ancient and vast and impossibly patient. It had been waiting for him. Waiting for years, decades, maybe centuries. The wards remember, the voice continued. The blood remembers. You are the last of the line, the final hope. Claim what is yours. I don't understand, Harry said. He wasn't screaming anymore. He wasn't even afraid, he realized. The shadows felt right. Natural. Like coming home to a place he'd never been. You will. The cupboard door exploded outward. Harry didn't do it, or rather, he didn't consciously do it. The shadows did, responding to Vernon's pounding fists with a pulse of force that sent the door flying across the hallway. He heard it crash against the opposite wall, heard Vernon's startled yelp. Harry stepped out of the cupboard. The house was dark, but he could see perfectly. Every detail was clear, the dust motes floating in the air, the family photographs on the walls, the horrified faces of the Dursleys clustered at the end of the hallway. The shadows followed him. They clung to his shoulders, pulled at his feet, moved with him like a living cloak. He could feel them waiting for instructions, ready to do whatever he asked. "Boy." Vernon's voice was hoarse. He had one arm around Petunia, the other holding Dudley behind him. A baseball bat was clutched in his free hand. Where he'd gotten it, Harry had no idea. "Boy, whatever you're doing, you stop it right now. You stop it or you'll what?" The words came out colder than Harry intended. Harder. He saw Vernon flinch, saw the blood drain from his uncle's face. "I never asked to be here," Harry continued. His voice was steady. The shadows pulsed around him, responding to his emotions. "I never asked for any of this. You could have treated me like a human being. You could have been decent. You chose not to. We took you in," Petunia whispered. Her eyes were fixed on the shadows, wide with terror. "We fed you, clothed you, gave you a roof, a cupboard." Harry laughed, and it wasn't a pleasant sound. "You gave me a cupboard. You told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. You let Dudley use me as a punching bag in Vernon." He stopped, struggling to control the rage building in his chest. The shadows were getting darker, thicker, responding to his anger. "Careful," the voice murmured. "Power requires control. Do not let it control you." Harry took a breath. Then another. Slowly, the shadows calmed, retreating slightly, no longer filling the entire hallway. "I don't know what's happening," he said, more quietly now. "But I don't think any of us are in danger as long as everyone stays calm." "Calm?" Vernon's voice cracked on the word. "You expect us to stay calm while this," a knock at the front door. Everyone froze. Harry turned, shadows swirling, and stared at the door. He could sense something on the other side. Someone. A presence that felt old and sharp and utterly unimpressed by everything happening inside this house. The knock came again. 3 precise raps. "The Dursleys will not answer that door," a woman's voice said from outside. Clear, cold, carrying easily through the wood. "The black air will." Harry didn't move. "How do I know I can trust you?" A pause. When the voice came again, there was a note of something that might have been approval. "You don't. But the shadows recognize me, don't they? Ask them." Harry turned his attention inward, to the darkness that had wrapped itself around him. He didn't know how to communicate with it exactly, but he tried, forming a question in his mind, pushing it toward the presence he could feel waiting there. "The Old One," the shadows replied. "Cassiopeia. Keeper of blood. She served the last true Lord. She will serve again." "All right," Harry said. He walked toward the door, ignoring Vernon's strangled protest, and opened it. The woman on the doorstep was ancient. Not just old, ancient, in a way that went beyond wrinkles and white hair. Her face was a map of lines, her back bent with age, but her eyes were sharp as broken glass and twice as dangerous. She wore black robes that looked like they belonged in another century, and she carried a silver-headed cane that Harry suspected was more weapon than walking aid. She looked at him for a long moment. Her gaze traveled over his face, his scar, the shadows still clinging to his shoulders. Then she smiled, a thin, sharp expression that had nothing to do with warmth. "Well," she said. "You certainly took your time." "I didn't know there was a schedule," Harry replied. Her smile widened fractionally. "Already better than the last 3 generations. I'm Cassiopeia Black. And you, child, are about to become very important." The blood test was performed on the Dursleys' front step while the neighbors' lights flickered on one by one. Cassiopeia didn't seem to notice. She drew a silver knife from somewhere in her robes, Harry didn't see exactly where, and gestured for his hand. When he hesitated, she raised one thin eyebrow. "I'm not going to hurt you, boy. The blood test requires 3 drops, no more. It will determine whether you are who the shadows believe you to be. And who's that? We'll see, won't we? Harry held out his hand. The knife was cold against his palm, the cut sharp and brief. 3 drops of blood fell onto a small piece of parchment that Cassiopeia produced from another hidden pocket. The blood hit the parchment and began to move. Harry watched, fascinated, as the red drops spread and shifted, forming themselves into words. Not English words, something older, more angular, letters that seemed to writhe on the page before settling into legibility. Cassiopeia read the results. Her expression didn't change, but something in her stillness shifted. She read them again. Then she laughed. The sound was rusty, like machinery that hadn't been used in years. It went on for several seconds, harsh and genuine, and when it finally stopped, the old woman was looking at Harry with something approaching wonder. The Potter and Black bloodlines, she said. Combined through Doria's marriage to Charles. We knew that, of course. But we assumed, she broke off, shaking her head. It doesn't matter what we assumed. What matters is what you are. Which is what? The first legitimate heir to the Black High Lordship in 312 years. Harry stared at her. The words didn't make sense individually, and they made even less sense together. The what? The House of Black is ancient, Cassiopeia said. She'd put away the knife and parchment, and was now studying Harry with unsettling intensity. One of the oldest magical families in Britain, certainly. But before there were Lords Black, before there was even a Wisengamot, there were the High Lords. The ones who made the first pacts. The ones who could command the shadows themselves. She gestured at the darkness still gathered around Harry's feet. You've already demonstrated the ability. Your blood confirms the right. What remains is the claiming. I still don't understand. You will. She turned to look at the Dursleys, still clustered at the end of the hallway, watching through the open door. Her lip curled. These are the people who've been raising you. They didn't raise me, Harry said flatly. They kept me alive because they were afraid of what would happen if they didn't. Cassiopeia was quiet for a moment. The shadows show you things, don't they? Secrets. Hidden truths. Harry thought about Malcolm's father and the woman in the shopping center. About the way he always seemed to know when Dudley was planning an ambush. About the things he heard at school, whispers that he shouldn't have been able to hear, about teachers and students and things happening behind closed doors. Sometimes, he admitted. That's the black gift. Among others. She turned back to him. You have a choice to make, Harry Potter. You can stay here, in this house with these people, and hope the shadows stay quiet. They won't, of course, now that they've awakened, they'll only grow stronger, but you can try. Or you can come with me. Learn what you are. Claim what's yours. Her eyes glittered in the darkness. It won't be easy. It won't be safe. The House of Black has enemies, and they've spent the last decade picking our corpse clean. They won't be pleased to learn there's a legitimate heir. Harry looked back at the Dursleys. At the cupboard door, lying splintered against the wall. At 9 years of a life that had never been a life at all. He turned back to Cassiopeia. When do we leave? Right now. She extended her hand. Take hold. The journey is unpleasant the first time. Harry reached out. Wait. Petunia's voice cut across the night. She had pushed past Vernon, was standing in the doorway, her face pale but determined. You can't just, he's my responsibility. Dumbledore said, Albus Dumbledore, Cassiopeia said, and her voice could have frozen fire, has no authority over the Black bloodline. He never did. Whatever arrangements he made for this child were made without the consent of the boy's magical family, and they are hereby rendered null. But the blood wards are already failing. Cassiopeia smiled, and it was not a kind expression. Why do you think the shadows woke tonight? The protection Lily Potter's sacrifice provided has been weakening for years. Another few months, and this house would have had no more protection than any other. Now, Mrs. Dursley, I suggest you go back inside and forget you ever had a nephew. It will be better for everyone. Petunia opened her mouth, closed it. For a moment, something complicated moved across her face, guilt, maybe, or grief, or just the relief of finally being rid of a burden she'd never wanted. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia, Harry said quietly. He took Cassiopeia's hand. The world twisted sideways, turned itself inside out, and when Harry could see again, they were somewhere else entirely. Black Manor rose out of the Yorkshire moors like a fever dream. It was huge, bigger than any building Harry had ever seen, a sprawling mass of towers and wings and parapets that seemed to shift and change when he looked at them directly. The stone was dark, nearly black, and the windows glowed with a faint silver light that had nothing to do with electricity. But it was the feeling of the place that hit Harry hardest. Power, ancient and vast, thrumming through the ground beneath his feet. The shadows here weren't just present, they were alive, aware, watching him with something that felt almost like anticipation. Welcome to Ravenhold, Cassiopeia said. The ancestral seat of House Black. You're the first Potter to stand here in 4 generations. Harry didn't respond. He was too busy staring. The manor sat at the center of a small valley, surrounded by standing stones that pulsed with faint light. Beyond the stones, the moors stretched to the horizon, empty and wild. The sky overhead was thick with stars, more stars than Harry had ever seen, more than he'd known existed. The wards recognize you, Cassiopeia continued. They've been waiting, just like the shadows. Every generation, they reach out, testing the bloodlines, searching for a worthy heir. For 300 years, they've found nothing. Until tonight. She started walking toward the manor. Harry followed, his eyes still moving over the impossible architecture. Why 300 years, he asked. The last High Lord was Sirius Black I. He died in 1687, and his death was, messy. Contested. By the time the succession disputes were settled, something had been lost. The direct line was broken. The High Lord's power, the shadows, the wards, the ancient pacts, went dormant. But my grandmother was a Black. Doria Black, yes. The daughter of Cygnus Black II. She was never formally acknowledged as a potential heir because she was female, and the Blacks of that era were hidebound fools who couldn't see past their own prejudices. Cassiopeia's voice was bitter. She married Charles Potter and was largely forgotten. Her claim was never formally extinguished, just ignored. And that claim passed to my father. And then to you. Cassiopeia stopped at the manor's front doors, massive things, twice Harry's height, carved with symbols that seemed to move in the starlight. Your father never knew. Doria died before she could tell him, and Charles didn't understand the significance. The Black family kept the secret, hoping the line would continue through other branches. What changed? They all died. Cassiopeia pushed open the doors. The main line, the secondary branches, everyone who might have had a claim. War, murder, madness, imprisonment. By the time the killing stopped, there were only a handful of us left. And none of us, she paused, something dark moving across her face. None of us can carry the High Lord's burden. Our blood is too diluted. Too weak. But mine isn't. Apparently not. She led him into the manor proper. The shadows woke for you. The wards respond to you. The blood test confirmed it. You are, against all probability, the legitimate heir to the House of Black. The entrance hall was cavernous, all dark stone and silver fixtures and portraits that watched Harry with undisguised interest. He could hear whispers from the paintings, questions, exclamations, demands to know who this child was and why he was here. Quiet, Cassiopeia snapped, and the portraits fell silent. I'll explain everything later. For now, we need to see Arcturus. Who's Arcturus? My brother. The current Lord Black, or what's left of him. She led Harry up a sweeping staircase, her cane clicking against the stone. He's been dying for the last decade. Sheer stubbornness has kept him alive this long. He wanted to see the house continue before he went. Now he might actually get his wish. They climbed 3 flights of stairs, passed through corridors lined with more portraits and display cases full of artifacts that hummed with power, and finally stopped before a set of ornate doors guarded by 2 suits of armor that Harry was fairly certain weren't empty. Cassiopeia knocked once. Brother. I've brought him. A long pause. Then, from inside, well. Don't keep me waiting. The doors swung open on their own. The room beyond was a study, or had been once. Now it was more sickroom than anything else, potions lined the shelves, medical equipment sat in corners, and the air smelled of herbs and something else, something that reminded Harry of autumn leaves and old books. A man sat in a high-backed chair by the fireplace. No, not sat. Survived. He looked even older than Cassiopeia, a skeleton held together by papery skin and visible willpower. His hair was white and thin, his eyes sunken in a face that had been handsome once, decades ago. But those eyes. They were sharp. Aware. They fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the shadows around him shiver. So, Arcturus Black said. His voice was like dead leaves scraping against stone. This is the boy. This is him. He doesn't look like much. Neither did you, once. Arcturus's lips twitched. It might have been a smile. Come here, boy. Let me see you properly. Harry walked forward. He could feel the old man's gaze like a physical weight, measuring him, cataloguing him, finding him wanting. When he reached the chair, he stopped and met those ancient eyes without flinching. You have her look, Arcturus said after a long moment. Doria. Something in the eyes. She was the best of us, you know. The smartest, the most talented, and we wasted her on political marriages and propriety. He laughed, a horrible sound that dissolved into coughing. Our own stupidity comes back to haunt us, as it always does. Cassiopeia told me about the High Lord claim, Harry said. His voice was steady. She said the shadows woke for me. That the wards recognize me. Did she? Arcturus's eyes moved to his sister, then back to Harry. And what else did she tell you? That I have a choice. That it won't be easy or safe. Ha. The old man leaned forward. She told you nothing, boy. You have no idea what you're walking into. The House of Black is a corpse, and we're all just maggots feeding on what's left. Our wealth has been stolen, our political power dismantled, our reputation destroyed. You're not inheriting an ancient family, you're inheriting a disaster. Then why does it matter if I claim the title? Arcturus was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, still harsh, still cold, but with something underneath that might have been respect. Because the title is the least of it, boy. The gold can be recovered. The politics can be rebuilt. What can't be easily replaced is the magic. He gestured at the shadows around Harry's feet. You've already begun to awaken it. The old gifts. The old powers. Things that haven't been seen. In this family for 3 centuries. The High Lord's power. Just so. Arcturus settled back in his chair. I've spent the last 50 years trying to find an heir who could carry that burden. We've tested every black bloodline, every possible descendant. Nothing. The magic refused them all. His eyes glittered. And then you come along. A half-blood raised by muggles, and the shadows wake for you like a dog greeting its master. Does my blood status matter? It matters to fools. Arcturus waved a dismissive hand. Magic doesn't care who your parents were. It cares about what you can do. And you, boy, can do things that would make my ancestors weep with envy. The question is whether you can learn to control them before they control you. Harry thought about the Dursleys' hallway. The shadows responding to his anger, growing darker and thicker the more upset he became. What happens if I can't? Then you'll destroy yourself and probably everyone around you. The High Lord's power isn't a gift, it's a partnership. The shadows, the wards, the ancient pacts, they all require balance. Give too much, and they'll consume you. Give too little, and they'll turn on you. Arcturus studied him. Sirius the First understood that balance. He maintained it for 70 years. When he died, no one else could find it. The power went dormant rather than bond with someone who would misuse it. And you think I can find it? I think the shadows wouldn't have woken if you couldn't. Arcturus's voice was flat. But thinking and knowing are different things. You might fail. You might die. You might go mad like so many blacks before you. A horrible smile crossed his face. But at least it won't be boring. Harry looked at the old man, at the ravaged face and sharp eyes and the years of bitterness etched into every line. He looked at Cassiopeia, standing by the door with her hands folded on her cane. He thought about the Dursleys' cupboard. About the whispers he'd heard all his life. About the shadows that had always felt familiar, even when he didn't understand why. What do I need to do? Arcturus laughed again, and this time it didn't dissolve into coughing. First, you need to learn. Everything: history, magic, politics, blood rituals. Cassiopeia will teach you the old ways. I'll teach you to think like a black. And then? Then we see if you're worthy of the title you're claiming. Arcturus's eyes were cold. There's no guarantee, boy. No safety net. You'll either restore this house or destroy it. Either way, his smile turned sharp as a knife. It'll be more interesting than waiting to die. They gave Harry a room in the East Wing. It was bigger than the Dursleys' entire ground floor, a sprawling space with a four-poster bed, a private bathroom, a sitting area with a fireplace that lit itself when he entered, and floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the moors. Everything was done in dark green and silver, the traditional black family colors, and everything was more luxurious than anything Harry had ever experienced. He hated it immediately. Not the room itself. The room was fine, more than fine, probably the nicest place he'd ever been. What he hated was the way it made him feel. Small. Lost. Like a fraud pretending to be something he wasn't. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at his hands. The same hands that had been scrubbing Aunt Petunia's floors this morning. The same hands that had reached for the shadows without knowing what he was doing. What am I supposed to do with this? He thought. The shadows stirred around him, not speaking this time, but present, waiting. He could feel them at the edges of his awareness, ready to respond to his commands. It should have been terrifying. Maybe it was, a little. But mostly it felt right. A knock at the door. Enter, Harry said, and was surprised by how natural the word felt. The door opened to reveal a house elf. Harry had never seen one before, but he'd read about them in the library books he'd snuck out when the Dursleys weren't watching. Small, spindly limbs, bat-like ears, tennis ball eyes. This one was ancient, its skin wrinkled like old leather, wearing a toga made from what looked like silk with the black family crest embroidered on it. Young master, the elf said, bowing low. Creature is being sent to see if young master is needing anything. Creature. Is being Creature's name, young master. Creature has served the black family for 117 years. Creature served young master's great-great-grandmother, and her mother before her. Harry studied the elf. There was something in its eyes, a sharpness that didn't match its groveling posture. This was a creature that had survived over a century of black family politics. It wasn't as simple as it pretended to be. I don't need anything right now, Harry said. But I have questions, if you're willing to answer them. Creature's eyes widened slightly. Young master is wanting to ask creature questions. You've been here longer than anyone else in this house. You've seen things. I need to understand where I am and what I'm dealing with. The elf was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, something shifted in its expression. The groveling servility faded, replaced by something sharper. Older. Young master is being clever, creature said. Not many masters is asking creature for wisdom. They is ordering and demanding and punishing. They is not asking. I'm not most masters. No. Creature's voice was thoughtful. No, young master is not. Young master is having the old power. Creature is feeling it. The shadows is listening to young master like they is not listening to anyone in many, many years. Harry filed that away for later consideration. Tell me about the house. The real history, not the official version. Who are the enemies? What happened to make the family fall apart? Creature climbed onto a footstool, settling into what was clearly a storytelling posture. The House of Black is being ancient, young master. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Ministry. The Blacks is making pacts with the dark, yes, but not evil dark, old dark. The shadows between stars. The void that is being there before the world. The High Lord's power. Just so. Creature nodded. For thousands of years, the High Lords is keeping balance. They is ambassadors between mortal magic and the old forces. They is protecting wizard kind from things that is lurking in the deep dark. And they is being powerful, so powerful that other families is fearing them. What changed? Sirius the First is dying. Creature's voice went heavy with grief. He is being the greatest of the High Lords, but he is dying without clear air. His sons is fighting, his brothers is scheming, and the power is going dormant rather than choosing. And the other families saw an opportunity. They is seeing many opportunities, young master. For 300 years, they is picking House Black apart piece by piece. Taking the gold, taking the seats, taking the influence. By the time Creature's first master is dying, there is almost nothing left. Harry stood and walked to the window. The moors stretched out before him, silver-gray under the starlight. He could see the standing stones pulsing with their strange light, feel the wards humming at the edge of his awareness. Who are the main enemies now? The Sacred 28 Coalition, Creature said. Led by Lord Knot. They is controlling most of what is being left of Black assets. Also the Umbra Covenant, but young master should not be speaking of them where anyone can hear. Why? Because they is not officially existing, young master. They is a secret society, hiding in the shadows of the Wizengamot. They is working for centuries to control magical Britain, and they is not liking competition. Creature's voice dropped to a whisper. They is being involved in the fall of the High Lords. Creature is certain of this. They is fearing what the old power can do. Harry turned back to the elf. And now I've come along and started awakening that power. Yes, young master. Which is meaning they is soon knowing about young master. And when they is knowing. Creature drew a finger across his throat. They is not leaving loose ends. The shadows in the room grew darker. Harry could feel them responding to his sudden tension, coiling around him protectively. Let them come, he said quietly. Creature studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the ancient elf smiled. Young master is being different from other Blacks, Creature said. Young master is having steel in his spine. Creature thinks perhaps the shadows is choosing wisely this time. You're not what I expected either, Harry admitted. The stories I read about house elves made them seem simpler. Stories is being written by masters, young master. Masters is not always understanding what is serving them. Creature slid off the footstool. If young master is not needing anything else, Creature should return to duties. But Creature will be watching. Creature will be remembering. Young Master is being the first person in 100 years to ask Creature questions. Creature will not be forgetting this. The elf disappeared with a soft pop. Harry stood alone in his room, surrounded by luxury he'd never known, facing enemies he'd only just learned existed, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. The next morning, or what Harry assumed was morning, the manor had no clocks he could find. He was summoned to the dining hall. He'd slept poorly, his dreams filled with whispers and vast dark spaces and something enormous watching him from an impossible distance. When he woke, the shadows around his bed had formed themselves into what looked almost like guards, dissolving back into normal darkness only when he sat up. The manor was a maze, but somehow Harry found his way to the dining hall without getting lost. He wasn't sure if it was instinct or something else, maybe the house itself was guiding him, shifting its corridors to take him where he needed to go. Arcturus and Cassiopeia were already seated when he arrived. The old man looked worse in daylight, or what passed for daylight, with the heavy curtains drawn, his skin nearly translucent, his breath coming in shallow rasps. Cassiopeia sat beside him, straight-backed and sharp-eyed, picking at a plate of eggs like they'd personally offended her. "Sit," Arcturus commanded. "Eat. We have much to discuss." Harry took a seat across from them. The table was massive, built for a family far larger than the 3 people currently using it. A place was set for him, fine china, silver cutlery, a napkin folded into an elaborate shape. Food appeared as he sat, bacon, eggs, toast, fresh fruit, more than he could eat in a week. "You met Creature last night," Cassiopeia said. It wasn't a question. He was informative. "He's a viper with a cloth draped over him. Loyal to the family, yes, but that loyalty is to the family as he defines it. Don't trust him with anything important until you've proven yourself in his eyes." Harry filed that away. "He told me about the Umbra Covenant." Arcturus's eyes sharpened. "Did he now? What did he say?" "That they've worked for centuries to control magical Britain. That they might have been involved in the fall of the High Lords. That they don't leave loose ends. Creature talks too much." But there was approval in Arcturus's voice. "Everything he told you is true. The Covenant is our most dangerous enemy, more dangerous than the Coalition, more dangerous than any single family or political faction. They operate in shadows, use proxies, never leave evidence. We've suspected their existence for generations but never been able to prove it. Why are they so afraid of the High Lord's power? Because it's the one thing they can't control." Cassiopeia set down her fork. "The Covenant's power comes from secrets, from manipulation, from turning people against each other. But the shadows don't respond to politics. They respond to blood and will and ancient pacts that predate anything the Covenant has built. A true High Lord could see through their manipulations, expose their agents, disrupt centuries of careful planning. So they've been systematically eliminating anyone who might claim the title. Eliminating. Corrupting. Discrediting." Arcturus's voice was bitter. "Why do you think our family's reputation is so tarnished? We weren't always the dark blacks, the blood-purest blacks, the mad and dangerous blacks. That narrative was constructed over centuries, pushing the family toward extremism, isolating us from potential allies, making it easier to pick us apart." Harry thought about the stories he'd heard at school, whispers about dark wizards and evil families and people who couldn't be trusted. How much of that had been manufactured? How much was propaganda? "What about the sacred 28 coalition?" he asked. Creature mentioned Lord Not. Abraxas Not. Cassiopeia's lip curled. "A snake in fine robes. He's been the coalition's leader for 3 decades, and in that time, he's managed to legally acquire nearly half of what used to be black holdings. Properties, artifacts, Wisengamot seats, all transferred through contracts, debts, and arrangements made while the house was weak. Can we get them back? Some of them. The goblins might help, they have no love for the coalition, and they hate seeing magical contracts twisted for political gain. But it will take time, resources, and political capital we don't currently have. Harry considered this. What resources do we have? Arcturus laughed, a harsh, painful sound. The boy asks the important questions. Cassiopeia. The manor itself, warded and unbreakable. A few remaining vaults at Gringotts that we managed to protect. Political connections that are strained but not completely severed. Anne, she looked at Harry. You. The first heir with actual power in 3 centuries. That's not much. No. Arcturus leaned forward, his ancient eyes burning. But it's enough. It has to be enough. Because if it's not, then 3,000 years of black history ends with me, a bitter old man dying in a house that's too empty, watching the last embers of everything my ancestors built go dark. The shadows around Harry pulsed. He could feel them responding to the emotion in the room, to his own growing resolve. Tell me what I need to learn, he said. Tell me what I need to do. I didn't ask for any of this, but I'm not going to waste it. Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You'll begin with Cassiopeia this afternoon. Blood magic, family history, the old rituals. You'll train every day until you can perform them in your sleep. In between, you'll study politics with me, the Wizengamot, the Sacred 28, the complicated web of alliances and enemies that makes up magical Britain. What about regular magic? Spells, wands, later. A wand will only limit you at this stage. The shadows respond to will, not incantations. Master that first, and wand magic will come naturally. Harry nodded slowly. It made a certain kind of sense. He'd never had a wand, never studied formal magic, yet the shadows had responded to him instinctively. One more thing, Arcturus said. His voice had gone quiet, serious in a way that made Harry pay attention. There are others who will want to find you. People who think they have a claim on your future. Albus Dumbledore chief among them. Cassiopeia mentioned him. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and probably the most politically powerful wizard in Britain. He also has plans for you. Cassiopeia and I don't know all the details, but we know he placed you with the Dursleys for a reason. He's been tracking you through magical means since you were an infant. Why? Because of what you survived, boy. The night your parents died. Arcturus's eyes glittered. The Dark Lord Voldemort came to kill you. He failed. No one knows exactly how, but you survived a curse that had never been survived before. That makes you valuable to people who collect valuable things. Harry's hand went to his forehead, to the scar hidden under his fringe. He'd always wondered about it. The Dursleys had told him it came from the car crash, but he'd known that was a lie. Dumbledore wants to use me. Dumbledore wants to control you. Whether that's using you or protecting you or shaping you into whatever he thinks you should be, I can't say. But he won't be pleased when he discovers you've slipped his leash. Let him be displeased. Arcturus's smile was sharp as a blade. Now you're starting to sound like a black. But don't underestimate him. Dumbledore is many things, manipulative, secretive, playing a game no one else fully understands, but he's not stupid. He won't confront us directly. He's too clever for that. He'll find other ways to pull you back into his orbit. Then I'll have to be cleverer. Yes. The old man settled back in his chair. You will. The training began that afternoon. Cassiopeia took Harry to a chamber deep in the manor's lower levels, a circular room carved from living stone, covered in runes that pulsed with faint silver light. The air was cold and still, and the shadows here were deeper than anywhere else in the house. Blood magic is the foundation of everything the Blacks have built, Cassiopeia said. She'd changed from her traveling robes into something simpler, black, practical, ancient. It's not dark magic, despite what the ministry claims. It's old magic. The first magic. Magic that was practiced before wands existed, before Hogwarts was built, before wizards and muggles were separated. What's the difference between blood magic and regular magic? Power source. Cassiopeia drew her silver knife, the same one she'd used for the blood test. Wand magic draws on the magical core inside you, channels it through a focus, shapes it with words and gestures. Blood magic draws on the life itself. The blood. The lineage. The accumulated power of every ancestor who came before you. She held up the knife. When you cut yourself for a blood ritual, you're not just providing a physical component. You're opening a channel to your bloodline. Every black who ever lived, every drop of magic they possessed, becomes available to you. That's why the old families guard their blood so carefully. That's why mixing with Muggleborns was considered dangerous, not because their blood was dirty, but because it dilutes the accumulated power. That sounds like blood purism. It sounds like magical theory. Cassiopeia's voice was sharp. The blood purists twisted it into something political, something hateful. But the underlying principle is real. A pureblood black can draw on 3,000 years of magical accumulation. A first-generation wizard can only draw on themselves. That doesn't make the Muggleborn lesser, it makes them different. Some of the most powerful wizards in history have been first-generation, because they weren't limited by ancestral patterns and expectations. Harry thought about this. So my blood status, being half-blood, gives you access to both the Black lineage and the Potter lineage, plus your mother's raw first-generation power. Cassiopeia almost smiled. Why do you think the shadows woke for you and no one else? You're not deluded. You're concentrated. 3 different magical traditions converging in one person. She gestured for him to sit in the center of the ritual circle. Harry complied, crossing his legs, trying to calm his nerves. We'll start with the simplest exercise, Cassiopeia said. Sensing your own blood. Close your eyes. Focus inward. Try to feel the magic running through your veins. Harry closed his eyes. At first, he felt nothing, just darkness and the cold stone beneath him. But as he focused, as he let his awareness sink deeper, something began to emerge. A pulse. Not his heartbeat, something else. Something that ran alongside his heartbeat, matching its rhythm but separate from it. A current of energy flowing through him, warm and dark and ancient. I feel it, he whispered. Good. Now follow it. Trace it back to its source. Harry let his awareness follow the pulse, traveling through channels he hadn't known existed. The current grew stronger as he traced it, and images began to flash through his mind, faces he didn't recognize, places he'd never been, moments of triumph and tragedy spanning centuries. He saw a woman with silver eyes standing before a vast dark ocean, speaking words that made reality shiver. He saw a man in ancient robes binding shadows to his will, laughing as armies broke against his defenses. He saw blood and fire and betrayal, families rising and falling, magic evolving and changing across millennia. And beneath it all, at the very bottom of the current, he saw something else. Something waiting. Something that had been waiting for a very long time. Hello, little lord, it whispered. I wondered when you'd find me. Harry's eyes snapped open. He was breathing hard, his heart racing, and the shadows around him were writhing like agitated serpents. What was that? He gasped. Cassiopeia's face was pale. She was staring at him with something that might have been fear. What did you see? I saw history. The Black bloodline. Generations of magic and power and, he stopped, swallowing hard. There was something at the bottom. Something alive. It spoke to me. The old woman was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. The pact. You actually reached the pact. What pact? The High Lord's Compact. Cassiopeia sat down heavily, suddenly looking every one of her 128 years. When the first black made his bargain with the void, he bound it with blood. Every High Lord since has been able to communicate with what's on the other side. It's part of the power. Part of the responsibility. What is it? What's on the other side? We don't know exactly. Something old. Something vast. Something that exists in the spaces between stars, in the darkness before creation. She met his eyes. Something that has been sleeping for 3 centuries, waiting for a High Lord worthy of treating with it. Harry thought about the voice in the darkness. I wondered when you'd find me. It knew I was coming, he said. It's been waiting for you. They all have, the shadows, the wards, the entity. The entire Black Legacy has been holding its breath for 300 years, hoping someone would come along who could carry it forward. And if I can't? If I'm not strong enough? Cassiopeia's laugh was bitter. Then the entity will take what it's owed by force. The pact promises power in exchange for service. If no one is able to serve, the power doesn't just go away. It builds. It accumulates. And eventually, it will break free, and nothing human will be able to stop it. The weight of what she was saying settled over Harry like a physical burden. So I don't actually have a choice, he said quietly. Either I master this power and fulfill the pact, or something catastrophic happens. There's always a choice. Cassiopeia's voice was firm. You could walk away. Let the pact collapse. Let the entity break free. It's not your responsibility, you didn't make this bargain. But if I walk away, people get hurt. Yes. Probably many people. Harry stared at the runes on the floor, at the shadows still swirling around him. He thought about the Dursleys, who had never wanted him. About the parents he'd never known. About a destiny he'd never asked for but couldn't escape. Teach me, he said finally. Teach me everything. Cassiopeia studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. We'll start with control, she said. The shadows respond to emotion, you've already seen that. Fear, anger, hope, they all manifest differently. Before you can direct the power, you have to understand it. Feel each emotion without letting it control you. Command the shadows without letting them command you. How long will that take? With a normal student? Years. Decades. She smiled thinly. With you? We'll find out. The weeks that followed blurred together in a haze of training and study. Harry's days began before dawn with meditation in the ritual chamber, learning to sense and control his blood magic. Cassiopeia was a brutal teacher, demanding, unforgiving, quick with criticism and slow with praise. But she was also effective. Within 3 days, Harry could summon shadows at will. Within a week, he could shape them into forms, weapons, shields, servants that followed his commands. The afternoons belonged to Arcturus. The dying lord taught Harry about the Wizengamot, the sacred 28, the complicated web of alliances and feuds that defined magical politics. He taught Harry how to read between the lines of a conversation, how to identify hidden agendas, how to turn an enemy's strength into a weakness. Politics is war by other means, Arcturus said during one of their sessions. The goal is the same, defeat your opponents, protect your interests, but the weapons are different. Words instead of spells. Alliances instead of armies. And the battles are never truly over. Every victory creates new enemies. Every alliance carries new obligations. It sounds exhausting. It is. That's why most people don't succeed at it. They don't have the patience, the endurance, the willingness to play games that span decades. Arcturus's eyes glittered. The Blacks used to be masters of the long game. We could wait for generations, nurturing grudges, building toward victories that no one else could see coming. That patience was lost along with the High Lord's power. You'll need to reclaim both. Harry absorbed everything, the history, the strategies, the thousand small details that made up political survival. He studied the coalition's members, learning their habits and weaknesses. He traced the Covenant's suspected influence through decades of Wisengamot records, finding patterns that others had missed. And every night, in his dreams, something watched him from the void between stars. The entity never spoke again after that first contact, or rather, it never spoke in words. But Harry could feel its attention, a vast and patient awareness pressing against the boundaries of his mind. It wasn't hostile exactly, but it wasn't friendly either. It was interested, in the way a scientist might be interested in an experiment. What will you become? It seemed to ask. What will you be able to give me? Harry didn't have an answer yet. But he was working on it. 6 weeks after his arrival at Black Manor, something changed. Harry was in his room, practicing shadow manipulation. He'd learned to create constructs that could move independently, carry objects, even speak simple messages, when he felt a shift in the wards. A pressure, like someone pushing against a locked door. He reached out with his awareness, connecting to the manor's defenses. The wards showed him everything, the standing stones pulsing with alarm, the boundary lines activating, something approaching from the east. Not an attack. Not exactly. The wards recognized the approaching presence as known, someone with black blood, someone who had a right to approach the manor. But they also recognized it as hostile. Harry pulled his shadows close and went to find Arcturus. He found the old man already in the entrance hall, standing straighter than Harry had ever seen him. Cassiopeia was beside him, her silver knife unsheathed and glinting in the dim light. Both of them were staring at the main doors. "What's happening?" Harry asked. "We're about to have visitors," Arcturus replied. "The coalition has decided to make their move." "How do you know?" "Because the wards recognize Lord Knott's personal sigil. He's brought representatives from at least 3 other coalition families. And he's brought..." The old man's voice trailed off, his jaw tightening. "He's brought my sister's granddaughter," Cassiopeia finished. Narcissa. The name meant nothing to Harry for a moment. Then he remembered, Narcissa Malfoy. The woman who'd married into one of the coalition families. The one who had been managing, stealing, Cassiopeia had said, black political seats for the past decade. "What do they want?" "They want to see you," Arcturus said. "They want to evaluate the threat. And they want to find a weakness they can exploit." "Should I hide?" "No." Arcturus's smile was thin and sharp. "You should show them exactly what they're dealing with." The main doors swung open. Lord Abraxas not entered first, and Harry understood immediately why this man was dangerous. He wasn't physically imposing, average height, average build, silver hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His robes were expensive but not ostentatious. His manner was calm, pleasant even, with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. But those eyes. They were empty. They calculated. They looked at Harry and saw not a child, not a person, but an obstacle to be measured and managed. "Lord Black," Knott said, inclining his head to Arcturus. "Thank you for receiving us on such short notice. We come in a spirit of friendship and cooperation." "Do you?" Arcturus's voice could have cut glass. "That's certainly one way to describe showing up uninvited with half the coalition at your back." Knott's smile didn't waver. "Merely a gesture of respect, my lord. The matter we wish to discuss is of great importance to all the old families. We felt it warranted a formal delegation." His eyes moved to Harry. "And this, I presume, is the child." "Harry Potter," Arcturus said. "Heir to House Potter and House Black. Great-grandson of my sister Doria." "Yes, we've heard the claims." Knott's tone was pleasant, dismissive. "A remarkable story, if true. A child raised by Muggles, appearing out of nowhere to claim one of the most ancient titles in magical Britain. Forgive me if I find it somewhat convenient." The shadows chose him, Cassiopeia said flatly. The wards recognize him. The blood test confirmed his lineage. What more proof do you require? Proof is such a flexible concept, isn't it? Not spread his hands. Records can be falsified. Rituals can be fooled. We've seen it before, pretenders emerging from obscurity, claiming connections that don't exist, exploiting the desperation of dying families. Harry felt his shadows stirring in response to his growing anger. He forced them to stillness, keeping his face carefully blank. You don't believe I'm legitimate, he said. Knott's eyes sharpened slightly at the calm directness. I believe that any claim of this magnitude requires thorough verification. Surely you can understand our caution. And what verification would satisfy you? There are rituals, of course. Proper ones, administered by neutral parties. The Wiesengemot has protocols for exactly this type of protocols you control, Harry interrupted. Administered by people you've appointed, with results you'll interpret however suits you. No. Silence fell over the hall. Harry could feel the shock radiating from the coalition representatives. Nobody interrupted Abraxas Knott. The old lord's smile didn't waver, but something cold entered his eyes. You speak very boldly for a child. I speak the truth. You don't want verification, you want leverage. If I submit to your rituals, I put myself in your power. You could deny my claim regardless of the results, and I'd have already acknowledged your authority to judge. Harry stepped forward. The shadows moved with him, pooling at his feet, rising around his shoulders like a living cloak. I don't need your approval, he said quietly. The magic has already chosen. The wards, the shadows, the blood, they all answer to me. That's not politics. That's not negotiation. That's fact. He let the shadows surge upward, filling the hall with writhing darkness. Tendrils of black reached toward the coalition representatives, stopping just short of touching them. He could feel their fear, sharp, acrid, delicious, and it would have been so easy to push further, to let the darkness show them what real power looked like. But he held back. Control. That was the lesson Cassiopeia had drilled into him over and over. Power without control was just destruction. This is what the shadows can do, he said. This is what I can do. If you want to challenge my claim, you're welcome to try. But understand what you're challenging. The shadows retreated, flowing back into the corners, leaving the hall in normal light. Harry stood calm and still, watching Knott's face. The old lord was pale. His pleasant mask had cracked slightly, revealing something ugly underneath. But he recovered quickly, his smile returning, thinner now, more forced. Well, he said. That was certainly impressive. Perhaps we were too hasty in our concerns. Perhaps you were. Still, the matter of House Black's assets remains. Regardless of your legitimacy, there are contracts in place. Legal agreements made in good faith during the House's difficulties. Agreements that can be reviewed, Arcturus said. Contracts that can be challenged. The goblins have agreed to audit all Black holdings. Any discrepancies will be addressed. For the first time, real anger flickered across Knott's face. The goblins have no authority over wizarding contracts. They have authority over the vaults where those contracts are stored. And they have a particular interest in ensuring that no one has been misrepresenting magical inheritances for personal gain. The implication hung in the air. Harry didn't fully understand it, but he could see from the coalition's reactions that it had struck home. Whatever schemes they'd been running, the goblins knew. And the goblins didn't forgive. This isn't over, Knott said quietly. A child playing with shadows doesn't impress me, Lord Black. And contracts don't break themselves, no matter how many audits you commission. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Arcturus gestured toward the door. The manor thanks you for your visit. It won't thank you for a longer one. The coalition departed in stiff silence. Only one of them lingered, a blonde woman in immaculate robes, her face a careful mask of aristocratic disdain. Narcissa Malfoy looked at Harry for a long moment. He couldn't read her expression, it was too controlled, too practiced, but something in her eyes made him pay attention. "Cousin," she said finally, her voice low enough that only Harry could hear. "I hope you understand what you've started today. I understand that I've made enemies." "Enemies?" She laughed softly. "You've made more than enemies, child. You've upset a balance that's held for decades. The repercussions will be extensive. Are you warning me or threatening me?" "Neither." Her eyes flickered to Arcturus and Cassiopeia, then back to Harry. "I'm telling you to watch carefully. Not everyone who appears to be your enemy is against you. And not everyone who appears to be your friend can be trusted." She swept out before he could respond, leaving Harry standing in the hall with more questions than answers. That night, Harry sat in Arcturus's study, listening to the old man wheeze through an analysis of what had happened. "Not will move against you," Arcturus said. "He can't afford not to. You humiliated him in front of his allies. That's not something a man like him forgives." "I know. He'll start with politics, challenging your legitimacy in the Wisengamot, questioning the blood test, demanding additional proof. When that fails, he'll move to economics. Pressure on anyone who does business with us. Threats against anyone who supports our claims. And when that fails..." Arcturus's smile was grim. "Then he'll try something more direct. An accident, perhaps. A tragic misunderstanding. There are ways to kill someone without leaving evidence, even magical evidence. Not knows them all. Then I need to move first." "No." Arcturus leaned forward. "You need to be ready to move first. There's a difference. Right now, you're an unknown. They've seen a glimpse of what you can do, but they don't know your limits. That uncertainty is a weapon. Use it." "How?" "By being unpredictable. By making them wonder what else you're capable of. By keeping them so busy watching you that they don't see what Cassiopeia and I are doing behind the scenes." The old man laughed, and for once, it didn't dissolve into coughing. "Politics isn't about power, boy. It's about perception. Make them believe you're more dangerous than you actually are, and they'll hesitate. Hesitation creates opportunities." Harry thought about this. Narcissa said something strange before she left. She said not everyone who appears to be my enemy is against me. Narcissa is Cassiopeia's great-niece. Black blood, even diluted by marriage, remembers its loyalties. Arcturus's eyes glittered. She's trapped in a political marriage, bound to a family that's been systematically dismantling everything her ancestors built. If you could offer her an alternative, she could be turned. Perhaps. Or perhaps she's playing her own game and would sell you out the moment it benefited her. That's the problem with allies of convenience, you never know when the convenience will run out. Harry nodded slowly. He was beginning to understand the shape of things, the overlapping alliances and enmities, the careful calculations that governed every interaction. It was like a vast chess game, except the pieces had their own agendas and the board kept changing. "There's one more thing," Arcturus said. His voice had gone serious, stripped of the sardonic edge he usually affected. "The display you put on today, the shadows, the power, it will have attracted attention beyond the coalition. The Covenant. Among others. But there's another player we haven't discussed yet. Someone who will be very interested in learning where Harry Potter has gotten to. Dumbledore." "Just so." Arcturus's face was grave. "Cassiopeia broke the tracking charms when she brought you here, but Dumbledore has other ways of gathering information. He'll know soon, if he doesn't already. And when he knows, he'll act. What can he do? I'm not at Hogwarts. I'm not under his authority. Dumbledore's authority extends far beyond Hogwarts." Arcturus shook his head slowly. He's the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation, and arguably the most powerful wizard alive. If he decides you need to be rescued from the dark influence of the Black family, he has 100 legal ways to make it happen. Then I need to make sure he doesn't have a reason to intervene. No. Arcturus's eyes were sharp. You need to make sure that if he does intervene, the cost is higher than he's willing to pay. That's the only language someone like Dumbledore understands. Harry sat in silence for a long moment, processing everything. The Coalition. The Covenant. Dumbledore. The entity in the void. So many enemies, so many dangers, and he was just a 9-year-old boy who had barely begun to understand his own powers. But he was also a Black. The first true Black heir in 3 centuries. And whatever happened next, he would face it on his own terms. "Teach me," he said. "Teach me everything I need to know. I won't be caught off guard again." Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the old man smiled, a genuine smile, not his usual sardonic smirk. "You'll either restore this house or destroy it," he said, echoing his words from that first night. "But either way, it won't be boring." "No," Harry agreed. "It won't be." Outside, the standing stones pulsed with silver light. The wards hummed with ancient power. And in the deepest shadows of Black Manor, something that had been sleeping for 3 centuries began to stir. The game had begun. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the weight of names. The knife bit into Harry's palm for the 17th time that morning. He didn't flinch anymore. The pain had become familiar over the past week, a sharp sting, then warmth, then the strange tingling sensation as his blood responded to the ritual circle beneath him. Cassiopeia stood at the edge of the chamber, arms crossed, watching with eyes that missed nothing. "Again," she said. "Your focus slipped at the 3rd sigil. I felt it complete. You felt it almost complete. Almost is the difference between a ward that holds and a ward that shatters when you need it most." She gestured with her silver knife. "Again." Harry let out a slow breath and began the ritual once more. The blood magic came easier now than it had those first fumbling days. He understood the theory. His blood was a key, unlocking the accumulated power of every Black who had come before him. Each drop he spilled in ritual wasn't lost, it was an investment, a connection, a thread binding him more tightly to his inheritance. But understanding and mastery were different things. He traced the first sigil with blood-wet fingers, feeling the stone drink it in hungrily. The second sigil. The third, and there it was, the slight waver in his concentration, the momentary flicker of his will. He pushed through it, forcing his focus to narrow, and felt the 4th sigil lock into place with a resonance that hummed through his bones. 5th. 6th. 7th. The ritual circle blazed with silver light. Harry felt the power surge through him, not his own power, but something older, vaster, the weight of centuries pressing against his mind. He held it, shaped it, directed it toward the purpose Cassiopeia had set, a simple ward of concealment, something that would hide a small object from magical detection. The light faded. In the center of the circle, a plain stone sat exactly where he'd placed it, but now it felt different, slippery to his magical senses, hard to focus on even when he was looking directly at it. "Better," Cassiopeia said. It was the closest she ever came to praise. "The ward will hold for perhaps a week before it needs renewal. A proper blood ward should hold for months, years if anchored correctly. But this is acceptable progress for a beginner." Harry stood, his legs cramped from kneeling. His palm had already healed, another benefit of the blood magic, accelerated recovery, but the phantom ache lingered. "How long before I can create permanent wards?" "Months. Possibly years. It depends on how quickly your blood adapts to the old patterns." Cassiopeia moved to examine his work, her fingers tracing the air above the concealed stone. "You have raw talent, more than I've seen in 3 generations, but talent without discipline is just potential. Potential means nothing. You've mentioned that. I'll mention it again until you believe it. She turned to face him fully. Today's lesson is over. Arcturus wants to see you. Something's happened. Harry's stomach tightened. In the 6 weeks since the Coalition's visit, every summons from Arcturus had brought complications. New political maneuvers to counter. New enemies revealing themselves. New layers of the vast conspiracy working against House Black. What now? He'll tell you himself. Clean up and go. Harry found Arcturus in his study, but the old man wasn't alone. A woman sat across from him, younger than Cassiopeia, though still old by any normal measure, with silver-streaked dark hair pulled back severely and a face that might have been carved from marble. She wore robes of deep purple, expensive and formal, and she held herself with the rigid posture of someone who had never relaxed a day in her life. What struck Harry most, though, were her eyes. They were the same gray as his own, the black family gray, but where Arcturus's eyes held bitter fire and Cassiopeia's held cold calculation, this woman's eyes held something more complicated. Pain, maybe. Or hope. Or both. Harry, Arcturus said. His voice was rougher than usual, the morning had been hard on him. Come in. There's someone you should meet. Harry entered cautiously, his shadows gathering close without conscious command. The woman's eyes tracked the movement, and something flickered across her face, recognition, perhaps, or memory. This is Andromeda Tonks, Arcturus continued. Nay Black. She was. He trailed off, grimacing. I was burned from the family tapestry 30 years ago, Andromeda said. Her voice was calm, measured, but Harry could hear the undertone of old wounds. I married a Muggleborn wizard against my family's wishes. My father declared me dead. My sisters pretended I had never existed. I haven't set foot in a black property since I was 18 years old. Harry looked between her and Arcturus. Then why is she here now? Because your claim changes things. Arcturus leaned back in his chair, the movement clearly costing him effort. As a High Lord claimant, you have the authority to reverse family judgments. Including disownments. Andromeda learned of your existence through channels, and requested a meeting. What channels? I have friends in the ministry, Andromeda said. When word began spreading about the black air, I made inquiries. What I learned was unexpected. Everyone's being very careful with their words, Harry observed. He moved to an empty chair and sat, keeping his posture relaxed even as his mind raced. Why don't you tell me what you actually want? Andromeda's expression shifted, surprise, maybe, or reassessment. Direct. I wasn't expecting that from a child raised by Muggles. The Dursleys taught me that polite conversation is usually just people looking for weaknesses. I'd rather skip to the point. The Dursleys. Something dark crossed her face. I knew Petunia, slightly. Lily's sister. I can imagine what kind of childhood you had. Then you understand why I don't have patience for games. Harry let a tendril of shadow curl around his wrist, casual, almost lazy. What do you want from me, Mrs. Tonks? She was quiet for a moment, studying him with those complicated gray eyes. Then, slowly, she nodded. I want to be restored to the family, she said. Not for myself, I made my peace with exile long ago. But for my daughter. Nymphadora is 17 now. She's about to enter the Auror program, and having the black name behind her would open doors that are currently closed. What doors? The ones that matter. The old families still control most of the ministry's upper levels. A Tonks will only rise so far. A black. She spread her hands. You understand politics. You wouldn't have survived this long otherwise. Harry glanced at Arcturus. The old man's face was unreadable. There's more to it than that, Harry said. You could have approached Arcturus directly. He's still Lord Black, he could restore you without my involvement. But you asked to meet me instead. Why? Andromeda's smile was thin but genuine. Because Arcturus is dying, and everyone knows it. Whatever he grants me could be revoked by his successor. But if the High Lord Claimant restores me, if you make it a condition of your own legitimacy, then it becomes much harder to undo. You want me to stake my political capital on your restoration. I want you to consider it. She leaned forward. In exchange, I'm offering something valuable. I know things, Harry. About the families, the ministry, the way power actually flows in magical Britain. I spent 18 years as a black and 30 years as an outsider watching from the margins. That perspective is rare. Arcturus and Cassiopeia have taught me plenty about politics. They've taught you the theory. They've taught you the view from the top. Andromeda's voice sharpened. I can teach you the view from the bottom. How people really think. What they really want. The motivations that don't appear in any political treatise. Harry considered this. There was something appealing about the offer. He'd felt the gaps in his education, the moments when Arcturus's aristocratic assumptions led him astray. Having someone who understood both worlds. There's another reason you're here, he said slowly. Something you're not saying. Andromeda went still. For a moment, her composure cracked, revealing something raw underneath. Yes, she said quietly. There is. Tell me. She took a breath. I have a nephew. His name is Harry Potter. He's 9 years old, and until 6 weeks ago, he was living in a cupboard under the stairs in a Muggle house in Surrey. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He had known, abstractly, that other people might know about his situation at the Dursleys. But hearing it stated so plainly, by someone who clearly understood exactly what it meant. How did you know? I didn't. Not until recently. Andromeda's voice was tight with controlled emotion. After you were placed with the Dursleys, Dumbledore sealed all records of your location. Even family members couldn't find you. I tried, believe me, I tried. Lily was one of my closest friends at Hogwarts. When she died, when you disappeared, I spent years searching. But you stopped. I was told you were safe. That you were being cared for. That any interference would endanger you. She laughed bitterly. I believed him. Dumbledore spoke with such certainty, such authority. And I wanted to believe that my friend's son was being protected, even if I couldn't see him. Harry felt the shadows around him growing darker, responding to his churning emotions. He forced them back with an effort. You couldn't have known. No. But I should have tried harder. I should have questioned more. Andromeda met his eyes directly. I'm not asking for forgiveness, Harry. I'm asking for a chance to make it right. Not because you're the Black Heir, because you're Lily's son. Because your family, even if the tapestry says otherwise. The silence stretched between them. Harry could feel Arcturus watching, evaluating, but for once the old man's opinion didn't matter. This was his decision. Tell me about my mother, he said finally. Andromeda blinked. What? My mother. You said she was your friend. Tell me about her. Not the official history, the real person. Something shifted in Andromeda's expression. The political calculation faded, replaced by something softer. Lily was brilliant, she said slowly. Not just magically, everyone talks about her magical talent, but genuinely brilliant. She could see connections that others missed, patterns in chaos. And she was fierce. Gods, she was fierce. When she believed in something, nothing could stop her. The Dursleys said she was worthless. A freak. The Dursleys were fools. Andromeda's voice hardened. Lily was one of the kindest people I've ever known, and one of the most dangerous when she needed to be. She didn't suffer cruelty, couldn't stand to see it, couldn't let it pass without challenge. It's what got her killed, in the end. She could have escaped that night. She could have left you and run. She chose to stand. Harry's throat was tight. Everyone says she died for me. She did. But not because she was weak. Because she was strong enough to face a monster and refuse to break. Andromeda's eyes were bright with unshed tears. You have her eyes, you know. The exact same shade of green. Every time I look at you, I see her looking back. The shadows had gone still around Harry. He felt something he couldn't name, grief for a woman he'd never known, rage at years of lies, and underneath it all, a fierce, burning pride. His mother had been strong. His mother had been brave. His mother had chosen to die rather than let him be harmed. He was her son. He would be worthy of her sacrifice. I'll consider your request, he said. His voice was steady now, controlled. But I won't make any decisions yet. I need to think. Andromeda nodded, accepting this. That's all I ask. There's one more thing. Harry looked at Arcturus, then back at Andromeda. You mentioned Dumbledore. You said he sealed the records of my location, told you I was safe. How much do you know about his involvement with me? More than I should. Less than I'd like. Andromeda's expression grew guarded. Why? Because I need to understand what I'm dealing with. Arcturus says Dumbledore has plans for me. I'd like to know what those plans are. I can tell you what I know. Andromeda glanced at Arcturus. But it might be better discussed privately. Some of it is sensitive. Arcturus stirred. The boy needs to hear everything. No more secrets. Even the prophecy. The word dropped into the room like a stone into still water. Harry saw Arcturus's face go pale, saw Cassiopeia, when had she entered, freeze in the doorway. What prophecy? Harry asked. Nobody answered immediately. The three adults exchanged looks loaded with meaning Harry couldn't interpret. Sit down, Arcturus said finally. All of you. This is going to take some time. The prophecy, as Andromeda explained it, had been made before Harry was born. The exact wording is sealed in the Department of Mysteries, she said. Only a few people have heard it in full. But the general content is known: a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times, would have the power to destroy him. And that child was me. There were 2 possibilities, actually. You and another boy, Neville Longbottom. But Voldemort chose to interpret the prophecy as referring to you. That's why he came to Godric's Hollow that night. That's why he tried to kill you specifically. Harry processed this slowly. So my parents died because of a prediction? Your parents died because a madman believed a prediction. Andromeda's voice was gentle but firm. Prophecies are tricky things. They only have power because people act on them. If Voldemort had ignored it, it might never have come true. But he didn't ignore it. No. And because he didn't, because he attacked you and failed, the prophecy has become self-fulfilling. Everyone in magical Britain believes that Harry Potter is destined to defeat the Dark Lord. That belief shapes everything: how the Ministry acts, how the old families position themselves, how Dumbledore plans for the future. That's why he wants to control me, Harry said. I'm not just a political asset. I'm a weapon. From Dumbledore's perspective, yes. Andromeda sighed. I don't think he's evil, Harry. I think he genuinely believes he's doing the right thing. But his right thing involves shaping you into a very specific kind of person. One who will follow his guidance, accept his wisdom, and ultimately face Voldemort on his terms. Voldemort's dead. Is he? Arcturus's voice was harsh. The body was never found. No one witnessed his destruction. All we have is a destroyed house and a baby with a scar, and Dumbledore's word that the Dark Lord was vanquished. Harry touched his forehead, feeling the raised line of the scar beneath his fingers. You think he's still alive? I think Dumbledore acts like someone preparing for a war, not someone who won one. The old man's eyes were fever-bright. Why else place you with muggles? Why else keep your location secret even from family? Why else build a narrative around the boy who lived unless he expects that boy to need to live up to it someday? The implications were staggering. Harry had known his life was complicated, known there were forces working around him, planning for him, treating him as a piece on a board. But this. If Voldemort is still alive, he said slowly, then the prophecy still applies. And everything Dumbledore does is about preparing me to face him. Or controlling you until you're needed. Cassiopeia had moved fully into the room, her face grim. Dumbledore is a chess player. He doesn't waste pieces. If you're destined to face the Dark Lord, he'll want to be the one directing that confrontation. Then claiming the Black title isn't just about family restoration. Harry felt understanding crystallize in his mind. It's about independence. If I'm Lord Black, High Lord Black, I'm not just the boy who lived anymore. I'm a political force in my own right. Now you understand, Arcturus said. This was never just about rescuing you from those Muggle relatives or giving you a family name. It's about giving you power. Real power, the kind that Dumbledore can't easily take away. And the Coalition? The Covenant? Where do they fit? The Coalition would happily see you destroyed if it meant protecting their stolen assets. They've profited from Black weakness for decades, they won't surrender that without a fight. Arcturus coughed, the sound wet and painful. The Covenant is more complicated. They fear what you represent, the old power returning, but they're also watching to see if you can be useful to them. If they can't control you, they'll try to destroy you. If they can control you, you become another piece on their board. And if I refuse to be a piece at all? Arcturus's smile was sharp as broken glass. Then you'd better be ready to flip the board. That night, Harry dreamed of stars. He stood at the edge of a void, not darkness, exactly, but absence. An infinite nothing stretching in all directions, punctuated only by points of cold light that might have been stars or might have been something else entirely. You've learned much, the voice said. It came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating in his bones. But you've barely scratched the surface. Who are you? Harry asked. He tried asking before, in other dreams, and never received a clear answer. I am what your ancestors bargained with. I am the space between. I am the price and the prize. The presence pressed closer, vast and curious. I am what you will become, if you're strong enough. What do you want from me? What do you want from yourself? Harry considered the question. It seemed to matter, the entity was waiting for his answer with an intensity that made the void feel smaller, closer. I want to be free, he said finally. I want to make my own choices. I don't want to be anyone's weapon or pawn or prophecy fulfillment. Freedom is expensive. Power is expensive. Everything worth having costs something. The presence seemed amused. Your ancestors understood this. They paid my price gladly. What price? Service. Connection. A bridge between worlds. The stars seemed to pulse. The High Lords were my emissaries. They walked between realms, spoke with voices that echoed in spaces beyond mortal understanding. In exchange, I gave them dominion over shadow and fear, over secrets and hidden things. And when there were no more High Lords, I waited. I am patient. Time means little to something like me. The amusement faded, replaced by something colder. But patience has limits. The pact was made. The debt accrues. Eventually, it must be paid. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the void's emptiness. What happens if it's not paid? Then I take what I'm owed. The pact binds both ways, your ancestors gave me access to your world, a foothold in mortal reality. If no High Lord maintains the boundary, shapes the connection, keeps the balance. The presence seemed to shrug, a vast and terrible movement. I am not evil, little lord. I am simply hungry. And without someone to feed me properly, I will feed myself. How do I pay the debt? Claim your title. Complete the ritual. Become what you were born to be. The stars blazed brighter. And then we'll discuss terms. Harry woke to darkness. His room was quiet, the manor's sounds distant and muffled. But the shadows around his bed were moving, swirling, forming shapes that might have been faces. Or might have been nothing at all. The debt comes due, something whispered. The debt comes due. Harry lay still until dawn, staring at the ceiling, thinking about prices and prophecies and the weight of names he hadn't chosen. Morning brought new complications. Harry was breaking his fast in the small dining room when Creature appeared with a crack, his ancient face twisted with something between excitement and alarm. Young master must come quickly, the elf said. There is being visitors at the gate. Important visitors. Lord Arcturus is already receiving them. Who? Goblins, young master. Goblins from Gringotts. Harry was moving before Creature finished speaking. Goblins didn't make house calls. For them to leave the bank and travel to Black Manor meant something significant, either very good or very bad. He found Arcturus in the entrance hall, accompanied by Cassiopeia and, surprisingly, Andromeda, who had apparently stayed the night. 3 goblins stood before them, dressed in the formal armor that marked them as senior officials. The one in the center was older than the others, his face seamed with scars and his eyes sharp as cut diamonds. Ah, the lead goblin said as Harry entered. The young claimant. I am Director Ragnarok, Chief of the Inheritance Division. We have matters to discuss. What matters? Harry moved to stand beside Arcturus, noting how the old man leaned heavily on his cane. A bad morning, then. Your blood has been registered in our records as a valid black heir, Ragnarok said. This triggers certain obligations. Gringotts holds assets in trust for the Black family, assets that have been inaccessible for 3 centuries due to the lack of a proper claimant. Inaccessible to who? To everyone. Ragnarok's smile showed too many teeth. The High Lord vaults were sealed by Sirius I before his death. Only a confirmed High Lord claimant can open them. The Coalition has been trying for decades, offering bribes, threats, even attempting to break in. We've turned them all away. Harry felt a surge of fierce satisfaction. The Coalition tried to rob the vaults. Repeatedly. Lord Nod in particular has been persistent. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. We've enjoyed refusing him. But that's not why we're here. Then why are you here? Because your registration triggered something else. A review of all Black family holdings. Ragnarok gestured, and one of his attendants produced a thick ledger. What we found was enlightening. The goblin opened the ledger and began reading. It was a litany of theft, properties transferred through fraudulent contracts, investments redirected without authorization, debts manufactured out of nothing and used to justify seizures. The Coalition hadn't just been mismanaging Black assets, they'd been systematically looting them for decades. The total value of misappropriated holdings exceeds 40 million galleons, Ragnarok concluded. This does not include interest, damages, or punitive assessments. Harry heard Cassiopeia inhale sharply. Even Arcturus, who rarely showed surprise, looked stunned. You're certain of this? The old man asked. Gringotts does not make accusations lightly. Ragnarok's voice was cold. We have documentation for every transaction. The Coalition's crimes are extensive and undeniable. Why tell us now? Harry asked. You must have known about this for years. We knew pieces. Suspicions. Ragnarok's eyes met Harry's directly. But we had no legal standing to act. The Black family was effectively dead, no lord, no heir, no one with authority to demand an accounting. Now there is. Me. You. The goblin's smile was sharp as a blade. As a registered heir, you have the right to demand full restitution. As High Lord Claimant, you have the right to invoke ancient remedies, penalties that haven't been applied in centuries. What kind of penalties? The kind that would ruin the coalition families. Completely and permanently. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry could feel the weight of everyone's attention, the goblins waiting to see what he would do, Arcturus watching with predatory interest, Andromeda's face carefully neutral. He thought about Lord Knott's smug smile, the barely concealed contempt in his eyes. He thought about decades of theft, of a family's legacy being picked apart by vultures. He thought about justice, and revenge, and the difference between them. "What do you recommend?" he asked Ragnarok. The goblin tilted his head, considering. A direct claim would be legally sound but politically dangerous. The coalition has allies in the Ministry and Wisengamot. They would fight, delay, obfuscate. You might win eventually, but it would take years and cost you much political capital. And the alternative? Selective pressure. Target the weakest coalition members first, the families that join for protection rather than conviction. Offer them settlements that let them save face while recovering your assets. Isolate the core conspirators. Then, when they're alone and vulnerable, strike. Divide and conquer. An elegant strategy that has served well for millennia. Ragnarok's teeth glinted. Of course, it requires patience. And opportunities. What kind of opportunities? The coalition is meeting in 3 days to discuss your emergence. Several minor families are nervous, they've benefited from black holdings, but they never expected to face consequences. If someone were to contact them privately, offer terms. You have names? Ragnarok's smile widened. Gringotts knows many things, young claimant. We also know how to be helpful to those who respect our expertise. Harry looked at Arcturus. The old man nodded slightly. We would appreciate Gringotts' guidance in this matter, Harry said formally. And we would be grateful for any assistance you might provide. Then we have an understanding. Ragnarok gestured to his attendants. I will leave our preliminary findings. Review them carefully, there are complexities that require attention. And prepare yourself. The coalition will not take this lying down. Neither will I. The goblin studied him for a moment longer, then inclined his head in what might have been respect. No. I don't believe you will. After the goblins departed, Harry retreated to the library. He needed to think, and the library was the best place for it, a vast space filled with books that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking, rearranging themselves based on some logic he hadn't yet figured out. The shadows here were comfortable, familiar, like old friends waiting to help. The Gringotts ledger sat heavy on the table before him. 40 million galleons. Properties, investments, political seats, an empire's worth of power, stolen piece by piece over decades. The coalition had been thorough, methodical, patient. They'd turned the Black family's decline into a feeding frenzy. And now Harry had the proof. The question was what to do with it. A direct attack was tempting. Expose everything, demand full restitution, watch the coalition burn. But Ragnarok was right, that would trigger a war Harry wasn't ready to fight. The coalition had too many allies, too many resources. They could bury him in legal proceedings while simultaneously working to eliminate him more directly. No. The smart play was patience. Pressure. Picking off the weak links until the chain broke. He opened the ledger and began reading. The details were staggering. The Knotts alone had acquired 3 Black properties through fraudulent debt claims. The Malfoys controlled 2 Wisengamot seats that should have reverted to Black management. The Lestranges had borrowed artifacts from Black vaults that somehow never got returned. And those were just the major players. Dozens of smaller families had participated, taking scraps while the giants feasted. Some were clearly pressured into it, threats from the coalition making cooperation the safer choice. Others had joined willingly, seeing profit in another family's decline. Harry made notes as he read, sorting families into categories. True enemies. Reluctant participants. Potential allies. By the time he was finished, he had a map of the coalition's structure, its strengths, its weaknesses, its fracture points. Impressive work. Harry looked up. Andromeda stood in the library doorway, watching him with an unreadable expression. How long have you been there? Long enough to see you're treating this seriously. She moved into the room, taking a seat across from him. Most boys your age would be dreaming of revenge. You're planning a campaign. Revenge is satisfying. Campaigns win wars. Andromeda smiled faintly. Who taught you that? Nobody. I figured it out. Harry leaned back in his chair. The Dursleys taught me that fighting back directly just makes things worse. You have to be smart. Wait for opportunities. Strike when they're not expecting it. And you think you can outmaneuver the coalition? Families that have been playing political games for centuries. I think I have something they don't expect. Harry let a tendril of shadow curl around his fingers. I think they've spent so long treating House Black as a corpse that they've forgotten what it was like when it was alive. That confidence could get you killed. So could caution. At least this way, I'm moving forward instead of just reacting. Andromeda was quiet for a moment, studying him with those complicated gray eyes. Then she reached into her robes and withdrew a folded piece of parchment. Before you make any decisions about my restoration, she said, I want you to see something. This is a letter Lily wrote me, 2 weeks before she died. I've carried it for 9 years. I think you should read it. Harry took the parchment carefully. The paper was worn from handling, the creases soft with age. He unfolded it and began to read. Andromeda, I don't have much time. Peter will be here soon for the Fidelius transfer, and after that I won't be able to write safely. But I needed to tell you something, just in case. If anything happens to me and James, Harry will go to Petunia. I know what you're thinking, believe me, I had the same thoughts. But Dumbledore insists the blood wards are the only way to keep him safe, and I can't argue with his logic. I just hope Petunia finds it in her heart to be kind. But if she's not, if something goes wrong, promise me you'll find him. Promise me you won't let him be raised thinking he's worthless. He's my son. He's brave and bright and so full of love, and if he grows up without knowing that he's loved in return. I know I'm asking a lot. I know your situation is complicated. But there's no one else I trust with this. The Blacks would use him as a political piece. Dumbledore would use him as a weapon. You would just, love him. That's all I want for him. Someone who will love him for who he is, not what he can do. I have to go. Kiss Nymphadora for me. And remember, whatever happens, you're my sister in everything that matters. All my love, Lily. Harry's hands were trembling by the time he finished. He set the letter down carefully, not trusting himself to speak. She knew, he said finally. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. She knew Petunia might not be kind. She hoped otherwise. Lily always hoped for the best in people. Andromeda's voice was thick with old grief. But she made me promise. And I failed her. I let Dumbledore's assurances blind me, and I failed her. You're here now. For what that's worth. Harry looked at the letter again, at his mother's handwriting, bold, decisive, slightly rushed. She'd written this 2 weeks before she died. 2 weeks before she stood between him and a monster and refused to break. She didn't want me to be used, he said slowly. By the Blacks or by Dumbledore. She wanted me to be free to choose. Yes. But I can't be free if I walk away from this. The prophecy, the covenant, the coalition, they won't let me be. If I don't fight back, they'll just keep coming. That's true. So the only choice is how I fight. Harry met Andromeda's eyes. I won't be Dumbledore's weapon. I won't be the coalition's victim. I'm going to be my own person, make my own choices, build my own power. And if that means claiming the black name and everything that comes with it, then that's what I'll do. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled, a real smile, warm and a little sad. Lily would be proud of you, she said. I hope so. She would. Andromeda reached across the table and squeezed his hand briefly. Whatever you decide about my restoration, I want you to know, I'm with you. Not because you're the Black Heir. Because you're Lily's son, and because I owe her a debt I can never fully repay. Harry looked at her, at the grey eyes that marked her as family, at the lines of a hard life worn into her face, at the determination that refused to fade despite decades of exile. I'll restore you, he said. You and your daughter. Not because it benefits me politically, because my mother trusted you, and that's worth more than any alliance. Andromeda's eyes were bright. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. This is going to get dangerous. I know. Her smile turned sharp. I'm rather looking forward to it. The next 3 days were a blur of activity. Harry met with each of the nervous coalition families identified by Ragnarok, private conversations conducted through secure channels, careful negotiations that danced around explicit threats while making the implications perfectly clear. The Selwyns broke first. They'd acquired a minor black property through a debt claim that Gringotts had flagged as questionable. Harry offered them a settlement, return the property and pay a modest fine, or face a full audit of their dealings with the coalition. They chose settlement, and quietly began distancing themselves from Lord Knott. The Burkes followed, then the Rolls, then the Carrows. Each capitulation weakened the coalition's foundation, eroded Knott's base of support, sent signals to everyone watching that the balance of power was shifting. You're moving fast, Arcturus observed during one of their strategy sessions. Perhaps too fast. Speed is an advantage while they're still off balance. Harry was studying a map of coalition holdings, marking the families that had broken and those that remained loyal to Knott. Once they realize what's happening, they'll consolidate. I need to do as much damage as possible before that happens. And if Knott retaliates directly, then he proves he's desperate. That helps us too. Arcturus laughed, a genuine sound that dissolved into coughing. You're learning. A month ago, you wouldn't have seen that angle. A month ago, I didn't know there were angles. Harry set down his quill. How are you feeling? Worse. The old man didn't bother to dissemble. The healers give me weeks, maybe a month. Not much time. To finish what we've started. Is there anything? No. Arcturus's voice was firm. I've held on this long through sheer stubbornness. But some battles can't be won. What matters now is ensuring the house survives after I'm gone. It will. Perhaps. The old man's eyes were heavy with age and pain. You've exceeded my expectations, boy. When Cassiopeia brought you here, I thought you'd be another disappointment, another pretender who couldn't carry the weight. I was wrong. You're not usually wrong. No. That's why this pleases me. Arcturus coughed again, the sound rattling and wet. There are things I should tell you. Secrets I've kept for decades. Soon, I won't be able to, then tell me now. The old man hesitated. For a moment, he looked almost vulnerable, a dying man facing the end of his road, wondering if his final gambles would pay off. The Covenant, he said finally. I know who leads them. I've known for 30 years. Harry went still. Who? That's the problem. If I tell you, you'll act on it. You'll try to do something about it. And you're not ready, not yet. The leader is too well protected, too deeply embedded in magical society. Revealing them prematurely would only make things worse. Then why mention it at all? Because knowledge is power, and you need to know that the knowledge exists. Arcturus's eyes were sharp despite his failing body. When the time is right, when you've built enough power, enough allies, enough leverage, I've left instructions for you to find. A record of everything I've learned. But not before you're ready. How will I know when I'm ready? You'll know because I won't be around to tell you otherwise. The old man smiled grimly. Trust the process, boy. Some secrets need to ripen before they're useful. Harry wanted to argue, to demand the information now. But he could see the wisdom in Arcturus's approach, even if he didn't like it. Acting on partial information against an unknown enemy would be exactly the kind of mistake that got people killed. Fine, he said. But I want everything else. Everything you know about the coalition, the ministry, the players, and their motivations. I want to be prepared when the time comes. That's the spirit. Arcturus pushed a thick folder across the desk. Start with this. It's my analysis of the coalition's internal dynamics. Who hates who, who's sleeping with who has secrets they'd kill to protect. Harry took the folder, feeling its weight. More information. More weapons. More pieces for the board. Thank you, he said. For all of this. For giving me a chance. Don't thank me. Prove me right. Arcturus's voice was fading, his energy visibly draining. Now go. I need to rest, and you need to prepare. The coalition meets tomorrow, and I suspect they won't take your recent activities lying down. The coalition's response came faster than expected. Harry was in the ritual chamber, practicing blood wards with Cassiopeia, when the manor's defenses suddenly flared. Not an attack, a notification. Someone was approaching with official ministry credentials. Aurors, Cassiopeia said, her face tight. 3 of them, with a warrant. What kind of warrant? We'll find out soon enough. They met the Aurors in the entrance hall. 3 of them, as Cassiopeia had said, 2 men and a woman, all wearing the red robes of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The lead Auror was a hard-faced man with suspicious eyes and a manner that suggested he expected resistance. We're here on ministry business, he announced without preamble. There's been a complaint filed regarding the illegal acquisition of a minor from Muggle Guardians. We're required to investigate. Harry felt his shadows stir. What complaint? An anonymous concerned citizen reported that Harry Potter, ward of the Dursley family of Surrey, was removed from his lawful guardians without proper authorization. The Auror produced a scroll. We have a warrant to verify the child's welfare and, if necessary, return him to appropriate care. Appropriate care. Cassiopeia's voice could have frozen fire. The Dursleys kept this child in a cupboard. They starved him, beat him, treated him as slave labor. That's your appropriate care. The complaint is a political attack, and you know it. Cassiopeia stepped forward, and even the Aurors flinched slightly. Who filed it? Who sent you here? The complaint was anonymous. Nothing is anonymous when the coalition is involved. She turned to Harry. This is Nott's response. He's trying to use the ministry to remove you before you can do more damage. Harry forced himself to stay calm. The shadows were swirling around him, responding to his anger, and letting them loose on Aurors would only make things worse. I understand you're doing your job, he said to the lead Auror. But I'm not returning to the Dursleys. I'm the confirmed heir to House Black, acknowledged by Gringotts and the family wards. I have a legal right to be here. You're also a minor who was placed with Muggle Guardians by order of the Chief Warlock. The Auror didn't look happy about his role, but he also didn't back down. Until that placement is legally revoked, the Ministry has authority over your care. Dumbledore. Harry felt a cold clarity settling over him. This isn't just about the coalition. Dumbledore's involved. I'm not at liberty to discuss, you don't have to. The Chief Warlock's placement is being challenged through official channels, and Aurors show up within hours. That's not coincidence. The Auror shifted uncomfortably. Look, kid, my name is Harry Potter, heir to the noble house of Potter and claimant to the ancient and most noble house of Black. You will address me appropriately. The words came out harder than Harry intended, backed by a pulse of shadow that made the torches flicker. The Auror's hands moved toward their wands. That's enough. A new voice cut through the tension. Andromeda stepped into the entrance hall, her bearing every inch the pure-blood aristocrat. Senior Auror Dawlish. It's been a while. The lead Auror stiffened. Mrs. Tonks. I didn't realize you were involved in this matter. I'm involved in many matters. Including the fact that this warrant is legally questionable at best. She moved to stand beside Harry. The Chief Warlock's placement authority doesn't extend to children with confirmed magical family connections. House Black has acknowledged Harry as heir. That supersedes any Muggle guardianship arrangement. The law is complicated, the law is clear. You're welcome to test it in front of the Wizengamot, but I suspect your superiors would prefer to avoid that embarrassment. Andromeda's smile was sharp. Especially when the alternative is simply verifying Harry's welfare and reporting that he's healthy, well cared for, and exactly where he belongs. Dawlish hesitated. Harry could see him calculating the political implications, the potential consequences, the path of least resistance. We still need to verify, he said finally. That's non-negotiable. Then verify. Cassiopeia gestured broadly. Search the manor if you like. Interview the boy. Confirm he's not being held against his will. But don't pretend this is about his welfare. We all know what it's really about. The verification took 2 hours. The Aurors were thorough, Harry had to admit. They inspected his room, questioned him about his living conditions, demanded to see medical records and educational plans. He answered honestly, letting them see the truth, that he was better cared for here than he'd ever been at the Dursleys, that he was receiving education and training appropriate to his heritage, that he was choosing to be here. By the end, even Dawlish couldn't maintain his hostile suspicion. The contrast between the cupboard under the stairs and Black Manor was too stark to ignore. The complaint appears to be unfounded, he said stiffly as the Aurors prepared to leave. We'll file our report accordingly. And the anonymous complainant? Harry asked. We'll be informed that their concerns were addressed. Dawlish paused at the door. For what it's worth, kid, I'm sorry about the Dursleys. That shouldn't have happened. No. It shouldn't have. The Auror nodded once, then left. Harry watched the door close behind them, his mind already turning to the implications. Not and Dumbledore, he said. They're working together. Not together exactly. Andromeda's voice was thoughtful. They have overlapping interests. Not wants you removed as a threat to the coalition. Dumbledore wants you back under his control. Neither knows about the other's full agenda, but they're happy to use the same tools. Then I'm fighting on 2 fronts. 3, if you count the Covenant. Cassiopeia's face was grim. This is what I warned you about. Move too fast, make too much noise, and enemies start coordinating. You've been effective, but effectiveness has costs. So what do I do? Stop. Hide. Let them win by default. No. Arcturus's voice came from the stairway. The old man was descending slowly, each step clearly costing him effort. You escalate. Brother, you should be resting, I'll rest when I'm dead. Which will be soon enough. Arcturus reached the bottom of the stairs and fixed Harry with his sharp gaze. They've shown us their playbook. Legal challenges through the Ministry. Political pressure through the coalition. They're fighting on terrain they control, using weapons they understand. We need to change the battlefield. How? The Wizengamot. Arcturus's smile was vicious. You're too young to claim the Lord's seat, but you're not too young to appear before the body as heir. File a formal petition challenging your placement with the Dursleys. Demand a full accounting of the decisions made about your care without family consultation. Force Dumbledore to defend his choices in public. That's aggressive. That's necessary. The old man coughed, steadied himself against the banister. Right now, this is a private dispute. The Ministry, the Coalition, they're comfortable because everything's happening behind closed doors. Make it public. Make them answer questions in front of their peers. See how coordinated they are when the spotlight's on them. Harry considered this. It was risky, far more visible than anything he'd done so far. But that visibility was also protection. It was harder to quietly eliminate someone when the whole Wizengamot was watching. When would I appear? The next session is in 1 week. I'll file the petition tomorrow. Arcturus's eyes glittered. It's time the wizarding world met the real Harry Potter. Not the boy who lived. Not Dumbledore's weapon. The Black Heir. And if it goes wrong? Then we adapt. That's what blacks do. The old man reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder, the first physical contact he'd ever initiated. You're ready for this. Trust yourself. Harry looked at Arcturus, at Cassiopeia, at Andromeda. His family, such as it was. People who had chosen to stand with him despite the risks. All right, he said. Let's give them something to talk about. The week before the Wizengamot session passed in a blur of preparation. Harry worked with Arcturus on what to say, how to present himself, which questions to anticipate. He practiced with Cassiopeia until he could control his shadows even under pressure, not letting them flare when he was angry, not letting them retreat when he was afraid. He talked with Andromeda about the Wizengamot's personalities, learning which members might be sympathetic and which were firmly in the Coalition's pocket. Narcissa Malfoy visited once, ostensibly to pay respects to her dying uncle. The conversation was laden with double meanings, but Harry picked up enough to understand that she was fishing for information while offering oblique warnings about Coalition plans. He gave her just enough to seem cooperative without revealing anything important. The night before the session, Harry stood at his window, looking out over the moonlit moors. The standing stones pulsed with their slow rhythm, and somewhere in the void between stars, something vast and patient waited. He thought about everything that had led to this moment. The cupboard under the stairs. The shadows waking. The blood calling to blood. 6 weeks of training in politics and revelation, building toward a confrontation he wasn't sure he could win. What would my mother do? He wondered. The answer came without hesitation: she would fight. She would stand up for what was right, even if it was dangerous. She would refuse to be anyone's pawn. He could do no less. When sleep finally came, Harry dreamed of light and shadow, of power and choice, of a boy standing at the edge of an abyss and refusing to fall. The Wizengamot chamber was everything Harry had imagined and nothing like it at all. He'd read descriptions in his studies: the circular room, the tiered seats, the ancient magic woven into every stone. But reading couldn't capture the weight of the place, the accumulated centuries of decisions and debates that seemed to press down from every direction. The seats were filling as he arrived. Wizards and witches in formal robes, representing the oldest families in Britain, watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility to carefully neutral assessment. Harry felt their attention like a physical force. Arcturus wasn't with him. The old man was too weak to attend, though he'd insisted on briefing Harry one final time before he left. Andromeda was present, seated in the gallery reserved for non-members, her face carefully composed. Cassiopeia stood at Harry's shoulder, a silent, intimidating presence. The chief warlock's seat was occupied by Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen pictures, of course. The long white beard, the half-moon spectacles, the twinkling eyes that everyone talked about. But seeing him in person was different. The man radiated power, not the cold power of the shadows, but something warmer, brighter, almost overwhelming in its intensity. Their eyes met across the chamber. Dumbledore's expression was grandfatherly, concerned, welcoming. Harry didn't trust it for a second. The Wizengamot will come to order. Dumbledore's voice filled the chamber without apparent effort. We have a petition before us today from the House of Black, regarding the welfare and guardianship of Harry James Potter. The petitioner may speak. Harry stepped forward. The shadows at his feet moved with him, and he saw several Wizengamot members shift uncomfortably. Honored members of the Wizengamot, he began, his voice steady. I come before you today not to ask for favors, but to demand accountability. A murmur ran through the chamber. Demand was not a word typically used by petitioners. 9 years ago, I was placed with Muggle relatives by order of the Chief Warlock. This placement was made without consultation with my magical family. Without verification that my relatives were suitable guardians. Without any follow-up to ensure my welfare. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began. I have not yielded the floor. Harry let a touch of cold enter his voice. The Wizengamot's own protocols guarantee petitioners the right to complete their initial statement without interruption. Or has that rule been changed? Silence. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or reassessment. Continue, he said after a moment. Thank you. Harry turned to address the full chamber. For 9 years, I lived in a cupboard under the stairs. I was told my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. I was starved, beaten, and treated as unpaid labor. All while the wizarding world assumed I was being protected. Another murmur, this one louder. Harry could see expressions shifting, doubt, anger, suspicion. 6 weeks ago, my black heritage awakened. The family shadows responded to my blood. The manor wards recognized me as heir. For the first time in my life, I learned the truth about who I am and where I come from. He paused, letting the words sink in. I'm not here to relitigate the past. The Dursleys' treatment of me is a matter for Muggle authorities. What I am here for is to ensure that no one, not the Chief Warlock, not the Ministry, not any individual, claims authority over my future without proper consultation with my family. The placement was made for your protection, Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle, reasonable. The blood wards were based on my mother's sacrifice, yes. I've learned about them. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. But blood wards don't require mistreatment to function. They require blood. I could have been placed with Muggle relatives who actually cared for me. I could have been monitored to ensure my welfare. Instead, I was abandoned. That is a serious accusation. It is a factual statement. Harry didn't look away. I was abandoned. Whether through negligence or design, the result was the same. A child left in an abusive household while his magical heritage was kept secret and his family connections were severed. Your magical family, Dumbledore said carefully, was hardly a suitable alternative. The House of Black's history is complicated, like every old family's history. Harry felt his shadows stir. But my grandmother was Doria Black. My claim is legitimate. And now that I've made contact with my family, I intend to stay with them. That's not negotiable. You're 9 years old, Mr. Potter. These decisions are mine to make, within the bounds of magical law. Harry turned to the chamber. I'm not asking the Wizengamot to validate my choices. I'm informing you of them. I am the Potter heir and the Black claimant. I will be raised by my family, educated in my heritage, and prepared to take my place in magical society. He let the silence stretch, then added, any attempt to interfere with these plans will be treated as an attack on House Black. And I trust one don't need to remind anyone what happens when someone attacks an ancient house. The shadows at his feet surged upward, briefly darkening the entire chamber before settling back. It was a threat, naked and unmistakable, and Harry saw fear flicker across several faces. "This is not a productive approach," Dumbledore said. His voice had lost some of its warmth. "Threats against the Wizengamot, no threats were made against the Wizengamot." Harry's voice was ice. "I simply stated what would happen if someone attacked my house. That's not a threat. That's a promise. Young man, furthermore." Harry raised his voice, overriding Dumbledore. "I'm aware that certain parties have been filing complaints with the Ministry, attempting to have me removed from Black Manor and returned to the Dursleys. These complaints are malicious, politically motivated, and will be treated as hostile acts." He turned to look directly at Lord Nott, seated among the coalition members. The old man's face was a mask of controlled fury. "If anyone in this chamber has concerns about my welfare, I invite them to visit Black Manor and see for themselves how I'm being treated. Genuine concern will be welcomed. Political harassment will not." The chamber erupted in murmurs. Harry could see members arguing, debating, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. A 9-year-old boy, standing before the most powerful body in magical Britain and essentially telling them to mind their own business. "Order." Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise. "Order, please." Slowly, the chamber quieted. Dumbledore turned to Harry, and for a moment, the grandfatherly mask slipped. Underneath was something harder, more calculating. "Your petition is noted," he said. "The Wizengamot will take it under advisement. In the meantime, I strongly suggest you consider whether confrontation is truly the path you wish to take." "I've considered it." Harry met his gaze without flinching. "Confrontation isn't my first choice. But I won't be passive while others try to control my life. If that makes me difficult, so be it." "Very well." Dumbledore's voice was neutral. "The petition is received. This session is adjourned." Harry turned and walked out of the chamber, Cassiopeia at his side, shadows trailing behind him like a cape. He could feel every eye on him, could hear the whispers starting as the doors closed. He'd made his statement. Now he'd have to live with the consequences. The aftermath was everything Arcturus had predicted. The Daily Prophet ran the story the next morning: "Boy who lived confronts Wizengamot, demands accountability for childhood mistreatment." The article was surprisingly balanced, likely because the reporter had been genuinely horrified by the details of Harry's treatment at the Dursleys. Public opinion shifted almost overnight. Letters flooded the Ministry demanding investigations. Parents who had children at Hogwarts questioned whether Dumbledore could be trusted with their welfare. The Coalition's attempts to frame Harry as a dark wizard being controlled by the Black family fell flat against the image of a mistreated orphan standing up for himself. "You've won the first battle," Arcturus said when Harry reported on the public response. "But it's only the first. Nott won't give up, and Dumbledore. Dumbledore is playing a longer game. What do you think he'll do?" "Nothing obvious. Nothing that can be traced back to him." The old man coughed, the sound worse than ever. "He'll work through proxies, apply subtle pressure, wait for you to make a mistake. That's his style, patience and manipulation, letting others do his dirty work while he maintains his image. Then I'll have to be more patient." "Yes." Arcturus's eyes were fading, but his mind was still sharp. "And you'll have to be ready for what comes next. The Covenant won't ignore this. They'll see you as a growing threat, a black heir with political momentum and the shadows at his command. They'll move against you. Let them." Harry felt the darkness stir around him. "I'm not the scared boy they expected. I'm not anyone's pawn." "No." Arcturus smiled weakly. "No, you're not. You're something new. Something they don't know how to handle." His eyes closed, exhaustion finally claiming him. Harry watched the old man sleep, seeing how thin he'd become, how fragile. "Weeks," the healer said. "Maybe less." "I won't let this be for nothing," Harry thought. "I won't let them win." Outside, the sun was setting over the moors, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. The standing stones pulsed their slow rhythm, and somewhere in the depths of the manor, ancient magic stirred. The game was far from over. But Harry was learning to play. And sooner or later, his enemies would learn what happened when a black stopped being patient. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Enemies and Almost Allies. The duel invitation arrived by Black Owl at precisely midnight. Harry was in the library when Creature appeared with the letter. The ancient elf's face twisted in an expression Harry had learned to read as barely contained excitement. The parchment was heavy, expensive, sealed with the Malfoy crest in silver wax. "Young master should be reading carefully," Creature said. "Is being formal challenge. Very old magic. Very binding." Harry broke the seal and read, "To Harry James Potter, claimant to the House of Black, you have insulted the honor of House Malfoy through your false claims and political machinations. As is my right under the ancient laws, I challenge you to a duel of honor to be conducted at the time and place of your choosing. Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the noble house of Malfoy." Harry read it twice, then laughed. "Something is amusing, young master. Draco Malfoy is 11 years old. He's challenging me to a formal duel." Harry shook his head. "This isn't his idea. Someone put him up to it. Is being trap," Creature agreed. "But is also being opportunity. Old laws is clear, challenged party is choosing terms. Young master could be making this very interesting." Harry considered the letter again. Creature was right. Under the ancient dueling codes, the challenged party had significant advantages. They chose the location, the timing, the specific rules of engagement. A smart challenger would never invoke formal protocols against someone who understood how to exploit them. Which meant either Draco was ignorant of what he'd done, or whoever was pulling his strings wanted Harry to accept. "Get me Cassiopeia," Harry said. "And see if Arcturus is awake. This needs discussion." Cassiopeia's reaction was immediate and sharp. "It's a Covenant move," she said, studying the letter with narrowed eyes. "The Malfoys are coalition, not Covenant, but someone's using the boy as a proxy. If you refuse, you look weak. If you accept and hurt him, you look like a monster attacking a child. If you accept and lose. I won't lose. Confidence is admirable. Overconfidence gets people killed." Cassiopeia set down the letter. "Draco Malfoy has been trained since birth. Formal dueling, etiquette, the proper forms. He may be young, but he's not helpless. Neither am I. No. But you're also not trained in formal dueling. Blood magic, shadow manipulation, raw power, yes. The specific protocols of wizarding combat? That's different." Harry absorbed this. She was right, of course. His training had focused on the Black family's unique gifts, not the standardized magical combat that most purebloods learn from childhood. "Then teach me," he said. "We have time, I choose when the duel happens. Give me a week." "A week won't make you an expert." "I don't need to be an expert. I need to be good enough to win." Cassiopeia studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled, that thin, sharp expression that meant she was genuinely pleased. "You're thinking like a Black," she said. "Fine. We'll start tomorrow. But understand, this won't be gentle. I don't have time to coddle you. I wouldn't expect anything else." The training was brutal. Cassiopeia had procured practice wands, temporary focuses that would let Harry cast standard spells without committing to a permanent wand bond. They worked in the manor's dueling chamber, a long room with reinforced walls and floors that could absorb significant magical damage. "Formal dueling has rules," Cassiopeia explained on the first day. "Specific sequences, allowed spells, prohibited actions. You'll need to know them, even if you don't plan to follow them exactly." "Why would I follow rules that help my opponent?" "Because breaking them has consequences." Social consequences, political consequences, sometimes magical consequences. She raised her practice wand. But there's a difference between breaking rules and bending them. That's what I'm going to teach you. The first lesson was movement. Harry had assumed dueling was about standing still and throwing spells, but Cassiopeia quickly disabused him of that notion. A stationary target is a dead target. Movement creates opportunities, forces your opponent to adjust, buys you time to think. She demonstrated, flowing through a series of steps that seemed almost like dancing. The formal dueling stance is a starting position, nothing more. Once spells start flying, everything becomes fluid. Harry practiced until his legs ached, learning to move without thinking, to shift his weight and change direction in the space between heartbeats. It was harder than it looked. His body wanted to root itself, to find stability, but gradually, the movements became more natural. The second lesson was timing. Most duels are decided in the first exchange, Cassiopeia said. The person who acts first has the initiative. The person who reacts is always playing catch-up. She launched a stunner at him without warning. Harry barely dodged it. But acting first isn't the same as attacking first. Sometimes the best first move is making your opponent think you're going to attack, then countering what they do. This was more intuitive for Harry. Years of surviving the Dursleys had taught him to read people, to anticipate violence, to position himself for the best possible response. He'd never thought of it as combat training, but the skills transferred. The third lesson was the spells themselves. You have 3 days to learn the basics, Cassiopeia said, presenting him with a list. Shield charm, disarming charm, stunning spell, binding curse. These are the foundations. Everything else builds on them. Harry threw himself into the study with desperate intensity. The spells came easier than he'd expected, his raw magical power compensated for his lack of formal training, but precision was a challenge. His stunners hit hard but scattered wide. His shields held but drained his energy too quickly. His disarming charm worked inconsistently. You're forcing it, Cassiopeia observed during one practice session. Trying to overpower the spells instead of guiding them. I don't know any other way. Then learn. She lowered her wand. Magic isn't about force. It's about intent, focus, will. You have tremendous will. I've seen what you can do with the shadows. Apply that same precision to wand magic. Harry tried again. This time, instead of pushing power into the spell, he focused on what he wanted to happen, the specific outcome, the exact result. The disarming charm leapt from his wand and struck the target dead center. Better, Cassiopeia said. Again. By the end of the week, Harry wasn't an expert. But he was competent. Good enough to hold his own against a trained opponent, especially if that opponent underestimated him. Which Draco Malfoy almost certainly would. Harry sent his response on the 7th day. To Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the noble house of Malfoy, I accept your challenge. The duel will take place at Black Manor, 3 days hence, at noon. Standard. Protocols will apply with the following modifications: no seconds, no lethal force, no interference from observers. I look forward to educating you about the cost of hollow challenges. Harry James Potter, heir to the noble house of Potter, claimant to the ancient and most noble house of Black. The response came within hours, a curt acceptance, the handwriting shakier than the original challenge. Harry smiled when he read it. Draco was nervous. Good. You're sure about this? Andromeda asked when he told her the news. She'd been staying at the manor since her initial visit, helping with political strategy and providing a perspective the Born Blacks couldn't offer. Draco is my nephew. I'd rather not see either of you hurt. I don't plan to hurt him. Just teach him a lesson. Those aren't always different things. Harry considered this. What's he like? Really, not the political mask. Andromeda sighed. Spoiled. Arrogant. Desperate for his father's approval and terrified of disappointing him. She paused. But there's something else underneath. I've seen it at family gatherings, when he thinks no one's watching. He's not happy, Harry. He's playing a role, just like the rest of us. He just doesn't know there's an alternative. You think he can be reached? I think he's young enough to change. Whether he will. She shook her head. That depends on what happens in the next few days. And on you. The day of the duel arrived under grey skies and a cold wind. Harry had chosen the manor's formal dueling ground, a circle of ancient stones on the eastern lawn, enchanted centuries ago to contain magical combat. The space was traditional, appropriate for a formal challenge, but it was also his territory. The shadows here knew him, responded to him, would come to his aid if needed. Not that he planned to need them. This duel would be won the proper way, or not at all. Draco arrived with his mother. Narcissa Malfoy swept into the manor like she owned it, her pure-blood arrogance on full display. But Harry caught the worried glances she threw at her son, the subtle tension in her shoulders. Whatever game was being played here, she wasn't entirely comfortable with it. Draco himself looked pale but determined. He wore formal dueling robes, black with silver trim, probably worth more than everything Harry had owned at the Dursleys, and carried himself with the rigid posture of someone trying very hard to appear confident. "Potter," he said by way of greeting. His voice cracked slightly on the word. "Malfoy." Harry kept his tone neutral. "I'm surprised your handlers let you come. This would be a dangerous place for an accident to happen." Draco's eyes narrowed. "I don't have handlers." "Of course not. You just spontaneously decided to challenge someone to a formal duel based on insults that were never actually made. That's completely normal behavior for an 11-year-old. You've been attacking my family, I've been reclaiming assets that were stolen from House Black. If your family happened to be holding some of those assets." Harry shrugged. "That's not an attack. That's justice." "Justice." Draco's sneer was remarkably similar to his father's. "You're a half-blood raised by muggles. You don't know the first thing about our world, our traditions, I know that your father has spent the last decade profiting from another family's misfortune. I know that the traditions you're defending are just excuses for theft and exploitation." Harry let a cold smile touch his face. "And I know that you're here because someone convinced you that challenging me was a good idea." "It wasn't." Draco's hand twitched toward his wand. "We'll see about that." "Yes. We will." The duel began at the stroke of noon. Cassiopeia served as arbiter, her voice cutting through the cold air as she recited the protocols. Standard rules: non-lethal force, first to yield or be incapacitated. Harry listened with half his attention, the rest focused on his opponent. Draco was scared. He was hiding it well, but Harry could read the signs, the too quick breathing, the slight tremor in his wand hand, the way his eyes kept darting to his mother in the crowd of observers. He was a boy playing at being a man, in over his head and starting to realize it. Good, Harry thought. Fear makes people stupid. "Begin," Cassiopeia called. Draco moved first, exactly as Harry expected. A stunner, well aimed, backed by decent power. Formal training, formal response, predictable. Harry sidestepped, letting the spell pass harmlessly, and didn't counterattack. He wanted to see what Draco would do with an opponent who wouldn't engage. The answer was, panic slightly and throw more spells. The next 30 seconds were a barrage, stunners, disarmers, even a binding curse that showed real skill. Draco was trained, no question. His form was excellent, his spell selection appropriate. Against most opponents his age, he would have won easily. But Harry wasn't most opponents. He moved through the attacks like water around stones, never quite where Draco expected, never giving him a clean target. The formal dueling footwork Cassiopeia had taught him merged with his instinctive evasion skills, creating something fluid and unpredictable. "Stop running!" Draco shouted, frustration bleeding into his voice. Fight me. Harry stopped. For a moment, they faced each other across the dueling circle. Draco was breathing hard, his face flushed with exertion and anger. Harry was barely winded. Is that what you want? Harry asked quietly. A real fight? I want you to, Harry attacked. Not with spells, with shadows. They erupted from the stones around him, surging toward Draco in a wave of darkness. Not to hurt him, just to overwhelm, to demonstrate the gap between them. Draco's shield charm shattered on impact. He stumbled backward, eyes wide with shock, and Harry was on him before he could recover. The disarming charm was textbook perfect. Draco's wand spun out of his grip, landing in Harry's outstretched hand. A moment later, shadows coiled around the other boy's arms and legs, holding him immobile. Yield, Harry said. Draco's face was white with terror. The shadows were cold against his skin, darker than anything he'd ever experienced. He could feel them pressing, testing, hungry for something he couldn't name. Yield, Harry repeated. Or I'll show you what else I can do. I yield. The words came out strangled, barely audible. I yield. Harry released the shadows. They retreated into the stones, leaving Draco gasping on his knees. The whole exchange had taken less than a minute. The duel is concluded, Cassiopeia announced. Harry Potter is the victor. Harry looked down at his defeated opponent. Draco was shaking, tears of humiliation threatening to spill. His perfect robes were dirty, his careful composure shattered. A month ago, Harry might have felt satisfaction at that sight. Now he just felt tired. He held out the captured wand, offering it handle first. Here. Draco stared at him. What? Your wand. Take it. You're giving it back. I don't need your wand. I don't need to humiliate you any further. Harry crouched down, putting himself at eye level with the other boy. Listen to me, Draco. I don't know who convinced you this challenge was a good idea, but they were using you. You were supposed to either beat me and give them a political victory, or lose badly and give them a sympathetic victim. Either way, you were a tool. That's not, it is. And somewhere inside, you know it is. Harry's voice softened slightly. You're not my enemy. You're a kid, same as me, caught up in games older people are playing. The question is whether you're going to keep being their piece, or start playing your own game. He stood, leaving the wand on the ground between them. Think about it, he said. And when you're ready to have a real conversation, not a duel, not a political maneuver, just talking, you know where to find me. He turned and walked away, leaving Draco Malfoy on his knees in the dueling circle, surrounded by the echoes of a choice he didn't know how to make. Narcissa caught up to him in the entrance hall. That was either very clever or very stupid, she said without preamble. I can't decide which. Maybe both. Harry didn't slow down. Your son was being used. You know it as well as I do. My son was defending family honor, your son was a pawn in someone else's scheme. Harry stopped and faced her. Who put him up to it? Not someone from the Covenant. I know it wasn't Lucius, he's too smart to risk his heir in a fight he might lose. Narcissa's face was unreadable. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a terrible liar. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, maybe, or grudging respect. I'm an excellent liar. You're just better at reading people than most. So tell me the truth. Who sent Draco against me? Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. Harry could see her calculating, risks and benefits, secrets and revelations, the endless dance of pure-blood politics. I don't know who originated the idea, she said finally. The suggestion came through Draco's tutors, who received it from contacts in the ministry, who probably received it from somewhere else. The trail was carefully obscured. But you have suspicions. I have suspicions about many things. Acting on them without proof would be dangerous. She met his eyes directly. You showed mercy today. That was unexpected. Mercy is a strategy. Sometimes. Yes. It is. Narcissa's expression shifted slightly, not quite softening, but losing some of its edge. My son is not a bad person, Harry Potter. He's been raised with certain expectations, surrounded by certain influences. It's not entirely his fault that he's become what he's become. He can change. Perhaps. If someone gives him a reason to. She paused. If someone shows him that there's another way to live. Is that what you're asking me to do? I'm not asking anything. I'm observing. Narcissa smoothed her robes, preparing to leave. Whatever happens next, I want you to know, the duel satisfied honor. My family has no further quarrel with you, at least not officially. And unofficially? Her smile was thin. Unofficially, you've made a great many enemies today. Some of them will try to kill you. Some of them will try to use you. And some of them. She glanced toward the door, where Draco was waiting with visible impatience. Some of them might surprise you. She swept out without another word, collecting her son and departing through the main gates. Harry watched them go, his mind churning with implications. The duel had been a test. Not of his combat abilities, those were almost secondary, but of his character. Someone wanted to see how he'd handle a situation designed to make him look bad regardless of outcome. He'd chosen a third option. Show strength without cruelty. Win without destroying. Offer an alternative to the endless cycle of revenge and recrimination. Whether it would work remained to be seen. The assassination attempt came 2 days later. Harry was in the lower vaults, cataloging artifacts that had been sealed since his great-grandmother's time, when the wards screamed. Not the subtle notification he'd felt when the Aurors visited, or the gentle pulse that announced friendly arrivals. This was a shriek of alarm, a magical klaxon warning of hostile intrusion. He was moving before the echoes faded, shadows gathering around him instinctively. The vault door sealed itself behind him as he ran, the manor's defenses activating in response to his elevated heartbeat. Creature, he shouted. The elf appeared beside him, expression grim. Intruders, young master. 3 of them. They is breaking through the outer wards. How? Dark magic, young master. Very old. Creature is not recognizing the signature. That was bad. Creature had seen more dark magic than most people knew existed. If even he couldn't identify it. Where are Cassiopeia and Andromeda? Lady Cassiopeia is engaging in the East Wing. Mrs. Tonks is securing Lord Arcturus. Good. Get them to the safe room if things go badly. Harry reached the main staircase and paused, extending his senses through the shadows that permeated the manor. I'll handle the intruders. Young master should not be fighting alone, I'm not alone. Harry smiled grimly. I have the house. He descended into the darkness. The intruders had made it to the 2nd floor by the time Harry found them. There were 3, as Creature had said, figures in black robes, faces hidden behind silver masks that seemed to absorb light. They moved with professional precision, wands sweeping for threats, covering each other's blind spots. But they didn't know the manner. They didn't know that the shadows in the corridors had eyes, that the darkness itself could listen and report. Harry watched from an alcove, wrapped in shadows that made him effectively invisible. The intruders were heading for Arcturus's chambers, of course they were. Kill the Lord Black, throw the succession into chaos, eliminate the legitimacy of Harry's claim. It was the logical move. He couldn't let them reach the old man. You're in the wrong place, he said, letting his voice echo through the corridor. The acoustics made it impossible to locate the source. This house belongs to the Blacks. Invaders aren't welcome. The intruders spun, wands raised, searching for a target. One of them cast a revealing charm, it splashed harmlessly against the shadow-wrapped walls. "Show yourself, boy." The voice was female, cold and professional. "Make this easy. You might even survive." "I doubt that." Harry struck. The shadows erupted from every surface at once, walls, floor, ceiling, converging on the intruders like a living thing. One of them went down immediately, wrapped in darkness so thick it blocked all light and sound. The second managed a shield charm that held for perhaps 2 seconds before collapsing. The third was faster. She threw herself backward, through a doorway, and Harry felt a pulse of magic he didn't recognize. The shadows in that room recoiled, driven back by something that burned. "Clever," she said. "But shadow magic has counters. Did your family not teach you that?" Harry stepped out of his concealment, letting the shadows trail behind him like a cloak. "They taught me enough." "Not enough." She raised her wand. "Goodbye, Potter." The curse that flew at him was nothing he recognized, a spiral of sickly green light that seemed to twist reality around itself. Harry threw himself aside, but he wasn't quite fast enough. The edge of the spell caught his shoulder, and pain exploded through his body. He hit the ground hard, gasping. The shadows around him flickered, responding to his distress. He could feel the curse's magic trying to spread, trying to reach his heart. "A taste of what's coming," the woman said, advancing. "The Covenant sends its regards." Harry's blood was fire in his veins. The curse was eating at him, consuming his magic, trying to unravel him from the inside. He had seconds, maybe less. "The blood remembers," something whispered. "The blood fights." He didn't think. He just acted. His hand pressed flat against the floor, and he pushed, not with magic, but with blood, with lineage, with 3,000 years of black family power. The manor responded. The wards responded. Everything that was ancient and dark in his responded. The curse shattered. Harry felt it break apart, overwhelmed by the raw force of his heritage. The pain receded, replaced by something else, a connection he'd never felt before, a resonance with the very stones of the manor. He rose to his feet. The woman had stopped advancing. Even through her mask, he could see her uncertainty. "You should have made sure I was dead," Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, deeper, older, echoing with power. "You won't get another chance." The shadows came for her. She fought. She was skilled, experienced, backed by magic that should have been able to counter his attacks. But she was standing in the heart of Black Manor, facing the acknowledged heir, surrounded by darkness that had been waiting 3 centuries for a master to command it. It wasn't a contest. When it was over, all 3 intruders were bound in shadow, their wands collected, their masks removed. Harry looked at their faces, ordinary features, nothing distinctive, and felt a cold satisfaction. "Creature," he called. The elf appeared instantly. "Young master is unhurt." "Mostly." The curse's effects lingered as a dull ache in his shoulder. "Get Cassiopeia. Tell her we have prisoners who need questioning." "At once, young master." Creature paused. "Young master fought well. The house is pleased." Harry almost laughed. "The house is pleased. Good to know." He turned to look at the bound assassins, his mind already working through the implications. The Covenant had made their move. They'd tried to kill him in his own home, using magic designed to counter his greatest advantage. They'd failed. And now he had 3 of their agents, alive and available for interrogation. 3 sources of information about an organization that had operated in shadows for centuries. The game had just changed. The interrogation took place in the ritual chamber. Cassiopeia led it, her silver knife gleaming in the candlelight as she prepared the questioning ritual. It wasn't torture, not exactly, but it wasn't pleasant either. The ritual compelled truth, drawing it out through blood and pain and magic older than the ministry. The woman who tried to kill Harry was named Marlena Vance. She'd been a Covenant operative for 15 years, recruited after her family fell into debt and offered salvation in exchange for service. She didn't know the Covenant's full leadership, but she knew her handlers, her contacts, the structure of her cell. "We were supposed to kill the old man and capture you," she said, the words dragged out of her by the ritual's power. "The High Lord magic, they want to understand it. Control it. They've been trying for centuries. Why now?" Cassiopeia demanded. "What changed?" The boy. Marlena's eyes, glassy with compulsion, fixed on Harry. "He's different. The others who claimed, they were weak, partial, their blood too diluted. But him." She shuddered. "He's the real thing. The first in 300 years. If he completes the claiming, everything changes." "What changes?" "The pact. The balance. The thing in the void." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "They're afraid of it. They've always been afraid of it. The High Lords kept it controlled, directed. Without them, it's been building pressure. If someone doesn't take the role soon, what happens? I don't know. They don't tell us the details. But the handlers are scared. Really scared." Marlena laughed, a broken sound. "They talk about the end of magical Britain. The end of everything. That's why they want the boy, to control the transition, shape it to their purposes." Harry absorbed this in silence. The Covenant wasn't just afraid of him, they were afraid of what would happen if he didn't claim his full power. They were trying to control a situation that might be uncontrollable. "Who are the leaders?" Cassiopeia pressed. "Names. Positions. I don't know them all. My handler is called Shade, that's not a real name. He answers to someone called the Architect, but I've never met them." Marlena's face twisted with strain. "There's a council. 7 members. They run everything, make all the important decisions. They've been meeting more often lately. Something big is coming." "What something?" "I don't know." Tears were streaming down her face now. "Please, I've told you everything. I don't know anything else." Cassiopeia glanced at Harry, who nodded. The ritual wound down, leaving Marlena slumped in her bonds, exhausted and empty. "What do we do with them?" Harry asked. "The sensible thing would be to kill them. Dead operatives can't report back." Cassiopeia's voice was matter-of-fact. "But dead operatives also can't be used as leverage. And they might know more than they think they know. Keep them alive, then. For now. That's a risk. The Covenant will try to recover them, or silence them. Let them try." Harry looked at the prisoners with cold eyes. "They came into my home. They tried to kill my family. They're not leaving until I decide they leave." Cassiopeia studied him for a moment. Then she nodded, something like pride flickering across her face. "You're learning," she said. "I have good teachers." The days following the assassination attempt were tense. Harry increased the manor's defenses, working with Cassiopeia to reinforce wards that hadn't been touched in generations. The shadows that permeated the house became more active, more vigilant, responding to his heightened alertness. The coalition grew quiet, whether because of the duel's outcome or because they'd heard about the failed attack, Harry couldn't say. The Gringotts settlements continued, more families breaking ranks, the coalition's foundation crumbling one deal at a time. But it was Draco Malfoy's letter that surprised him most. It arrived a week after the duel, delivered not by Owl but by a nervous house elf who appeared in Harry's study, dropped the parchment on his desk, and vanished before he could say a word. "Potter, I've been thinking about what you said. I don't agree with everything, you're still a half-blood who doesn't understand our world, but you weren't wrong about the duel. Someone did suggest it. They made it sound like my idea, but when I think back, the manipulation is obvious. I'm not your friend. I don't know if I can be your friend. But I'm not your enemy either. Not anymore. There are people who want us to fight each other. My father's allies, your enemies, people who profit from conflict between old families. I've started noticing them. The way they steer conversations, plant ideas, make suggestions that always seem to benefit someone else. I don't know what I'm going to do about it yet. But I wanted you to know that I'm watching now. I see the strings. DM Harry read the letter 3 times, then carefully filed it away. It wasn't an alliance, not yet, but it was a crack in the wall. A possibility where there had been none before. He thought about what Andromeda had said. He's not happy. He's playing a role. He just doesn't know there's an alternative. Maybe now he was starting to see one. Arcturus died on a Tuesday morning. Harry knew it was coming. The old man had been fading for weeks, each day weaker than the last. By the end, he could barely speak, could barely open his eyes, but his mind remained sharp even as his body failed. Harry was with him at the end. "You've done well," Arcturus whispered, his voice like dead leaves. "Better than I expected. Better than I dared hope. There's still so much to do, there's always more to do. That's life." The old man's hand found Harry's, his grip surprisingly strong for someone so close to death. "Listen. The Covenant's leader. I left instructions in the Lord's vault. When you claim the title, not before, you'll understand. Arcturus, don't mourn me. I've been ready to die for decades. This is a relief." His eyes, still sharp despite everything, fixed on Harry's face. "You're going to be a great lord, Harry. Better than me. Better than any of us. Just promise me one thing. Anything. Don't let them change you. The power, the politics, the endless games, they can hollow you out if you let them. Stay human. Stay kind. That's what the blacks forgot, over the generations. That's what destroyed us more than any enemy could." Harry's throat was tight. "I promise." "Good." Arcturus's eyes closed. His grip loosened. "Good." His breathing stopped. Harry sat with him for a long time, holding the old man's hand as the life faded from it. Outside, the manor's wards pulsed with recognition, they knew their lord was gone. Somewhere in the house, Cassiopeia would be feeling it. Creature would be feeling it. The House of Black had lost its patriarch. But it hadn't lost its future. The funeral was private. Arcturus had specified in his will that he wanted no public ceremony, no Wizengamot attendance, no political theater. Just family, what was left of it, gathering to say goodbye to a man who had outlived almost everyone he'd ever known. They buried him in the Black family crypt, beneath the manor, in a chamber that hadn't been opened in 50 years. Cassiopeia spoke the words of the old ritual, her voice steady despite the grief visible in her face. Andromeda stood silent, representing the restored branch of the family. Creature wept openly, the ancient elf's loyalty overwhelming his usual composure. And Harry stood at the head of the procession, the weight of what he was about to become pressing down on him like a physical force. When the ritual was complete, when Arcturus's body was laid to rest among his ancestors, Cassiopeia turned to Harry. "It's time," she said. "The Lord's claiming must happen within a day of the previous Lord's death. That's the law. I know. Are you ready?" Harry looked at the stone sarcophagus, at the darkness of the crypt, at the shadows that waited for his command. "No," he said honestly. "But I'm going to do it anyway." Cassiopeia nodded. For a moment, her hard face softened. "Arcturus was proud of you. I want you to know that. In the end, he believed you could do this. I hope he was right. So do I." She turned toward the stairs. "Come. We have a lord to make." The claiming ritual took place in the manor's heart. Below the ritual chamber, below the vaults, below everything Harry had seen in his weeks at the manor, there was a space that shouldn't have existed. A cavern carved from living darkness, lit by stars that weren't stars, filled with power so old it predated language. This was where Sirius the First had made his bargain. This was where every High Lord since had accepted their burden. This was where the pact lived. Harry descended alone. The ritual required it, no witnesses, no support, just the claimant and the darkness. "Welcome back, little lord," the voice said as he entered. "Are you ready to fulfill your destiny?" "I'm ready to claim my inheritance." "Ah." The entity sounded amused. "Such careful phrasing. You've learned something since we last spoke." "I've learned a lot of things." "Have you learned what the pact really means? What you're agreeing to by claiming the High Lord's power?" Harry stopped in the center of the cavern. The darkness pressed close around him, alive and waiting. "Tell me," he said. "The High Lords serve as bridges between worlds. Ambassadors. Translators. The mortal realm and the spaces beyond have different rules. Different needs. Left unchecked, those differences create conflict. Catastrophe. The pact allows communication, understanding, balance. And what do you get out of it? A foothold. A connection. A way to experience existence through mortal eyes." The entity's presence shifted, somehow closer without moving. "I am very old, little lord. Very vast. Very alone. The pact gives me companionship, of a sort." "That's it? You just want company? Is that so hard to believe? Loneliness transcends form. Even something like me can tire of the void." Harry considered this. It was simpler than he'd expected, less sinister, more understandable. But he'd learned not to trust simple explanations. "What happens if I say no? If I refuse the pact?" "Then the power remains dormant. The balance continues to erode. Eventually, the pressure becomes too great, and..." The entity seemed to shrug. "Something breaks. What exactly breaks depends on many factors. But it won't be pleasant." "For who?" "For everyone." Harry stood in the darkness, surrounded by forces beyond his comprehension, and made his choice. "I accept," he said. "I claim the High Lord's power. I accept the responsibility of the bridge." "So witnessed," the entity said. "So sealed." The power hit him like a wave. It was everything and nothing, light and shadow, fire and ice, the accumulated weight of 3,000 years of magic flooding into his veins. He felt his ancestors, countless generations of blacks, their memories and knowledge and power becoming part of him. He felt the entity's presence, vast and ancient, settling into a corner of his mind like a guest taking up residence. And he felt the manor respond. Every ward, every enchantment, every shadow in every corner recognized him. The House of Black had a new lord, and the house itself bowed in acknowledgement. When it was over, Harry stood alone in the darkness, but he wasn't the same boy who had entered. He was something more. "Well done, High Lord," the entity whispered. "Now the real work begins." Harry climbed the stairs back to the world above, the shadows trailing behind him like a royal train. He had claimed his power. Now he had to figure out what to do with it. The news spread quickly. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had been confirmed as Lord Black. Not just Lord, High Lord, the first in 3 centuries. The combination of his fame and his claim created a sensation that dominated wizarding news for days. The coalition responded with barely concealed panic. Several more families broke ranks, unwilling to stand against a High Lord who had already demonstrated his power. Lord Not retreated to his estates, reportedly working on new strategies to contain the threat. The Covenant went quiet, suspiciously quiet. The 3 captured operatives remained in the manor's cells, sources of information that Harry was still mining. But the organization itself seemed to have pulled back, regrouping, reconsidering. Dumbledore sent a formal letter of congratulations that meant absolutely nothing. Harry filed it away without responding. And in the spaces between waking and sleeping, the entity whispered secrets that Harry was only beginning to understand. But those were problems for another day. For now, he stood on the manor's highest tower, looking out over the moors as the sun set in shades of blood and gold. The standing stones pulsed with power, his power now, and the shadows danced at his command. He was 10 years old. He was Lord Black. He was the first High Lord in 300 years. And he was just getting started. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Price of Power. The letter from Andromeda's daughter arrived on a morning thick with autumn fog. Harry was in the Lord's study, his study now, though he still felt like an intruder sitting behind Arcturus's massive desk, reviewing the latest Gringotts reports when Kreacher appeared with the post. Most of it was the usual political correspondence, congratulations that meant nothing, requests for meetings that were really fishing expeditions, thinly veiled threats dressed up as friendly advice. But the letter with the Tonks family seal was different. Dear Cousin Harry, Mums told me about you. All of it, the Dursleys, the manor, the claiming. She says you're the first decent Black in generations, which from her is basically a declaration of undying love. I'm starting Auror training in January. Top of my class at Hogwarts in defense, if you can believe it. Don't tell anyone I said that. I'm supposed to be humble. But here's the thing, everyone keeps talking about you. The boy who lived, the new Lord Black, the kid who stood up to the Wisengamot and basically told Dumbledore to shove it. You're famous, and not just for surviving you-know-who anymore. I want to meet you. Properly, I mean, not at some stuffy political function where everyone's watching. Mum says I should wait, give you time to settle into the title, but I've never been good at waiting. It's a character flaw. Ask anyone. Write back if you're interested. Or don't. But I think we'd get along. Your cousin, technically, Nymphadora Tonks P.S. If you ever call me Nymphadora to my face, I will hex you. Fair warning. Harry found himself smiling despite the mountain of work waiting for him. The letter was refreshingly direct, no political maneuvering, no hidden agendas, just someone who wanted to meet their family. He'd almost forgotten that such simple motivations existed. Kreacher, he said, prepare a guest room in the East Wing. I think we're going to have a visitor. Tonks arrived 3 days later in a crack of apparition that startled half the portraits into outraged sputtering. She was nothing like Harry expected. Andromeda had mentioned that her daughter was a metamorphmagus, a witch who could change her appearance at will, but hearing about it and seeing it were different things. Tonks shifted constantly, her features flowing like water. When she was excited, her hair turned bright pink. When she was thinking, it faded to a contemplative purple. When she tripped over the entrance hall's carpet, which she did almost immediately, it flashed red with embarrassment. Watch her, cousin, she said, picking herself up with the ease of long practice. Sorry about that. Mum says the manor's floors have it in for clumsy people. I think she's just making excuses for her own gracelessness. You're welcome here, Harry said, trying not to stare as her nose briefly became a duck's bill before settling back to normal. Andromeda's told me about you. All terrible things, I hope. Wouldn't want to start with unrealistic expectations. Tonks looked around the entrance hall with frank curiosity. Merlin, this place is something. I grew up hearing stories about it, but I never thought I'd actually see it. Mum was burned off the tapestry before I was born. I can show you the tapestry, if you want. Your mother's face is restored now. Tonks went still. For a moment, all the shifting stopped, her features settling into something more stable. More vulnerable. She didn't tell me that, she said quietly. I did it the day after my claiming. It seemed right. Harry gestured toward the hallway. Come on. I'll give you the tour. They walked through the manor for hours. Harry had expected awkwardness. He wasn't good at casual conversation, and Tonks was 7 years older, practically an adult from his perspective. But she had a gift for putting people at ease, filling silences with chatter that somehow never felt intrusive. She told him about Hogwarts, about classes and professors and the endless drama of teenage social politics. She told him about her training, about the grueling physical requirements and the complex magical theory that Auror candidates had to master. She told him about her father, Ted, the muggle-born wizard who'd swept Andromeda off her feet and never looked back. "He's terrified of meeting you, you know," she said as they walked through the portrait gallery. "He keeps saying he'll embarrass himself in front of proper wizards. I tell him that proper wizards are mostly idiots, but he doesn't believe me. He should come. He's family now, whether the old families like it or not." Tonks glanced at him, her hair shifting to a thoughtful blue. "You really mean that, don't you? It's not just politics. I spent 9 years being told I was worthless because of who my parents were. I'm not going to turn around and do the same thing to someone else. Mum said you were different." I wasn't sure if she was just being optimistic. "She usually is, isn't she?" Tonks laughed, a bright, genuine sound that seemed to fill the corridor. "You figured her out already." "Took me years to realize that her pessimism is just disappointed optimism in disguise." They stopped in front of the family tapestry. The massive fabric covered an entire wall, generations of blacks traced in golden thread. Burn marks dotted its surface, places where names had been removed, but some of them showed signs of repair. Andromeda's name, once a scorched hole, now gleamed as brightly as any other. Tonks reached out to touch it, her fingers hovering just above her mother's name. "Thank you," she said softly. "I know it's just a tapestry. Just thread and magic. But it matters. It matters a lot." "I know." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of family history pressing down around them. "So," Tonks said eventually, her tone deliberately light, "Mum also said you've been making enemies faster than most people make friends. Something about assassination attempts and captured Covenant agents. Word travels fast. Mum's a worrier. She thinks you're taking on too much too quickly. Do you agree?" Tonks considered this. "I think you're doing what you have to do. The blacks have been dying by inches for decades. You're fighting back. That takes guts. Guts or stupidity. Sometimes they're the same thing." She grinned. "But here's my professional assessment, as someone who's been trained to evaluate threats: you're smart, you're powerful, and you're not reckless. You're dangerous, but you're dangerous in a controlled way. That's exactly what your enemies don't expect." "What do they expect?" "A scared kid playing dress-up. Someone they can manipulate or intimidate or just wait out until you make a fatal mistake." Her hair darkened to a serious black. "They're underestimating you. That's their weakness. But it's also a limited resource. Eventually, they'll realize what you really are. And then things will get harder." Harry absorbed this. It matched his own assessment, but hearing it from someone outside his immediate circle gave it weight. "What do you think I really am?" Tonks looked at him for a long moment. Her features had stopped shifting entirely, her natural face, whatever that meant for a metamorphmagus, studying him with unexpected intensity. "I think you're the most dangerous kind of person," she said. "Someone who's been hurt badly enough to understand cruelty, but chooses to be kind anyway. Someone who has every reason to be bitter and vengeful, but builds alliances instead. Someone who knows exactly how dark they could become, and actively decides not to." That sounds like a compliment. It is. But it's also a warning. Her voice softened. That kind of self-control is exhausting. If you're not careful, something will crack. Make sure you have people around you who can catch you when it does. Harry thought about Arcturus's last words. Stay human. Stay kind. "I'm working on it," he said. "Good." Tonks's smile returned, bright and warm. "In the meantime, I'm starving." Please tell me this ancient fortress of darkness has something to eat. Preferably something that isn't black pudding. Harry laughed, actually laughed, surprising himself. Creature can probably manage something. Fair warning, though, his cooking tends toward the traditional. Traditional I can handle. It's the ceremonially prepared in blood magic stuff I'm worried about. Only on special occasions. I can't tell if you're joking. Neither can I, most of the time. Harry led her toward the dining hall. Welcome to the House of Black. Tonks stayed for 3 days. It was, Harry realized later, exactly what he'd needed. Not strategy sessions or training or political maneuvering, but simple companionship. Someone who treated him like a person instead of a symbol. They talked about everything, his life at the Dursleys, her chaotic Hogwarts years, the strange experience of discovering you had family you'd never known about. She taught him some of the combat magic she'd learned in Auror training. He showed her the basics of shadow manipulation, which she found both terrifying and fascinating. It's like the darkness is alive, she said, watching shadows coil around Harry's fingers. Does it have a mind of its own? Sort of. It responds to intent, but it also has preferences. Things it wants to do, if I don't direct it. What does it want to do? Harry considered the question. Protect me, mostly. Sometimes it's more aggressive than I'd like, it wants to attack threats before they become threats. I have to hold it back. That sounds exhausting. It is. He let the shadows dissipate. But it's also getting easier. When I first came here, it was like trying to hold back a river. Now it's more like guiding water through channels I've built. The High Lord thing. Partly. The claiming gave me more control, more connection to the family magic. But it's also just practice. Learning to communicate with something that doesn't think in words. Tonks was quiet for a moment. You know what you remind me of? Those kids in Auror training who are naturals at wandless magic. They're scary as hell at first, all this power they can barely contain, but once they learn control, they're the best. In the program. The power doesn't go away. It just becomes precise. Is that supposed to be encouraging? It's supposed to be honest. You've got something most people don't. It's a gift, but it's also a responsibility. How you handle it matters. Harry thought about the entity in the void, the weight of the pact, the pressure of expectations from all sides. Everyone seems to have opinions about what I should do with it, he said. Everyone has opinions about everything. Doesn't mean they're right. Tonks stretched, her form shifting slightly with the movement. My opinion? Do what feels true to who you are. Not who people expect you to be, not who you think you should become. The real you. What if I don't know who that is yet? Then figure it out. You've got time. She grinned. Well, probably. Assuming nobody successfully assassinates you in the next few years. Thanks for that reassurance. What are cousins for? The day Tonks left, something shifted in the manner. Harry felt it during his morning meditation, a ripple in the family magic, a disturbance in wards that had been stable for weeks. He reached out with his senses, trying to locate the source, and found it in the lower vaults. The prisoners' cells. He descended quickly, shadows gathering around him, and found Cassiopeia already there. The old woman's face was grim, her wand drawn. Someone's trying to reach them, she said without preamble. Communication magic. Very sophisticated, it slipped through the wards without triggering alarms. How? Inside help, most likely. One of the prisoners has something we didn't detect. A magical anchor of some kind. Harry looked at the cells. The 3 Covenant agents sat motionless, their faces blank. But one of them, Marlena Vance, the woman who'd nearly killed him, had a strange intensity in her eyes. She's receiving instructions, Harry realized. Right now. Can you break the connection? Harry extended his shadow sense toward Marlena. He could feel the foreign magic now, a thread of power running from somewhere outside the manor, through the wards, into her mind. It was elegant, nearly invisible, clearly designed by someone who understood black family protections. Maybe, he said. But I want to know who's on the other end first. He reached for the thread. Not to break it, to follow it. His consciousness flowed along the connection, shadow sliding through shadow, until he felt another mind at the far end. Ah, a voice said. The young lord. I wondered when you'd notice. Who are you? An interested party. Someone who's been watching your rise with great attention. Harry felt the entity's presence in the back of his mind, curious but not alarmed. Your covenant. I'm many things. Covenant is one of them. The voice was cultured, educated, with an undercurrent of amusement that set Harry's teeth on edge. You've caused considerable disruption, Lord Black. My colleagues are quite concerned. Good. Is it? Concern leads to action. The last few attempts on your life were amateur work, tests, really, to see how you'd respond. The next ones won't be. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the vault's temperature. Is that a threat? An observation. The Covenant has existed for longer than your house, Lord Black. We've survived Dark Lords and revolutions and the fall of empires. One exceptional child isn't going to change our trajectory. Then why contact me? A pause. Because you're interesting. Because the situation has evolved beyond simple solutions. And because I believe we might find common ground, if you're willing to listen. Common ground with people who tried to kill me. Common ground with people who understand that the current situation is unsustainable. The voice grew serious. The pact is awakening. The entity you've bound yourself to is growing stronger. Left unchecked, it will eventually break through whatever barriers the High Lords established. When that happens, everything changes. I know. That's why I claim the power. To maintain the balance. And you believe you can. A child, however. Gifted, controlling forces that drove grown wizards mad. I believe I have to try. Silence stretched between them. Harry could feel the other mind evaluating him, weighing his words. Perhaps you're right, the voice said finally. Perhaps you're exactly what the situation requires. Or perhaps you're simply delaying an inevitable collapse. Another pause. Either way, I have a proposal. I'm listening. Meet with me. Face to face, neutral ground. I'll answer questions your prisoners can't, explain things the blacks forgot long ago. In exchange, you'll hear our perspective. You might even find we're not as monstrous as you've been led to believe. Harry felt the temptation. Information was power, and the Covenant had been operating in shadows for centuries. Whatever they knew about the pact, about the entity, about the true history of magical Britain, it could be invaluable. But it was also obviously a trap. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Trust is earned, not given. The voice seemed to smile. But consider this, if we wanted you dead, we would keep sending assassins until one succeeded. We have resources. We have patience. The fact that I'm talking to you instead means something has changed. What's changed? You survived. More than that, you won. Most claimants fail within weeks, overwhelmed by the power or undermined by politics. You've done neither. That makes you worth talking to. Harry considered the offer. Every instinct screamed that it was dangerous, that meeting with Covenant leadership was suicide with extra steps. But every instinct had also told him that leaving the Dursleys was impossible. That claiming the Black title was madness. That standing up to the Wisengamot would destroy him. He'd been wrong every time. Where and when? The Leaky Cauldron. Private room. 1 week from today. Come alone, or don't come at all. We'll know if you bring backup. The connection severed. Harry found himself back in his own body, gasping slightly, the shadows around him agitated and swirling. What happened? Cassiopeia demanded. Your eyes went dark, darker than normal. I spoke to someone. Someone high up in the Covenant. Harry steadied himself against the cell wall. They want to meet. It's a trap. Probably. Then you can't go. Harry looked at her, at the concern beneath the harsh exterior, at the fear she was trying to hide. They know things, Cassiopeia. Things about the pact, about the entity. Things that could help me understand what I'm dealing with. They could also be lying to manipulate you. They could. But I won't find out by hiding in the manor. He turned back toward the stairs. I have a week to prepare. Help me figure out how to survive this. Cassiopeia was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. If you're determined to walk into a trap, she said, we'd better make sure the trap doesn't close. The week passed in a blur of preparation. Harry and Cassiopeia worked on contingencies, ways to escape if things went wrong, signals to summon help, artifacts that might give him an edge in hostile territory. They analyzed everything known about Covenant methods, looking for patterns that might predict their approach. Andromeda, when told about the meeting, was horrified. This is exactly what they want, she argued during a tense strategy session. You're walking into their domain, on their terms. They'll control everything, the location, the timing, who else is present. You're giving up every advantage. I'm also gaining information. They want to talk, which means they think talking is worthwhile. That tells me something. It tells you they're better at manipulation than you are at detecting it. Andromeda's voice was sharp with fear. You're not even 11 years old, Harry. These are people who've been playing political games for centuries. I know. Harry kept his voice calm. But I'm also not going to spend my life hiding from everyone who might be dangerous. If the Covenant wants to talk, I want to hear what they have to say. I'll be careful. I'll be protected. But I'm going. The argument went on for hours, but the decision was made. The night before the meeting, Harry dreamed of the void. He stood in the endless darkness, stars wheeling overhead in patterns that no mortal astronomer would recognize. The entity's presence surrounded him, vast and patient and curious. You're nervous, it observed. About tomorrow. I'm walking into a room full of enemies who've been trying to kill me. Nervous seems appropriate. They've been trying to control you. The killing was incidental, a means to an end. The entity's attention shifted, somehow becoming more focused. They fear me, little lord. They fear what you represent. A bridge to forces they can't understand, let alone command. What listen? Learn. Understand their position. The entity seemed to consider its next words carefully. The Covenant isn't wrong about everything. The pact is a burden. The power is dangerous. Left untended for 3 centuries, things have accumulated. There will be consequences. What kind of consequences? The kind that reshape worlds. The stars seem to pulse. But not yet. Not if you're careful. Not if you learn to guide the power instead of just containing it. Harry felt a chill. You're saying the situation is worse than I thought. I'm saying the situation is more complex than anyone has told you. The Covenant knows pieces. The Blacks knew pieces. Even I don't see the full picture, there are things beyond my perception, movements in dimensions I can't access. The entity's presence pressed closer. But I know this, you are the only one who can hold things together. For now, that must be enough. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be true. The entity's voice softened, becoming almost gentle. You're doing well, little lord. Better than I expected. Better than most. Don't let fear cloud your judgment tomorrow. Trust your instincts. They've served you well so far. Harry woke to grey dawn light filtering through his windows. The meeting was in 6 hours. The leaky cauldron was exactly as Harry had expected, grimy, crowded, thick with smoke and the smell of butterbeer. He'd visited once before, briefly, during his Gringotts trips, but he'd never lingered. It was a transitional space, a doorway between worlds, not a destination. Today, it would be a battlefield. He'd dressed carefully, formal robes that proclaimed his status, but cut for movement in case things went badly. The shadows clung close to him, responsive and alert. He could feel Cassiopeia's emergency portkey against his chest, ready to activate at a word. Tom the barkeep looked up as Harry entered. Private room, Lord Black. Upstairs, second door on the left. Thank you. He climbed the stairs, each step careful, his senses extended for any sign of ambush. The corridor was empty. The door was ordinary wood, no visible enchantments. He opened it and stepped inside. The room was small, simply furnished. A table, 2 chairs, a fireplace that crackled with magical fire. And sitting in one of the chairs, waiting with apparent patience, was a man who looked utterly unremarkable. Medium height. Medium build. Brown hair going gray at the temples. A face that wouldn't stand out in any crowd, wouldn't be remembered an hour after seeing it. The only exceptional thing about him was his eyes, dark and deep and far too intelligent. Lord Black, the man said. Thank you for coming. You didn't give me a name. I didn't, did I? The man smiled. You can call me Marcus. It's not my real name, but it will serve. Harry sat in the empty chair, keeping the table between them. Your covenant leadership. I'm one of 7. The others didn't want me to make this approach. Marcus's smile turned wry. They think you're too dangerous to negotiate with. They'd rather eliminate you and find someone more tractable to manage the pact. And what do you think? I think tractable people don't survive the High Lord claiming. The power requires strength, will, the ability to make hard choices. Anyone we could control would be worthless for the actual purpose. Harry leaned back slightly. So you need me. Or someone like me. We need the pact maintained. The alternative, Marcus's expression darkened. You've spoken with the entity. You understand what's at stake. I understand there's a threat. I'm less clear on the details. Then let me clarify. Marcus folded his hands on the table. 3,000 years ago, your ancestors made a deal with something from outside our reality. In exchange for power over shadow and secrets, they agreed to serve as a bridge, a controlled connection between worlds. As long as a High Lord maintained that bridge, the entity's influence remained channeled, directed, manageable. And without a High Lord, the connection doesn't disappear. It just becomes unregulated. The entity's power leaks into our world through cracks in reality. Shadows become darker. Secrets become harder to keep. And over time, the pressure builds until something breaks. Harry thought about the dreams he'd been having. The sense of something vast pressing against the boundaries of the world. How long do we have? Hard to say. Decades, certainly. Maybe a century. Marcus's eyes met Harry's directly. But the degradation is accelerating. Whatever stability existed during the dormant period is ending. The entity is waking up, and it's hungry for what it was promised. Service. Connection. That's what it told me. That's the sanitized version. Marcus's voice hardened. What it really wants is to expand. To experience. To consume aspects of our reality that it can't access from the void. The original pact limited that appetite, channeled it through the High Lords. Without that channel, it takes what it wants by force. Eventually, yes. Harry absorbed this. It fit with what the entity had told him, but with a darker edge. The creature in the void had seemed almost friendly, almost benevolent. Marcus was painting a picture of something more predatory. Which version was true? Both? Neither? If the situation is so dire, Harry said carefully, why has the Covenant been trying to kill me? Because some of my colleagues believe the solution is to sever the pact entirely. Destroy the High Lord line, break the connection, and deal with the consequences. Marcus shook his head. It's short-sighted. The entity exists whether we acknowledge it or not. All destruction would do is remove our only means of communicating with it. But you disagree. I believe in managed risk. The pact is dangerous, yes. But it's a danger we understand, a danger we can work with. Better to guide it than to try to fight something we can't comprehend. Harry studied the man across from him. There was something in his voice, conviction, certainly, but also something else. Fear. Desperation. What do you want from me? Harry asked. Cooperation. Not submission, I'm not naive enough to think you'd agree to that. But communication. Coordination. We have knowledge you need, you have power we can't replicate. Together, we might actually solve this problem instead of just managing it. And your colleagues who want me dead? Will be convinced. Or overruled. Or removed. Marcus's smile was cold. The Covenant isn't a democracy, Lord Black. It's a collection of individuals with aligned interests. If I can demonstrate that cooperation produces better results than conflict, the others will fall in line. And if you can't demonstrate that, then we're back to assassination attempts, and eventually one will succeed. Marcus spread his hands. I'm being honest with you because I think you're intelligent enough to appreciate honesty. The situation is what it is. We can work together, or we can fight. But the entity doesn't care about our conflicts. It's going to keep growing regardless. The only question is whether we'll be ready when it does. Harry sat in silence for a long moment, processing everything. The offer was tempting, information, resources, an end to the constant threat of Covenant attacks. But accepting it meant trusting people who had tried to kill him, who might be lying about everything, whose ultimate goals remained unclear. I need time to think, he said finally. Of course. Take whatever time you need. Marcus reached into his robe and produced a small silver medallion. If you want to contact me, hold this and speak my name. It will create a connection, private, secure, untraceable. Harry took the medallion, examining it carefully. What if this is a trap? Some kind of tracking device or compulsion? Then your suspicious nature will have been justified and you'll never trust me again. Marcus smiled. But I give you my word as a wizard that it's exactly what I've described. Nothing more. A wizard's word was binding, not legally, but magically. Breaking it carried consequences that even the Covenant would hesitate to risk. I'll think about your offer, Harry said. He stood, the shadows around him shifting. But understand, if this is a manipulation, if you're playing some longer game at my expense, I will find out. And I will respond accordingly. I would expect nothing less. Marcus stood as well. One more thing, before you go. What? The other force moving against you, the coalition, Dumbledore, the political opposition, they're not our allies. The Covenant has no interest in seeing you weakened or controlled by them. Whatever you decide about working with us, know that we're not behind those attacks. Then who is? That's a question worth investigating, isn't it? Marcus's smile was knowing. Not everyone in magical Britain is what they seem, Lord Black. The sooner you learn that lesson, the better your chances of survival. He walked past Harry to the door. I'll be in touch. Or you'll contact me. Either way, I suspect this isn't the last conversation we'll have. He left without another word. Harry stood alone in the room, the silver medallion heavy in his hand, his mind churning with implications and questions and the uncomfortable feeling that he'd just stepped into something far more complicated than he'd imagined. The return to Black Manor was tense. Cassiopeia and Andromeda were waiting when he arrived, their faces tight with worry. He told them everything: Marcus's offer, the information about the pact, the suggestion that other forces were working against him. "You can't trust him," Andromeda said immediately. "Whatever he told you, it's designed to manipulate you. That's what the Covenant does." "I know. But that doesn't mean everything he said was false. It doesn't mean any of it was true, either." Harry turned to Cassiopeia. "You've studied the old records. The ones Arcturus left. Is there anything about what happens if the pact breaks down?" The old woman was quiet for a moment. "There are references. Oblique ones, the High Lords didn't write openly about their relationship with the entity. But there are warnings. Notes about pressure and accumulation and the need for regular communion." She met Harry's eyes. "Nothing specific. But the tone is urgent. As if the writers understood that failure wasn't an option. Then the threat is real. The threat is real. That doesn't mean the Covenant's solution is the right one." Harry paced the study, the shadows flowing around his feet in response to his agitation. "I need more information. About the pact, about the entity, about what previous High Lords actually did to maintain it. The Manor must have records, real ones, not sanitized summaries." "The Lord's Vault," Cassiopeia said slowly. "Arcturus mentioned it before he died. Said there were secrets there that only the claimed Lord could access. Then I need to open it. It's dangerous. The vault is sealed with old magic, blood wards, soul locks, things that haven't been tested in centuries. Even as High Lord, forcing it open could trigger defenses that, I'm not going to force it. I'm going to claim it properly." Harry stopped pacing, decision crystallizing. "Arcturus meant for me to have whatever's in there. He said it would help me understand. I've been putting it off, focusing on political threats instead of deeper mysteries. That was a mistake. You've had a lot to deal with," Andromeda said gently. "I've had excuses. Not the same thing." Harry headed for the door. "I'm going to the vault. Tonight. If there are answers there, I need them before I can make any decisions about Marcus's offer." "I'll come with you," Cassiopeia said. "No. The vault's personal, Arcturus was clear about that. I have to face it alone. Harry, I'll be careful. I promise." He paused at the threshold. "If I'm not back by dawn, then you can worry." He descended into the depths of the manor before they could argue further. The Lord's vault was deeper than anything Harry had seen before. Below the ritual chamber, below the cavern where he'd claimed the High Lord's power, there was a door that hadn't existed until he'd become Lord Black. It materialized the moment his hand touched the wall where it should have been, dark wood bound with silver, carved with symbols that pulsed with recognition. Harry pressed his palm against the door. He felt it test him, not just his blood, but his will, his intent, his worthiness to access what lay beyond. It was more thorough than any ward he'd encountered, more invasive. He let it see everything. He had nothing to hide. The door swung open. The vault beyond was small, barely larger than his bedroom, but it felt vast. Shelves lined the walls, holding books and scrolls and artifacts that hummed with power. A pedestal stood in the center, supporting a single leather-bound journal. Harry approached the pedestal and picked up the journal. The cover was blank, but when he opened it, words appeared, handwritten, the script varying across pages, multiple authors contributing across centuries. The first entry was dated over 300 years ago. "I, Sirius Black I, High Lord of the ancient and most noble house of Black, set down here the truth of our burden. This record is for my successors, those who come after me, who claim the power and accept the responsibility. May they learn from my experience, and may they find the wisdom I have often lacked. The entity is not evil. I must be clear about this from the beginning. It is alien, yes. It operates by rules we don't fully understand. But it is not malicious. It simply is. A force of nature, like gravity or time, neither good nor bad but simply existing. What makes it dangerous is not intent but scale. It is vast beyond comprehension, and its natural state, unrestricted, unchanneled, would be catastrophic for our world. Not because it wishes us harm, but because its presence alone would overwhelm the structures of reality we depend on. The pact exists to prevent this. By creating a bridge, a single point of contact between the entity and our world, we limit its influence to what can be safely absorbed. The High Lord serves as this bridge, channeling the entity's need for connection while protecting the rest of reality from its full attention. It is not an easy burden. The connection changes you. I have seen things that no mortal should see, felt things that no human mind was designed to contain. There are days when I wonder if I am still entirely myself, or if something of the entity has seeped into my soul. But I believe the sacrifice is worth it. The alternative, uncontrolled breach, reality unraveling, the entity's consciousness flooding into our world, is too terrible to contemplate. So I maintain the bridge. I accept the burden. And I pray that those who come after me will do the same. Harry read for hours. The journal contained centuries of High Lord testimony, their struggles, their insights, their failures. He learned about the rituals they'd developed to strengthen the bridge, the meditations they'd used to maintain their sanity, the relationships they'd built with the entity over generations. He learned that the covenant wasn't entirely wrong. The pact was dangerous. The entity was hungry. Without careful management, the connection could become a conduit for something far worse than controlled exchange. But he also learned that the Covenant's proposed solution, destroying the High Lord line, would be catastrophic. The entity wouldn't simply go away. It would push harder, find other ways in, eventually breach reality through cracks that no one could seal. The only path forward was the one his ancestors had chosen: maintain the bridge, manage the relationship, accept the burden of being humanity's ambassador to something beyond human understanding. And there was one more revelation. One that made Harry's blood run cold. The final entry in the journal was dated just 2 weeks before Arcturus's death. The handwriting was shaky, barely legible. I have discovered the identity of the Covenant's leader. Not Marcus, he's a lieutenant, powerful but not ultimate. The one who truly controls the Covenant, who has guided its actions for over a century. I cannot write the name here. Even the possibility of it being read by the wrong eyes is too dangerous. But I have left proof elsewhere, hidden in a place only my successor can access. If you are reading this, Harry, yes, I know it will be you, the magic has shown me that much, then you must find the proof. You must understand who your real enemy is. The answer is in the portrait gallery. The family remembers, even when the living forget. Trust the shadows. They will guide you. Arcturus Black 3. Harry closed the journal, his mind racing. The portrait gallery. The family remembers. He knew where he needed to go next. The portraits were waiting for him. As Harry entered the gallery, he felt their attention shift, dozens of painted eyes tracking his movement, whispers passing between frames. The Black family's dead remembered him, watched him, judged him. I need to find something, he said to the gallery at large. Arcturus left a clue. He said the family remembers. Silence. The portraits exchanged glances, uncertain. Then a voice spoke from a frame near the back of the gallery. The old lord told us you'd come. Eventually. Harry approached the portrait. It showed a woman in early middle age, severe features softened by intelligent eyes. The nameplate read Doria Black Potter. His grandmother. He said to give you a message, Doria continued. When you were ready. When you'd read the journal and understood the stakes. I'm ready. Doria studied him for a long moment. You have my eyes. Lily's eyes. I never got to meet her, you know. Died before your parents married. But I've watched you, through the family magic. You're worthy of the name. Thank you. But the message, patience. Doria's smile was sharp. The Covenant's true leader isn't who you'd expect. It's not an enemy, not in the traditional sense. It's someone who believes they're saving the world, who's convinced themselves that terrible acts are justified by noble ends. Who? The man who placed you with the Dursleys. The man who's been watching you since birth, guiding events, manipulating outcomes. The man who believes that he, and only he, can save magical Britain from the darkness to come. Doria's voice dropped. Albus Dumbledore. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Dumbledore is the Covenant's leader? Not the Covenant as a whole. He founded a faction within it, over a century ago, when he was young and idealistic and believed he knew best. He's guided their actions ever since, not openly, not directly, but through intermediaries and suggestions and the occasional quiet elimination of threats. But he's the chief warlock. He's supposedly the greatest force for good in magical Britain. He believes he is. That's what makes him so dangerous. Doria's expression was sad. Dumbledore has convinced himself that any action is justified if it serves the greater good. Including controlling you. Including manipulating the pact. Including eliminating anyone who threatens his vision of how things should be. Harry sank into a chair, his mind reeling. Dumbledore. The man everyone trusted, everyone respected, everyone looked to for guidance and wisdom. The man who had placed him with the Dursleys, who had been positioning him as a weapon against Voldemort, who had opposed his claiming of the Black title at every turn. It made a horrible kind of sense. What does he want? Harry asked. What's his endgame? He wants to control the entity. Not serve it, not manage it, control it. He believes that if he can master the High Lord's power, he can use the entity's abilities to reshape magical society according to his vision. Doria shook her head. He doesn't understand that the entity can't be controlled. It can only be partnered with. His plan would be catastrophic. Does Marcus know? Marcus suspects. He's been Dumbledore's lieutenant for decades, but he's recently begun to question. That's why he reached out to you. He's looking for an alternative, someone who can stop Dumbledore's plan without destroying the pact entirely. Harry sat in silence, processing the implications. His enemies weren't just the Coalition or the Covenant, they were intertwined, connected through webs of manipulation that stretched back decades. And at the center of it all was the man everyone believed was a hero. What do I do? He asked finally. What you've been doing. Build power. Build alliances. Prepare for the confrontation that's coming. Doria's voice softened. You're not alone, Harry. You have family, real family, people who love you for who you are. Lean on them. Trust them. And remember that Dumbledore's greatest weakness is his certainty that he's right. How do I beat someone who's been playing this game for over a century? You don't beat him at his game. You change the game entirely. Doria smiled. You're a Black and a Potter, the first High Lord in 300 years, and you've already accomplished more in months than most do in lifetimes. Don't underestimate yourself. Harry looked at his grandmother's portrait, at the painted representation of a woman who had died before he was born, but who had somehow left him a legacy that might save everything. Thank you, he said. Thank me by surviving. Thank me by succeeding. Doria's eyes were bright. Now go. You have work to do. Dawn was breaking when Harry returned to the study. Cassiopeia and Andromeda were still there, exhaustion evident in their faces. When they saw his expression, they both tensed. What did you find? Cassiopeia asked. The truth. About the Covenant. About Dumbledore. Harry sat heavily in Arcturus's chair. About everything. He told them. All of it, the journal, the portraits, the revelation about Dumbledore's role. When he finished, the room was silent. Merlin, Andromeda whispered. Dumbledore. All this time. He believes he's right. That's what makes him so effective. Harry's voice was tired. He's not a monster. He's a man who's convinced himself that the ends justify the means. That makes him more dangerous, not less. What do we do? Cassiopeia asked. We do exactly what we've been doing. Build power. Strengthen alliances. Prepare for a confrontation that's been centuries in the making. Harry met their eyes. But we do it faster. Dumbledore won't wait forever, at some point, he'll make his move. We need to be ready when he does. And Marcus? I don't trust him completely. But he might be useful. Harry touched the silver medallion in his pocket. The enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend. But he might be a valuable distraction. Andromeda nodded slowly. What do you need from us? Information. Contacts. Anything that can help us understand Dumbledore's network, his plans, his vulnerabilities. Harry stood, energy returning despite his exhaustion. The war's been going on for centuries. We're just now joining it. But we're going to win. How do you know? Harry smiled, a cold expression that made the shadows around him dance. Because we don't have any other choice. Outside, the sun rose over Black Manor, painting the moors in shades of gold and amber. The standing stones pulsed with renewed energy, responding to the Lord's determination. The game had changed. The true enemy was revealed. And Harry Potter was just getting started. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, War on Two Fronts. Winter came early to the Yorkshire moors. Harry stood at the window of his study, watching snow blanket the standing stones in white. 2 months had passed since his meeting with Marcus, since the revelation about Dumbledore. 2 months of careful preparation, strategic maneuvering, and the slow accumulation of power that would determine whether he survived the coming storm. The coalition had fractured beyond repair. Lord Nott still commanded a corps of loyalists, but fully half the families that had once supported him had broken away, either settling with Harry directly or retreating into nervous neutrality. The Gringotts audits had recovered nearly 30 million galleons in stolen assets, with more claims pending. Politically, Harry was winning. But politics was only one battlefield. The latest intelligence reports. Cassiopeia entered without knocking, she never knocked anymore, and dropped a stack of parchments on his desk. Our contacts in the Ministry confirm that Dumbledore's been meeting with the Department of Mysteries. Frequently. The prophecy? Possibly. Or something else entirely. The unspeakables keep their secrets even from the chief warlock, but he's been applying pressure. Calling in favors. Cassiopeia's face was grim. He's preparing something. Harry turned from the window. In the past 2 months, he'd grown, not just physically, though he'd added inches of height and lost the underfed look of his deadly years, but in presence. The shadows around him moved with purpose now, responding to his moods like well-trained hounds. When he entered a room, people noticed. What about Marcus? Silent since your meeting. The medallion hasn't activated, and our intelligence network hasn't detected any Covenant movement. Cassiopeia's voice carried a note of suspicion. Either he's being very careful, or he's been neutralized. Or he's waiting to see which way the wind blows. Harry sat at his desk, pulling the reports toward him. Dumbledore's the Covenant's real leader. Marcus was his lieutenant. If Marcus is genuinely considering betrayal, he'll want to be certain he's backing the winning side. And if he's not genuinely considering it? If this is all an elaborate trap? Then we'll deal with that when it happens. Harry began reading the first report. What's the status of our defensive preparations? The Manor's wards are stronger than they've been in centuries. We've established safe houses in 4 different locations, each with emergency port keys and independent protective enchantments. Our intelligence network now includes contacts in every major ministry department, 3 Hogwarts professors, and the goblins themselves. And our offensive capabilities? Cassiopeia hesitated. That's more complicated. Explain. We have resources. Gold, artifacts, political leverage. What we lack is manpower. The House of Black has been declining for generations. We simply don't have the numbers to mount any kind of direct action against Dumbledore's network. Harry set down the report. We need allies. Allies who would stand against Albus Dumbledore openly. Cassiopeia shook her head. That's a very short list. Most of magical Britain considers him a hero. They won't believe accusations without overwhelming proof, and getting that proof means exposing our intelligence sources. Then we don't expose our sources. We find another way. A knock at the door interrupted them. Creature appeared, his ancient face twisted with excitement. Young master is having visitors. Important visitors. Who? The young Malfoy heir. And he is not being alone. Draco Malfoy stood in the entrance hall, flanked by 2 people Harry didn't recognize. He'd changed since their duel. The arrogant sneer was gone, replaced by something more guarded, more thoughtful. He wore formal robes but no jewelry, no visible signs of wealth, a deliberate choice, Harry suspected, signaling that this wasn't a political visit. Potter. Draco's voice was neutral. Thank you for seeing us. You didn't give me much notice. Harry descended the stairs, shadows trailing behind him. And you didn't come alone. These are Theodore Nott and Daphne Greengrass. Draco gestured to his companions. Their families are part of the coalition, or were. We're here because we think you might be interested in what we have to say. Harry studied the newcomers. Theodore was thin, dark-haired, with the pinched look of someone who'd spent too much time around unpleasant people. Daphne was blonde and composed, her face revealing nothing of her thoughts. Both were about Draco's age, 11, maybe 12. Interesting company, Harry said. Considering your father leads the coalition, Theo. My father is a fool. Theodore's voice was bitter. He's been so focused on fighting you that he's completely missed the real threat. They all have. And what threat is that? Dumbledore. Daphne spoke for the first time, her voice cool and precise. We've been watching, listening, piecing things together. Something's wrong at Hogwarts. Something's wrong with the Ministry. And it all traces back to the Chief Warlock. Harry kept his expression neutral, but inside, his interest sharpened. These were children from coalition families, no less, and they'd independently reached the same conclusion he had. Come to my study, he said. Tell me everything. The story took over an hour to tell. Draco had started noticing inconsistencies after his duel with Harry. Little things at first, the way his tutors steered conversations, the subtle pressure to maintain hostility toward the Black Heir, the instructions that always seemed to benefit someone other than House Malfoy. I started keeping notes, he said. Tracking who said what, when, how it connected. The patterns pointed to the Covenant. I'd heard whispers about them from my father, but the Covenant was supposed to be anti-black. Why would they care about a duel between children? Unless the duel wasn't really about you and me, Harry said. Unless it was about something bigger. Exactly. Draco leaned forward. So I started digging deeper. That's when I met Theo. Theodore picked up the thread. My father's been Covenant adjacent for years. Not a full member, but close enough to hear things. I've always hated it, the secrecy, the manipulation, the way they treat everyone as pieces on a board. His jaw tightened. When Draco approached me with his suspicions, I told him what I knew. Which wasn't much, but it was enough to confirm that the Covenant's interests and my father's interests weren't the same thing. And you? Harry asked Daphne. My family's neutral. We've survived by not taking sides, by being useful to everyone without being essential to anyone. Daphne's cool demeanor cracked slightly. But neutrality only works when there's balance. What's happening now, the pressure building in the shadows, it's going to destroy that balance. I'd rather pick a side while I still can. So you came to me. You're the only one who's openly fighting back, Draco said. Everyone else is either too scared or too compromised. You took on the coalition and won. You survived Covenant assassination attempts. You stood up to the Wisengamot and didn't flinch. He met Harry's eyes directly. I don't know if you can beat Dumbledore. But you're the only one even trying. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing what he'd heard. These weren't allies he'd expected, coalition heirs, children from families that had been actively working against him. But that was precisely what made them valuable. What do you know about Dumbledore specifically? He's been moving chess pieces for decades, Daphne said. Political appointments, ministry promotions, even Hogwarts staffing decisions, they all trace back to him if you look hard enough. He's built a network of people who owe him favors, who believe in his vision, who'll do what he asks without questioning. The Order of the Phoenix, Harry said. That's the public face. There's something else underneath, something older, more secretive. Daphne pulled a folded parchment from her robes. I found this in my father's study. It's a partial membership list from something called the Circle of the Greater Good. Look at the names. Harry unfolded the parchment. The list was incomplete, many entries redacted or illegible, but the visible names made his blood run cold. Abraxas Not. Cygnus Black. Arcturus Black. My great-uncle was a member. Before he understood what it really was. Daphne's voice was quiet. According to the notes, he tried to leave once he realized Dumbledore's ultimate goal. That's when the attacks on House Black began in earnest. Harry stared at the list. Arcturus had known. He'd been fighting this battle for decades, and he'd never told anyone the full truth, not even Cassiopeia. No wonder he'd been so insistent that Harry wait to learn certain secrets. The knowledge was dangerous. Knowing too much, too soon, could get you killed. What is Dumbledore's ultimate goal? We don't know exactly, Theodore admitted. But it involves the Department of Mysteries, the prophecy about you and the Dark Lord, and something called the Convergence. Whatever that is. The Convergence. Harry hadn't heard the term before, but it resonated with something the entity had said, about pressure building, about changes coming. I need to think about this, he said. And I need to verify what you've told me. No offense, but trust isn't something I hand out freely. We'd expect nothing less. Draco stood, and the others followed. We're not asking you to trust us. We're asking you to use us. We have access to places you don't, coalition meetings, ministry functions, even Hogwarts itself when we start next year. If you want intelligence from the inside, we can provide it. In exchange for what? Protection. For ourselves and our families. Draco's voice was steady. When this all falls apart, and it will, we want to be on the winning side. More than that, we want to help make sure the right side wins. Harry studied them, 3 children, barely older than he was, offering themselves as spies and allies against forces that had been operating for longer than any of them had been alive. It was either very brave or very foolish. Probably both. I'll be in touch, he said. Use secure channels only, I'll have Creature provide you with communication mirrors that can't be intercepted. And be careful. If you're right about Dumbledore, he has eyes everywhere. We know. Draco's smile was thin. That's rather the point. After they left, Harry summoned Cassiopeia and Andromeda to share what he'd learned. The Circle of the Greater Good, Cassiopeia said slowly. I've heard whispers. Arcturus mentioned it once, years ago, when he was deep in his cups. I thought it was just rambling. It was real. And Arcturus was a member before he understood what it meant. Harry handed her Daphne's parchment. Look at the names. Coalition families, Black family members, ministry officials. Dumbledore's been building this network for longer than most of these people have been alive. Which explains how he's maintained power for so long. Andromeda's voice was thoughtful. He doesn't just have political capital, he has true believers. People who think they're serving a noble cause. The greater good. Harry laughed bitterly. That's always the justification, isn't it? Every tyrant in history has believed they were doing what was necessary. Dumbledore's not a tyrant, Cassiopeia said carefully. He genuinely cares about magical Britain, about protecting the innocent. That's what makes him so dangerous. His intentions are good, even if his methods aren't. Intent doesn't matter if the results are the same. Harry stood, beginning to pace. He placed me with the Dursleys, for my protection. He's been manipulating events around me since I was born, for the greater good. At what point does good intention stop excusing bad action? Neither woman had an answer. We need more information, Harry continued. The convergence, Theodore mentioned it, but we don't know what it means. The Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore's been pressuring them, but we don't know why. The prophecy, everyone keeps referencing it, but nobody's told me the actual contents. The prophecy is sealed, Andromeda said. Only the people it refers to can remove it from the Hall of Prophecies. Then I need to get into the Hall of Prophecies. That's inside the Department of Mysteries. The most secure location in magical Britain. I know. Harry's smile was cold. Which means we'll need to be clever about it. The plan took 3 weeks to develop. Harry couldn't simply walk into the ministry and demand access to the Department of Mysteries, even as Lord Black, he didn't have that kind of authority. But there were other ways in. Side doors, maintenance passages, routes that existed on no official maps but were known to those who traded in secrets. The goblins proved invaluable. Gringotts has done business with the Department of Mysteries for centuries, Director Ragnarok explained during their meeting. Artifact assessment, ward verification, occasional retrieval of dangerous items. We have access that most surface dwellers don't. Can you get me inside? We can get you to a point where the rest is up to you. Ragnarok's teeth glinted. The department has its own defenses, its own guardians. Magic that predates the ministry itself. Even goblins don't venture too deep without invitation. I don't need to go deep. I just need to reach the Hall of Prophecies. Then we can help. But there will be a price. Name it. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. The Black Vaults contain artifacts that Gringotts has long wanted to study. Nothing dangerous, historical items, relics of goblin manufacture that were acquired by your ancestors. You want them back. I want access to them. Temporary, supervised, for research purposes only. The goblin's voice was carefully neutral. This is not a demand, Lord Black. It is a request, offered in exchange for significant assistance. Harry considered. The items in question were probably controversial, goblin-made artifacts that had been bought or won under circumstances the goblins considered illegitimate. Returning them, even temporarily, would be a political statement. But it would also build goodwill with a faction that had been alienated from wizarding society for centuries. Agreed, he said. On the condition that the research is shared with House Black and that no items leave Gringotts' custody without my approval. Ragnarok's smile widened. You bargain well for a human. The arrangement is acceptable. They shook hands, or rather, Harry offered his hand and Ragnarok gripped it in the goblin fashion, brief and firm. A deal was struck. Now Harry just had to survive what came next. The infiltration happened on a moonless night in February. Harry entered the ministry through the visitor's entrance, bold, perhaps, but the nighttime security was lighter, and his presence could be explained if necessary. Lord Black had legitimate business at the ministry, after all. Who was to say he hadn't simply chosen an unusual hour? The telephone booth descended into the atrium. Empty at this hour, the vast space felt almost haunted, shadows dancing in the corners. Harry's shadows, they responded to his presence, reaching out to join their brethren in the darkness. Careful, the entity murmured in the back of his mind. This place has old magic. Old guardians. Harry moved quickly through the atrium, following directions Ragnarok had provided. A maintenance corridor behind the fountain. A service lift that didn't appear on any official schematic. A passage that wound through the ministry's foundations, descending below the public levels. The Department of Mysteries had its own entrance, a black door at the end of a featureless corridor. Harry had been told it would be locked, but when he touched it, it swung open without resistance. It knows you, the entity said. It recognizes what you carry. The room beyond was circular, lined with identical doors. As Harry watched, the walls began to spin, the doors blurring together until he couldn't tell which was which. The Hall of Prophecies, he said aloud. The spinning stopped. One door stood slightly ajar, light spilling through the gap. An invitation? A trap? Both? Harry pushed through. The Hall of Prophecies was vast beyond comprehension. Shelves stretched upward into darkness, row upon row of glowing orbs, each one containing a fragment of possible future. Harry walked between them, feeling their light brush against his skin, hearing whispers of predictions not meant for his ears. He was looking for one prophecy in particular. The one that had shaped his entire life. Row 97, the goblins had told him. Shelf C, look for your name. He found it. The orb was small, unremarkable, glowing with the same pale light as all the others. But the label beneath it made his heart stop. SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter. He reached for it. I wondered how long it would take you to find your way here. Harry spun. A figure emerged from the shadows between shelves, tall, silver-bearded, eyes twinkling with a light that didn't match the surroundings. Albus Dumbledore. Impressive, really, Dumbledore continued, moving closer with deceptive casualness. The security here is designed to keep out the most determined intruders. Yet you walked through like the door was held open for you. Maybe it was. Harry's shadows gathered close, defensive. Maybe the magic here recognizes something you've forgotten. The High Lord's authority. Yes, I had considered that possibility. Dumbledore stopped about 10 feet away, hands folded before him. The Department of Mysteries was built during the time of the High Lords, after all. It makes sense that some of its protections would respond to that bloodline. You knew I'd come here. I suspected. The prophecy is central to everything, to your destiny, to Voldemort's obsession, to the future of magical Britain. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, almost sad. I had hoped to explain it to you myself, in time. To help you understand its significance. To control how I learned it. To shape my understanding to match your plans. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. You've been listening to dangerous people, Harry. People who don't understand the full picture. I've been listening to everyone. And what I've heard is that you've been manipulating my life since before I was born. Harry took a step forward, shadows surging. The Dursleys. The secrecy. The political interference. All of it designed to keep me ignorant and controllable. Designed to keep you alive. Dumbledore's voice hardened slightly. You don't know what I've protected you from. The forces that have been hunting you since infancy. I know about the Covenant. I know about the Circle of the Greater Good. I know you've been leading both for over a century. Harry smiled coldly. I know everything, Dumbledore. For a moment, just a moment, Dumbledore's mask slipped. Something ancient and dangerous looked out of those twinkling eyes. Then the mask returned, and the old wizard sighed. I see you've been more thorough than I anticipated. Very well. He moved toward a nearby bench and sat, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. Perhaps it's time for honesty between us. Now you want to be honest. I want you to understand. That's not the same thing, but it's a start. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. The prophecy you're reaching for speaks of a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. It doesn't name you specifically. There was another candidate, another boy born at the end of July, but Voldemort chose to interpret it as referring to you. His attack, his attempt to kill you, his failure, all of that stemmed from his belief in the prophecy's significance. And you've been shaping events ever since. Making sure the prophecy comes true the way you want it to. Making sure it comes true at all. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Voldemort isn't dead, Harry. He's diminished, dispersed, but not destroyed. Eventually, he will return. And when he does, only you will have the power to stop him. According to a prophecy that you've been interpreting for your own purposes. According to a prophecy that has already begun to fulfill itself. Dumbledore leaned forward. You survived the killing curse. No one has ever done that before or since. Something happened that night, something that marked you, changed you, connected you to Voldemort in ways we don't fully understand. That connection is the key to everything. Harry touched his scar without thinking. It had been quiet lately, no pain, no visions, but it was always there, a reminder of a night he couldn't remember. What do you want from me? He asked. I want you to fulfill your destiny. To defeat Voldemort when he returns, to protect the innocent, to ensure that magical Britain has a future. Dumbledore's eyes were intense. Everything I've done, the secrecy, the manipulation, even the difficult choices about your upbringing, has been in service of that goal. The end justifies the means. When the alternative is the end of everything we know? Yes. Dumbledore stood slowly. You've claimed the High Lord's power. You've awakened abilities that haven't been seen in centuries. That makes you more valuable than ever, and more dangerous. The entity you've bound yourself to isn't benevolent, Harry. It's ancient and hungry, and it will consume you if you're not careful. And you're offering to help me be careful? I'm offering to guide you. To share knowledge I've accumulated over a century of study. To help you navigate the challenges ahead without being destroyed by them. Dumbledore extended a hand. We don't have to be enemies. We can work together, for the greater good of all. Harry looked at the offered hand. A month ago, a week ago, even, he might have been tempted. The prospect of guidance, of a powerful ally, of not having to face everything alone. But he'd learned too much. Seen too clearly. You placed me in an abusive household and called it protection. You've been manipulating my life since before I could walk. You lead a secret organization that's been working to control the High Lord's power for over a century. Harry's voice was flat. Why would I ever trust you? Because you have no one else. I have the Blacks. I have the Goblins. I have allies you don't even know about. Harry's shadows rose around him, forming shapes that might have been soldiers or might have been something else entirely. And I have this. He reached for the prophecy orb. Harry, wait, the moment his fingers touched the glass, the world changed. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The words burned themselves into Harry's mind. He heard them in a voice he didn't recognize, female, strange, speaking from somewhere between consciousness and dream. Power the Dark Lord knows not. The shadows around him blazed darker. The entity's presence surged forward, filling him with knowledge that had been waiting for this moment. This is what I've been preparing you for, it whispered. This is why the pact matters. The power you can access, the power between worlds, is the only thing that can truly destroy a soul fragment. A soul fragment. Harry saw it suddenly, felt it, something foreign nestled behind his scar, a piece of Voldemort that had attached itself the night of the attack. He'd been carrying his enemy with him all along. And the entity knew how to remove it. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was sharp with alarm. What's happening? What are you doing? Harry opened his eyes. The prophecy orb had shattered in his hand, its light absorbed into his skin. The shadows around him were no longer defensive, they were active, reaching, reshaping. I'm learning, he said. His voice sounded strange, echoing with harmonics that didn't belong to a human throat. I'm learning what I really am. You're overwhelmed. The power is too much, you need to release it before it consumes you, no. Harry smiled, and the expression made Dumbledore step back. The power isn't consuming me. I'm finally understanding it. Finally understanding everything. He could see it now, the web of manipulation that Dumbledore had spent decades spinning. The ways he'd shaped events, controlled information, eliminated threats. All in service of a vision that put Albus Dumbledore at the center of everything. And at the heart of that web, the darkest secret of all. You know about the soul fragment, Harry said. You've known all along. That's why you wanted me controllable, because you planned to sacrifice me. To have me die at the right moment, destroying the fragment and weakening Voldemort. I was never meant to survive the final confrontation. Dumbledore's face went pale. That's not, I would never, don't lie to me. Not now. The shadows pressed closer, and Dumbledore's wand hand twitched. You've been preparing me for death since the day my parents died. Everything else, the training, the prophecy, the greater good, was just preparation for a sacrifice you'd already planned. If there was another way, there is another way. There's always another way. Harry raised his hand, and the darkness in the Hall of Prophecies seemed to deepen. I can remove the fragment myself. The entity showed me how. It doesn't require my death, it requires power and will and the ability to reach between worlds. That's impossible. Soul magic doesn't work that way, soul magic as you understand it doesn't work that way. But you don't understand everything, Dumbledore. You never did. Harry began walking toward the exit. I'm leaving now. You're not going to stop me. Harry, if you try to stop me, I'll show you exactly what High Lord power looks like when it's not being restrained. Harry paused at the door, looking back. We're going to meet again. When we do, it will be on my terms. And you're going to answer for everything you've done. He stepped through the door and was gone. Dumbledore stood alone in the Hall of Prophecies, surrounded by the whispers of 1,000 possible futures, and for the first time in over a century, felt something he'd almost forgotten. Fear. Harry returned to Black Manor as dawn broke. The journey back had been a blur, emergency port key, goblin escort, hasty explanations. By the time he reached the manor's gates, his entire body was trembling with exhaustion and the aftereffects of what he'd experienced. Cassiopeia and Andromeda met him in the entrance hall. Their faces shifted from relief to concern as they saw his condition. What happened? Andromeda demanded. Dumbledore found me. We talked. Harry laughed, the sound slightly unhinged. And I learned some things. About the prophecy. About what I'm carrying. About what I have to do. You're not making sense, the scar. Voldemort's in my scar. Harry touched his forehead. A piece of his soul, attached to me since the night he attacked. Dumbledore knew. He always knew. He was going to let me die to destroy it. Silence fell over the entrance hall. Cassiopeia's face went gray. Soul fragment, she whispered. That's the darkest magic, it's called a Horcrux. The entity explained. Harry swayed slightly, and Andromeda caught his arm. But there's a way to remove it. The High Lord power, the connection between worlds, it can reach the fragment. Pull it out. Destroy it without destroying me. How do you know this isn't the entity manipulating you? Cassiopeia asked. How do you know you can trust what it says? Because it doesn't want me dead either. I'm the first bridge it's had in 3 centuries. Losing me now would set everything back to zero. Harry let them guide him toward the stairs. I need to rest. Then we need to plan. Dumbledore knows I'm not controllable anymore. He'll move against us. We'll be ready, Andromeda said firmly. We'd better be. Harry paused on the first landing, looking back at them. Because I'm going to end this. All of it. The prophecy, the soul fragment, Dumbledore's manipulation. I'm going to tear down everything he's built and build something better in its place. His eyes were blazing with green fire, with shadow, with power that had been dormant for centuries and was finally waking. And heaven help anyone who gets in my way. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the ritual chamber, practicing the techniques the entity had shown him for manipulating soul energy, when the Manor's ward screamed. Not a subtle probe this time. Not an infiltration attempt. A full assault. He reached the entrance hall in seconds, shadows carrying him faster than running could. Cassiopeia was already there, her wand drawn, her face set in lines of grim determination. How many? Harry demanded. At least 30. Aurors, ministry officials, and others I don't recognize. Cassiopeia's voice was tight. They're carrying warrants. Dumbledore must have convinced the Wisengamot that you're a threat. He probably wasn't wrong. Harry let his shadows unfurl, filling the hall with darkness. Creature. The elf appeared instantly. Evacuate Andromeda and any staff to the safe house. Now. Young Master is fighting alone. Young Master is doing what he has to. Harry turned to Cassiopeia. You should go too. Don't be stupid. She moved to stand beside him. I've been waiting for this fight for 50 years. I'm not missing it now. Harry wanted to argue, but there wasn't time. The outer wards were falling, overwhelmed by the sheer force being brought against them. He could feel the attackers pressing closer, their magic battering against defenses that had stood for centuries. Then let's give them something to remember, he said. The main doors exploded inward. The battle for Black Manor would be remembered for generations. Harry fought like something out of legend. His shadows became weapons, shields, soldiers that tore through the attackers' ranks with terrifying efficiency. Ministry officials who had expected to arrest a child found themselves facing something else entirely, a force of nature wearing human shape. Cassiopeia held the left flank, her blood magic creating zones of disruption where enemy spells simply failed. She fought with a ferocity that belied her age, decades of suppressed rage finally finding an outlet. But there were too many. For every attacker they brought down, 2 more pressed forward. The Manor's defenses were failing, ward after ward collapsing under sustained assault. Harry felt the moment the inner wards began to crack. Cassiopeia. Fall back to the ritual chamber. She didn't argue. They retreated, fighting every step, leaving a trail of wounded and unconscious enemies behind them. The ritual chamber's doors slammed shut, ancient protections activating, the last line of defense. This won't hold long, Cassiopeia said. Blood was running from a cut on her forehead, and her breathing was labored. We need another option. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the entity's presence. I need more power. You have more power. You've barely scratched the surface of what's available. Then show me. Show me how to end this. A pause. Then, there is a way. But it will cost you. The transformation will be permanent. You won't be able to go back to what you were. What will I become? Something new. Something that hasn't existed since Sirius the First. The entity's voice was almost gentle. A true bridge. Not just a guardian of the connection, but an embodiment of it. You'll be able to do things no human has done in 3,000 years. And the cost? You'll never be entirely human again. Part of you will always exist between worlds. Part of you will always be mine. Harry thought about his life. The cupboard under the stairs. The discovery of magic. The claiming of his heritage. Every step had been leading here, to this moment, to this choice. He thought about Dumbledore's plans, the prophecy, the soul fragment, the sacrifice that had been designed from the beginning. He thought about everything he had to live for, and everything he was willing to give up. Do it, he said. The power hit him like a tidal wave. Outside the ritual chamber, the attackers had finally breached the doors. They poured through, wands raised, ready to subdue the two defenders who had held them off for nearly an hour. The lead Aurors had their containment spells prepared, confident that the battle was finally over. Then the shadows came alive. Not the controlled darkness Harry had been wielding, this was something else entirely. The shadows themselves seemed to peel away from the walls, from the floor, from reality itself. They formed shapes that couldn't exist, geometries that hurt to look at, and they screamed. The attackers tried to fight back, tried to flee, tried to do anything. Nothing worked. The shadows were everywhere, flowing through defenses, ignoring shields, reaching for the minds and souls of everyone who had come to destroy Black Manor. In the center of the chaos stood Harry Potter. He'd changed. His eyes were no longer green, they were voids, windows into the space between stars. His body seemed slightly out of phase with reality, edges blurring and reforming. The shadows didn't just respond to him anymore, they were part of him, extensions of his will made manifest. This ends now, he said. His voice echoed in dimensions that shouldn't exist. The attackers who were still conscious, perhaps a dozen out of 30, dropped their wands and surrendered. In the aftermath, Harry stood in the ruins of his entrance hall, surveying the damage. The manor would need extensive repairs. The wards would need rebuilding. The political fallout would be immense, dozens of ministry officials unconscious, several seriously wounded, the chief warlock's assault on an ancient house exposed for all to see. But they'd won. Harry. Cassiopeia's voice was strange. He turned to find her staring at him with something between awe and fear. What did you do? What I had to. He raised his hand, watching shadows curl between his fingers like living things. I became what I was always meant to be. And what is that? Harry smiled. The expression looked wrong on his face, too knowing, too old, touched with something that wasn't entirely human. The bridge, he said. The true bridge between worlds. The High Lord that should have existed all along. Cassiopeia was quiet for a long moment. Arcturus would have been proud, she said finally. I know. Harry turned back to the ruined doors, to the grey morning light filtering through the smoke. Now let's start rebuilding. We have a war to win. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The High Lord rises. The morning of Harry's 10th birthday dawned cold and clear. He stood on the highest balcony of Black Manor, watching the sun rise over moors still scarred from the battle 3 months prior. The repairs were nearly complete now, walls rebuilt, wards restored, the entrance hall reconstructed with stone that remembered what had happened and would not forget. Harry had changed in those 3 months. Not just the obvious transformation, the eyes that shifted between human green and void black, the way shadows clung to him like a second skin, but something deeper. He moved differently. Spoke differently. The child who had arrived at the manor less than a year ago was gone, replaced by something that walked the line between mortal and other. The entity's presence was constant now, a warmth in the back of his mind that never quite faded. They had reached an understanding during the transformation, not master and servant, but partners. Equals, in their own strange way. Today is significant, the entity observed. Your people mark the completion of another cycle. My birthday. Yes. Harry's voice had harmonics now, undertones that made listeners uneasy without knowing why. He'd learned to suppress them in conversation, but alone, he let them show. I'm 10 years old. A small number, by my reckoning. But I understand it matters to mortals. It matters because of what happens today. The formal investiture. I become Lord Black in truth, not just in power. Ceremony. Ritual. The mortals do love their performances. Harry smiled slightly. The performance is the point. Everyone who matters will be watching. The Coalition's remnants, the Ministry, Dumbledore himself. They'll see what I've become and understand that the old games are over. And then? And then we find out who's willing to adapt, and who needs to be removed. The entity's presence pulsed with something like approval. Harry had grown cold in recent months, not cruel, but pragmatic in ways that would have horrified his younger self. The transformation had burned away softness, leaving something harder beneath. He didn't regret it. He couldn't afford to. The investiture ceremony was held in the Great Hall of Black Manor. Cassiopeia had spent weeks preparing the space, ancient banners unfurled, ritual circles inscribed in silver and shadow, the accumulated weight of 3,000 years of black history made visible. Portraits of previous lords lined the walls, their painted eyes watching as guests filed into the hall. And there were many guests. The remains of the Coalition had sent representatives, not Lord Knott, who remained in seclusion after the failed assault, but younger members of aligned families. They came bearing gifts and careful words, testing the waters of a new political reality. The Goblins came in force, Director Ragnarok himself leading a delegation that included some of Gringotts' most senior officials. Their presence was a statement. The banking clans recognized Harry's authority and were willing to be seen doing so. Andromeda was there, of course, with Ted and Tonks beside her. The restored branch of the family, publicly acknowledged, their place in black history reclaimed after 30 years of exile. Tonks had been granted leave from her Auror training for the occasion, her hair cycling through colors that matched her barely contained excitement. Draco Malfoy came alone. His father remained under house arrest following the assault on the manor, one of many ministry officials whose participation in Dumbledore's scheme had been exposed. The boy walked into the hall with his head high, meeting whispers and stares with studied indifference. He'd grown too, Harry noticed. The arrogant child who'd issued a dueling challenge less than a year ago had been replaced by someone quieter, more watchful. The revelations about his father's activities had forced a reckoning, and Draco had emerged from it changed. Theodore Knott and Daphne Greengrass entered together, their intelligence network's contributions to the recent victory earning them places of honor. They'd risked everything to provide information about the assault, and Harry intended to reward that loyalty visibly. And then there was the ministry delegation. Acting Minister Amelia Bones led them, a stern-faced woman who had stepped into the role after Cornelius Fudge's resignation in the wake of the scandal. She was neither ally nor enemy, a neutral party trying to rebuild trust between the government and the ancient houses. Harry respected her pragmatism, if nothing else. Behind her came a handful of Aurors, a scattering of department heads, and one figure who made the shadows around Harry stir with recognition. Albus Dumbledore. He'd lost the chief warlock position, the Wizengamot had stripped it from him after the assault's failure was exposed, but he retained his post at Hogwarts and his considerable personal influence. He entered the hall like he belonged there, twinkling eyes sweeping the crowd, seemingly unbothered by the hostile glances directed his way. Their eyes met across the hall. Something passed between them, not words, but understanding. This was far from over. But today wasn't about Dumbledore. Today was about claiming what Harry had earned. The ritual began at noon. Harry stood in the center of the great circle, surrounded by candles that burned with black flame. Cassiopeia officiated, her voice carrying the ancient words that had been spoken for every black claiming since the house's founding. Who comes to claim the lordship of the ancient and most noble house of Black? I do. Harry's voice echoed strangely, the harmonics he usually suppressed allowed to show. Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, grandson of Charles and Doria, heir by blood and magic to the line of Black. By what right do you claim this title? By right of blood, which flows in my veins. By right of magic, which answers my call. By right of power, which I have proven in defense of this house. He raised his hand, and shadows erupted around him, forming shapes that made several guests gasp. And by right of the ancient pact, which I have renewed and embody. Cassiopeia's eyes were bright with emotion she would never openly acknowledge. The blood speaks. The magic answers. The pact is witnessed. She lifted a silver circlet, simple, elegant, old beyond reckoning. I name you Lord Black, High Lord of the ancient and most noble house of Black, first of that title in 312 years. Do you accept the weight of this name? I accept it. She placed the circlet on his head. The manor responded. Every ward, every enchantment, every trace of black magic in the ancient stones recognized the moment. Power surged through the building like a heartbeat, reaching outward to the standing stones on the moor, to the boundaries of the estate, to every property and holding that belonged to the house. And in the hall itself, the shadows bowed. Not metaphorically, physically bowed, the darkness in every corner dipping in acknowledgement of the new lord. Guests stumbled back, some crying out in alarm, as the very concept of shadow seemed to offer obeisance to the boy in the center of the circle. Harry opened his eyes. They were pure void now, windows into the space between stars, and his voice carried power that made the air vibrate. I am Lord Black, he said. And I have claims to make. The political maneuvering began before the formal ceremony ended. Harry had prepared extensively for this moment. The investiture wasn't just about claiming a title, it was about reshaping the political landscape of magical Britain. He had one chance to set the terms of engagement, and he intended to use it. As my first act as Lord Black, he announced to the assembled guests, I formally request an audit of all actions taken by ministry officials in relation to House Black during the past decade. This includes the assault on Black Manor 3 months ago, which was conducted under false pretenses and without legitimate authority. Amelia Bones stepped forward, her face carefully neutral. Lord Black, the ministry has already begun internal investigations. With respect, Acting Minister, internal investigations are insufficient. The assault was authorized at the highest levels of government, using legitimate ministry resources to attack a noble house. That requires independent review. Harry's voice was calm but unyielding. I propose a joint commission, ministry representatives, Wisengamot members, and Goblin observers. Full access to all relevant records, full authority to pursue charges where warranted. You're asking us to open our own government to outside scrutiny. I'm asking you to demonstrate that the ministry can be trusted. After recent events, that trust needs to be rebuilt. Harry let a hint of warning enter his tone. The alternative is that ancient houses begin to question whether the ministry serves their interests at all. I don't think anyone wants that conversation. The threat was veiled but clear. The old families had stayed largely passive during the ministry's expansion of power over the past century. That passivity could change if the government proved itself hostile to their fundamental interests. Bones was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I'll propose the commission to the Wisengamot. No guarantees, but I'll argue for it. That's all I ask. Harry turned to address the broader crowd. My second act is to formally restore all disowned members of House Black to full standing. The feuds of past generations have no place in the future we're building. This had already been done informally, but the public declaration mattered. Several guests murmured in surprise. Restoring the disowned wasn't unusual, but doing it as a formal act of investiture made it a statement of policy. Andromeda was crying quietly, Ted's arm around her shoulders. Tonks had stopped shifting entirely, her natural features showing for once, her expression one of profound emotion. Third, I announce an alliance between House Black and the Goblin Nation. Harry gestured to Ragnarok, who stepped forward with a document that gleamed with magical seals. This agreement establishes mutual respect, shared intelligence, and economic cooperation. It is the first such formal alliance in 700 years. The murmuring intensified. Wizard-goblin relations had been tense for centuries, wars, rebellions, grudging truces. A formal alliance was unprecedented in living memory. The old ways of isolation and suspicion have failed, Harry continued. House Black will forge new paths. Those who wish to walk with us are welcome. Those who oppose us. He let the shadows flicker, just slightly. Will find us ready. His gaze found Dumbledore in the crowd. The old wizard's expression was unreadable, but his eyes had lost their characteristic twinkle. Good. Let him understand that. The world was changing. The formal ceremony concluded, but the real work was just beginning. Harry spent the next several hours in meetings, with Goblin officials, with coalition remnants seeking to negotiate terms, with ministry representatives trying to gauge his intentions. Each conversation was a careful dance, probing for advantage while offering just enough to maintain engagement. Draco found him during a brief gap between meetings. Congratulations, the Malfoy heir said. His voice was neutral, but his eyes held something more complicated. Lord Black. Hi Lord Black. It suits you. Does it? Harry studied his former rival. You could have stayed away. No one would have blamed you, given what happened with your father. Staying away would have been seen as opposition. Or cowardice. Draco's jaw tightened. I'm neither. Whatever my father did, I'm not him. I want that to be clear. It's clear to me. I'm not sure it's clear to everyone else. Then help me make it clear. Draco stepped closer, lowering his voice. I know things, Potter. Things my father told me before his arrest, things I've pieced together since. The assault on the manor wasn't just Dumbledore's plan, there were others involved. Coalition members who thought they could use the chaos to advance their own agendas. Harry's interest sharpened. Names? I'll give you everything I have. But I want something in return. What? My mother. Draco's composure cracked slightly. She's trapped at the manor with my father under house arrest. The ministry's watching the entire property. She hasn't done anything wrong, but she can't leave without it looking like she's fleeing justice. Harry considered this. Narcissa Malfoy had warned him, in her own oblique way, about the forces moving against him. She'd provided information through Draco that had helped during the battle. Her hands weren't entirely clean, but they were cleaner than most. I can arrange for her to visit Black Manor. For family obligations. It's technically true, she's still a Black by blood, and the restoration of disowned members means she has standing here. Relief flickered across Draco's face. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. This makes us allies of a sort, which means I'll expect your continued cooperation. Full intelligence sharing, no holding back to protect coalition interests. The coalition is finished. Anyone who doesn't see that is too stupid to matter. Then we understand each other. Harry extended his hand. Draco hesitated only a moment before taking it. An alliance forged in the ashes of old enmity. Perhaps not friendship, not yet, but something that might grow into it. The final meeting of the day was the one Harry had been dreading. Dumbledore had requested a private audience. Given everything that had happened, Harry could have refused. Perhaps should have refused. But he wanted to see the old wizard face to face, to understand what was still moving behind those calculating eyes. They met in a small study off the main hall. Cassiopeia insisted on being present, along with Andromeda. Harry allowed it. He had no intention of facing Dumbledore alone with no witnesses. Lord Black. Dumbledore inclined his head formally. My congratulations on your investiture. It was, most impressive. You mean the shadows bowing? That was unexpected, I'll admit. Even I didn't know they would do that. You've grown considerably in power since our last meeting. Dumbledore's eyes were studying him with uncomfortable intensity. The transformation has changed you more than I anticipated. You anticipated it? I suspected something like it might happen. The High Lord's power is not gentle with those who claim it. Many previous claimants were destroyed by the process. That you survived, emerged stronger. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. You continue to exceed expectations. Whose expectations? Yours. Everyone's. The old wizard sighed. I suppose you want me to apologize. For the assault. For the years of manipulation. For everything. Would an apology be genuine? It would be honest. Dumbledore met his eyes directly. I regret many things, Lord Black. The assault was a mistake. I allowed my concern about your growing power to override my judgment. The methods were wrong, even if the concerns were valid. That's not quite an apology. No. Because I cannot apologize for wanting to protect magical Britain from threats I've spent a century studying. The entity you've bound yourself to is dangerous. The power you're wielding is dangerous. My methods were wrong, but my concerns. He spread his hands. Those remain. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing the old wizard's words. There was sincerity there, he thought. Dumbledore genuinely believed he was right, genuinely saw himself as a protector against forces others couldn't understand. It made him more dangerous, not less. The entity isn't what you think it is, Harry said finally. You've been fighting it for over a century, but you've never understood it. It's not trying to consume our world, it's trying to connect with it. The High Lords weren't guards keeping it contained. They were ambassadors, building a relationship that benefited both sides. A relationship that nearly destroyed magical Britain 3 centuries ago. Because the relationship ended. Because there was no one to maintain the bridge. Harry leaned forward. The pressure that's been building for 300 years, the degradation of magical stability, the things you've been attributing to dark magic and external threats, most of that is just the pact breaking down without a High Lord to tend it. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Doubt. Recognition. You believe you can restore the balance. I know I can. The transformation wasn't just about power, it was about becoming what the pact needs. A true bridge, not a temporary patch. The entity and I are partners now, working together to repair what was broken. And the covenant? Might circle of the greater good? Needs to end. Or rather, needs to be redirected. Harry's voice hardened. You built it to control the pact, to seize the High Lord's power for yourself. That can't happen anymore. But the resources, the knowledge, the network, those could be useful if pointed in the right direction. You're asking me to hand over everything I've built. I'm offering you a choice. Work with me, genuinely, to stabilize the pact and protect magical Britain. Or continue opposing me and watch everything you've built crumble. Harry let the shadows in the room deepen slightly. I'm not your enemy, Dumbledore. I never wanted to be. But I will be, if you force the issue. The silence stretched between them. Harry could feel Cassiopeia and Andromeda's tension, their readiness for violence if the conversation went wrong. But Dumbledore didn't attack. Didn't threaten. Instead, slowly, he nodded. You've thought this through more than I expected. And you're offering mercy I probably don't deserve. The old wizard stood. I won't promise to disband everything overnight. The Circle's members have their own agendas, and many won't accept a new direction easily. But I will, consider, what you've said. And I will not move against you or yours while I'm considering. That's all I ask. For now. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing, Lord Black. The soul fragment you carry, the piece of Voldemort behind your scar, I presume you have plans for it. I do. Then be careful. Horcrux magic is unstable, unpredictable. Even with the entity's assistance, removing it could have consequences you haven't foreseen. I'll keep that in mind. Dumbledore nodded once, then left. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Do you trust him? Andromeda asked quietly. Not even slightly. Harry let the shadows return to normal. But I trust him to act in his own interests. And right now, his interests are better served by cooperation than conflict. That could change. It will change. Eventually. Harry stood, feeling the weight of the circlet on his brow. But by then, I intend to be strong enough that it won't matter. The Horcrux removal took place a week later. Harry had spent the intervening days preparing, studying the entity's instructions, gathering materials, ensuring the manor's wards were strong enough to contain whatever happened during the ritual. Cassiopeia had been invaluable, her knowledge of blood magic filling gaps in the entity's guidance. The ritual chamber was transformed. New circles within circles, inscribed in Harry's own blood, glowing with power that straddled the line between mortal magic and something else. The shadows around him were dense, eager, ready to do what was needed. Are you prepared? The entity asked. As prepared as I can be. Then let us begin. Harry sat in the center of the innermost circle and closed his eyes. The entity's presence expanded, filling his mind, reaching toward the dark thing nestled behind his scar. Harry could feel it now, really feel it, not just sense it, a fragment of foreign soul that had been poisoning him since infancy. It noticed the attention. Stirred. Fought back. Pain exploded through Harry's head, the worst he'd ever felt, worse than the Cruciatus curse, worse than the transformation. The fragment didn't want to leave. It had made Harry's body its home for nearly a decade, and it would not surrender without a fight. But Harry wasn't alone. The entity reached with him, through him, its power wrapping around the fragment and pulling. The shadows in the room came alive, forming shapes that reached toward Harry's forehead, toward the ugly scar that marked Voldemort's failed murder. The fragment screamed. Not with sound, with magic, with rage, with the echo of the monster who had created it. It thrashed against their grip, trying to tear free, trying to drag Harry down with it into darkness. Hold, the entity commanded. We are stronger than it is. We are what it is not. Harry gritted his teeth and pulled. The fragment began to tear away from his soul. He could feel the separation, painful, terrifying, necessary. Parts of himself that had grown around the intrusion, compensating for its presence, suddenly had nothing to compensate for. He felt incomplete, broken, wrong. But he kept pulling. With a final shriek of dark magic, the fragment came free. It hung in the air above him, a writhing mass of shadow and corruption, the distilled essence of Tom Riddle's splintered soul. It was ugly, twisted, radiating malevolence even in its reduced state. Now, the entity said. Destroy it. Send it where it belongs. Harry opened the way between worlds. It wasn't a portal exactly, more like a tear in reality, a window into the void between stars. The fragment tried to flee, but the shadows held it fast, dragging it toward the opening. For one moment, something looked out of that darkness. Something vast and patient and utterly inhuman. Then the fragment was gone, consumed by forces beyond mortal comprehension, and the way closed behind it. Harry collapsed. He woke 3 days later. The manor was quiet around him, afternoon sunlight filtering through his bedroom windows. His head ached with the absence of the fragment, a phantom pain, like missing a tooth, but the pain was clean. Healing. You're awake. Andromeda's voice came from beside the bed. She'd been reading, but the book was forgotten now, her eyes bright with relief. We were worried. You wouldn't wake, wouldn't respond to anything. The removal took more than expected. Harry sat up slowly, testing his body. Everything seemed to work. But it's gone. Really gone. I can feel the difference. Can you? Cassiopeia appeared in the doorway. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, but she was smiling. How do you feel? Lighter. Clearer. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, it would always be there, but it was just a scar now. No dark presence lurking behind it. For the first time in my life, I'm completely myself. The entity? Still here. Harry smiled slightly. Partners, remember? That connection isn't going away. But this is different. The fragment was a parasite. The entity is, a friend. Flattering, the entity observed. But not inaccurate. Cassiopeia moved to the window, looking out over the moors. While you were recovering, things have been moving. Dumbledore has begun reaching out to his circle, sounding them out about a change in direction. Several have already approached us independently, looking to negotiate. And the Ministry? The commission has been approved. Bones pushed it through the Wisengamot yesterday. Full investigation, exactly as you proposed. Any word on Not? He's fled the country. Took what assets he could liquidate and disappeared. There are rumors he's in Eastern Europe, trying to build a new base of support. Cassiopeia shrugged. He's not finished, but he's not an immediate threat either. Harry processed all of this. The political landscape was shifting faster than he'd expected, pieces realigning in response to the new reality he represented. What about Voldemort? He asked. The fragment I destroyed was one Horcrux. He made others. We know. Our intelligence network has identified at least 3 more, a locket, a cup, and something at Hogwarts itself. Dumbledore has offered to help locate and destroy them, as a gesture of good faith. Of course he has. Harry swung his legs out of bed, testing his balance. He knows I'll need his knowledge to find them all. It's a way to make himself valuable. Is that a bad thing? It's a thing. Good or bad depends on what he does with the opportunity. Harry stood, steadier than he'd expected. For now, we accept his help. But we watch him carefully. Andromeda touched his arm gently. Harry, you've been through an enormous ordeal. The claiming, the battle, the Horcrux removal, all within months. Maybe you should rest before diving back into, I've rested enough. Harry's voice was kind but firm. There's too much to do. Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore's reformation, the long-term stability of the Pact, none of it can wait. You're 10 years old. I know. Harry smiled, and for a moment, he looked almost his age, young, uncertain, carrying burdens no child should bear. But I'm also the High Lord of House Black, the first in 3 centuries. Age doesn't matter as much as responsibility. It should. Maybe. But it doesn't. He moved toward the door. Let's see what's been happening while I was asleep. The next several weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry threw himself into the work of consolidation. Political alliances were formalized. Economic agreements were finalized. The Commission's investigation began uncovering the full extent of the corruption that had allowed the assault on Black Manor to happen. Dumbledore's circle began to fracture. Some members, disgusted by recent events, abandoned the organization entirely. Others accepted the new direction, willing to work toward stability rather than control. A few, the true believers, the ones who couldn't accept that their vision had failed, went underground, forming a splinter faction that would need watching. Harry met with Ragnarok regularly, building the Goblin Alliance into something substantial. Trade agreements. Intelligence sharing. Even the beginning of discussions about goblin rights, a touchy subject that had been ignored for centuries. He met with Draco frequently as well. The Malfoy heir had proven himself a valuable ally, providing insights into coalition thinking that Harry couldn't have gotten any other way. Their relationship wasn't exactly friendship, but it was something close, mutual respect, shared purpose, the beginning of trust. Narcissa joined them sometimes, liberated from Malfoy Manor's restrictions through Harry's intervention. She was cautious, careful, always watching for advantage, but she was also genuinely grateful, and gratitude was a foundation that could be built upon. Tonks visited whenever her training allowed. Her cheerful chaos was a relief from the constant political tension, a reminder that not everything was strategy and maneuvering. She'd taken to calling Harry little cousin, despite the fact that he was now one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, and he found he didn't mind. And throughout it all, the entity watched. Advised. Guided. Their partnership deepened with each passing day, the bridge between worlds growing stronger and more stable. The balance is improving, it observed one night as Harry stood on his favorite balcony, watching stars will overhead. The pressure that was building for 3 centuries is beginning to ease. How long until it's fully stabilized? Years, perhaps. Decades. The damage accumulated over a long time, it will take a long time to repair. The entity's presence felt almost content. But for the first time since Sirius I died, the trajectory is positive. You should be proud. I'll be proud when it's finished. Ah, the ambition of youth. The entity seemed to laugh. Nothing is ever truly finished, little lord. That's not how existence works. But you've begun well. That's what matters. Harry thought about everything that had happened, the cupboard under the stairs, the awakening of his powers, the battles and revelations and transformations that had brought him to this moment. He was 10 years old. Lord Black. High Lord. Bridge between worlds. And he was just getting started. The formal completion of his investiture required one final element, presentation to the Wisengamot as a whole. It was tradition. Every new lord of an ancient and noble house had to appear before the assembled body, speak the formal words, and receive acknowledgement. For Harry, with everything that had happened, the ceremony would be charged with tension. The Wisengamot chamber was packed when he arrived. Every seat filled, every gallery crowded with observers. The air crackled with anticipation, or perhaps that was just the power radiating off Harry himself, leaking through the careful controls he'd built. Acting Minister Bones presided, Dumbledore conspicuously absent from his former position. The old wizard sat among the regular members now, still influential but no longer commanding. Lord Harry James Potter Black presents himself to this body, Bones announced, as Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black. Does any member contest this claim? Silence. A month ago, there might have been challenges. Today, no one was stupid enough to try. The claim is acknowledged. Lord Black, you may address the Wisengamot. Harry stepped forward. The shadows around him settled into stillness, controlled and precise. Honored members, he began, his voice carrying easily through the chamber, I come before you at a time of transition. The old ways are changing. The structures we've relied upon for centuries are shifting. Some of you see this as a threat. I ask you to see it as an opportunity. He let his eyes sweep the chamber, meeting gazes one by one. I am not your enemy. I have no desire to tear down the institutions of magical Britain. What I desire is reform, genuine reform, not the cosmetic adjustments that have allowed corruption to fester for generations. His voice hardened slightly. The assault on my home was not an isolated incident. It was the culmination of years of accumulated dysfunction, of power being wielded without accountability, of secrets protecting the powerful at the expense of the common good. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry pressed on. The commission investigating that assault has already uncovered troubling patterns. Abuse of authority. Misappropriation of resources. Decisions made in shadow that should have been made in light. He paused. I am not here to demand punishment for those responsible. That is the commission's purview. What I am here to demand is change. What kind of change? Someone called from the galleries. Transparency. Accountability. Respect for the rights of all magical beings, not just those who hold power. Harry's shadows stirred, responding to his emotion. The ancient houses have been declining for generations, picked apart by forces that operate in darkness. The ministry has expanded its authority while losing the trust of those it's meant to serve. The magical world has become fractured, suspicious, weak. He raised his hand, and for a moment, the shadows in the chamber bowed, just as they had at his investiture, acknowledging him as Lord. I am the first High Lord in 300 years. The power I carry is ancient, vast, and not entirely human. I could use it to dominate, to control, to impose my will through force. He let the shadows settle. I choose not to. I choose to build rather than destroy, to unite rather than divide, to lead by example rather than compulsion. His voice dropped, becoming almost intimate despite the size of the chamber. But make no mistake. I will protect what is mine. I will defend those who cannot defend themselves. And I will not tolerate those who place their own advancement above the common good. His eyes found specific faces in the crowd, former coalition members, ministry officials under investigation, those who had profited from corruption. The old games are over. A new era begins today. Those who wish to be part of it are welcome. Those who oppose it. He smiled, and it was not a kind expression. Will find me ready. The chamber was silent. Then, slowly, Amelia Bones began to applaud. Others joined, some enthusiastic, some reluctant, but joining nonetheless. Within moments, the entire Wiesengemot was acknowledging Harry's words. His claim, his vision. He stood in the center of that sound, 10 years old, lord of one of the most ancient houses in Britain, and felt something he'd rarely allowed himself to feel. Hope. After the ceremony, Harry found himself alone in an antechamber. He stood at the window, looking out over magical London, processing everything that had happened. The cheering had faded, the politicians had returned to their maneuvering, but something had changed. He could feel it in the way people looked at him, the way they moved around him. They were afraid. Respectful. Hopeful. He wasn't sure which bothered him most. Deep thoughts. Cassiopeia entered without announcement. She looked better than she had in months, the constant tension of the past year finally easing. Just thinking about what comes next. What does come next? Voldemort's Horcruxes. Stabilizing the pact. Building something that will last beyond my lifetime. Harry turned to face her. The easy part is over. The easy part? Cassiopeia laughed. You call the past year easy? Compared to what's coming? Yes. Harry moved toward the door. The battles I've won were against enemies who underestimated me. That won't keep happening. Sooner or later, I'll face challenges that match my actual strength. And the pact, the entity, that's a lifetime of work. Maybe more. You're thinking like an old man. I feel like an old man sometimes. He paused at the threshold. But I'm also 10 years old. And sometimes I just want to be 10 years old. Cassiopeia's expression softened. Then be 10 years old. For today, at least. The work will wait. Harry considered this. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, young and warm. Maybe you're right. He glanced back at the window, at the world waiting beyond it. But just for today. They left the ministry together, the High Lord and his advisor, walking into a future that was uncertain but no longer hopeless. In the weeks that followed, life at Black Manor settled into something almost resembling normalcy. Harry still worked constantly, political meetings, ritual practice, strategy sessions that stretched late into the night. But he also allowed himself moments of ordinary existence. Meals with family. Conversations that weren't about power or politics. Walks on the moors, feeling the wind on his face, remembering what it was like to simply be alive. Andromeda insisted on it. You're building a future, she told him. But you have to actually live in the present or there's no point. She was right. He knew she was right. The entity agreed, in its alien way, the bridge needed to be stable, and stability required balance. So he found balance. Between duty and rest. Between the weight of the High Lord's power and the lightness of being young. Between the darkness he could command and the light he chose to pursue. On the anniversary of his claiming, 1 full year since the night the shadows had awakened, Harry stood on the highest balcony of Black Manor, watching the sun rise over the moors. So much had changed. The coalition broken. The covenant redirected. Dumbledore diminished but not destroyed. The pact stabilizing, the entity content, the future opening before him like an unwritten book. "You've come far," the entity observed. "Further than any High Lord since the beginning. I had good teachers. Good friends." Harry smiled slightly. "And a partner who knows more than he lets on." Flattery. But the entity's presence was warm. "What will you do now?" "Keep building. Keep protecting. Keep becoming whatever I need to be." He watched the sun clear the horizon, painting the moors in gold. There are still Horcruxes to destroy. Still enemies to face. Still a world to reshape. A long road. Yes. But I'm not walking it alone. Below, Harry could hear the manor waking. Creature preparing breakfast. Cassiopeia's sharp voice giving instructions. Andromeda laughing at something Ted had said. Tonks's arrival, announced by the crash of something fragile hitting the floor. Family. Real family. Something he'd never had and never thought he'd find. Harry turned from the balcony and went to join them. The future could wait. For now, there was breakfast to eat and family to love and a life to live. Everything else would come in its own time. In the Lord's study, the final entry in the Black family journal had been completed. Harry's handwriting was neat, precise, belying his age. The words glowed faintly with preserved magic, ensuring they would last for centuries. "I, Harry James Potter Black, High Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black, set down here the beginning of a new era. The old ways are not discarded but transformed. The pact is renewed. The bridge between worlds stands strong. What was broken has been mended, and what was lost has been reclaimed. To those who come after me, who read these words in some distant future, know that the path was difficult. Know that the cost was high. Know that every victory was earned with blood and will and sacrifice. But know also that it was worth it. Every struggle, every loss, every moment of doubt and fear and pain. Worth it, because we built something that matters. Something that will endure. The House of Black rises again. May it never fall."